Zavish wanted an awful lot of money. Well, it wasn't easy. Well, Right. Well, thank you very much for your, clever plan. Well, that's the bad news. Well, if it hadn't been for me, well, thank you. I'd better go. How should I put this? The wolves were faster. The one from your story? Well, there wasn't much chance of getting it without trouble. Well, let's just say those fellas won't ever be collecting any more tolls. Well, in the end, The thing is, he attacked me, and I had to defend myself. To the death. Well, my master is far from sober. It wouldn't be honourable to challenge him to a duel now. Of course. Just as we agreed, right? Well, I bought him. How else? Well, Oh, sorry. I'll try to get my hands on some. All right, then. I'll be back. Well, for a moment, I was afraid I would disgrace myself. But in the end, I beat Zavish. You're right. I must have made some mistake. Well, if Von Burgov is gone, what about this horse? No, I won't give you a thing. You tricked me. I'm not going to give you anything. I'm sorry, Chenyek. So I had no choice but to find and rob the thief. But I'll keep his name to myself. Well, I'd never have thought it of him. He just sat there smiling. I've got your armour and wine for the journey. I brought you that safe conduct. I have a little gift for you. Don't piss me off, or something might happen to you. I didn't. I let him go. You don't need any magical talismans or stupid superstitions. Don't you remember? Happy to help. Is there anything else I can do? I can't be saving every poor soul in Kuttenberg all the time. I can't fight you, sir. Don't you think I should do it? If you're caught, you'll look like the thief. They'll drive you out of the village and you'll lose Ursula forever. No, I don't. I reckon someone beat me to it. Someone must have got there before me. First he threatened me, then he ran off. I've no idea where he could be. I left him standing over there. There were some bandits camping in the forest. Ordinary men. No werewolves. You won't. On second thought. But for the will of God, I'd be in the same place as you. Now I'd like to help you. So please, trust me. I'm still working on it. There's no blood on it. Oh, the poor dog is not to blame for the curse. So why should it die needlessly? No, this is about a few pieces of metal and your fucking pride, which won't allow you to take them from me. No, nothing happened. He survived. And he's probably back with the flock by now. It's true, I swear. I found the pond, the tree, the stone, the grave. Everything just like you said. I found the water goblin's silver axe. No, nothing out of the ordinary happened. It's just that ossuary is such a creepy place. I did. The chest was buried by the forest, next to the handcart. Exactly where you said it would be. I did. The chest was buried by the forest, next to the handcart. Exactly where you said it would be. Well, that doesn't matter now. You should be glad you're alive, thanks to me. I found some valuables. I found some more valuables. That's a change. And to the newlyweds. Here, take them. I hope it's worth it to you. He's good for a week. I'm still working on it. I don't give a rat's arse about your bloody sword. Are you sure? Won't Pivets be keeping an eye on you on account of Ursula? You should be glad you're alive. Your inheritance is mine. I'd be glad you're still alive. Your inheritance is mine now. I have to tell you something about your horse. Well, I'm sorry, but I had to steal him. You don't need to worry about him anymore. He got what he deserved. Well, they could have just left. Or stopped stealing. Well, there wasn't much I could do. But fortunately, the injuries weren't too serious. I'm so sorry, but, he didn't make it. Thank you very much. And if you ever have any more work for me... I spoke to her. Her father would never give you his blessing. She talked to him about it already. All that searching was hard work. And not just that. There was a lot of work in looking for your chest. You have the figurine. That'll have to do. Well, you have the figurine. That'll have to do. You're in luck. It just so happens I have those horseshoes here. You're right. I won't give you anything. I've got that sheep gut for you. I've got a feeling that carrying the barrel down into the mine will be my job, won't it? I found the seal of the dead mine owner, Rot. Here it is. I've got that coin for you. I have those horseshoes for you. Look what I brought from the pantry. I picked some food off the tables. I have that dog meat for you. Wait a mo. I'll bring them to you right away. I found the dead sheep, or at least what's left of her.
So I've got good news and bad news.
I found Eggman's hat in that camp. That should suffice for your proof.
I do. And I'll tell you, getting it was weird. Never done anything like it.
My hands prefer foraging over killing. Fine. Cut me then. But be quick about it so we're done with it. Bloody hell. You're not giving me much of a choice. The region's hungry. And food's worth its weight in gold. Agreed.
Anyway, it turns out old Ambrose really used to be a knight.
At any rate, the gravedigger now has a good reason to brick up the tomb again. About the wolves. I'm fine. Just scared.
But what will happen to the voivod?
I'm here.
I'm glad you like it. Now, what about my reward?
I'm a mere servant, not a nobleman. Aye. All of them. Although one might have got away.
Aye. And he said Vey Muller doesn't send you there anymore.
Aye. They said they'd leave so they wouldn't get in trouble. Aye, they are. Here's the proof. Oh, all right, fine. I'll go and get it. But then you'll pay.
Aye.
It was buried by the forest next to the handcart. Like you said, my name is Henry.
If it bothers you so much, I'll take him back. Hang on a bit longer.
I'll be back. I'll bring them in a little while. I still haven't taken care of it. I'm working on it. I'll bring it to you soon. If the Cumans see us, they're going to want some too.
I wanted to tell you something about Ignatius.
One moment. I have to get ready. But that's all I had left. Just you try it. I'm not going to share with you.
Do your worst, sir. I'll be happy to see you dance.
Well, just a minor inconvenience. The grave had already been looted when I got there.
Me too. I grew up in a smithy, but I prefer fighting myself. One shy friend who was afraid you'd reject him.
You need not fear him any longer. It's taken care of. As I promised, he's dead as a doornail. He's chopped to bits.
He's dead.
I'm sorry. I looked exactly where you said, but there was nothing there. I'm sorry. I looked exactly where you said, but there was nothing there. Certainly. Don't worry. I killed a dog. I did everything like you said.
What's the plan? What's your horse's name? Talked into what?
Well, my word's not enough. Do what you want. In any case, your inheritance is mine now. I know I made you a promise, and I really am sorry. I'm serious. I'm not going to give you anything.
Me?
How could I? I gave them a pretty stern talking to. With my hands and feet. Sometimes right in the teeth.
No. Thanks, but I don't drink. I thought you wanted your inheritance, didn't you? The figurine. I thought this was about the inheritance, wasn't it?
About the figurine.
Ready. We can go. Even at the price of losing Ursula?
That's right. The gravedigger stole the seal. So I had to get it from him.
Look, it doesn't matter, right? The main thing is, you got him back.
Look, I don't have to give you anything, you know.
But you didn't say it was a woodcutter's axe. You only said the water goblin's axe was silver.
Wait, I'll look for something else. Well, there were too many of them, so I ran away. Look what I found for you. I brought you something.
Oh, sorry. I'll be right back.
It was quick. The wolf jumped, and it was all over.
What?
Don't you believe me? Look what I took from him.
2 brothers, a silver axe, a water goblin. One brother got the axe, the other got drowned. You know.
It went well. They won't bother you anymore. I brought you his hat, so you'll believe me.
I'm beginning to understand the guild's modesty.
All right. Here, you have it.
Fine, relax. I'm going.
Confound it. I knew I was forgetting something. Thanks. And good luck.
Thanks.
But I'll only take it if you don't need it.
Thank you.
I mean it. Do what you please. In any case, your inheritance is mine now. Forging swords from stones and horseshoes isn't exactly something I do every day. Shoe your horse with them, and you can't lose.
Thank you.
I don't have it with me anymore. I came as fast as I could. Getting your hands on something like this isn't easy. They guard it closer than silver.
What do you take me for? That axe has to look as plain as possible. Otherwise, people might get suspicious, right?
This is what I was given. I'm back because of those wolves of yours. What more do you want from me? I've said I'm bloody sorry.
What, this?
What do you mean by commotion? What was I supposed to do? There were more of them, and they were armed, so I came right back here to tell you. What do you think? I told them to piss off. So they got up and left. Now, what you do is your own business. But I'll be on my way. What you do is your own business. But I'll be on my way. I've got those horseshoes for you, Peltzel. I just wanted to talk, but they wouldn't listen to reason. So I cut them down. I just wanted to rile him up a little. If it's really what you want, I'll shoot you. Along the way, he offered to buy the arrow from me, but I refused. He's waiting for you at the inn. He's really quite a good horse for his age. Wolves ate them. All I found was some gnawed bones. There were too many of them, and I couldn't handle them. They were close to devouring me, too. I found him, but we were attacked by wolves along the way, and they devoured him. He was at the Devil's Den, and we left together. But along the way, he attacked me and tried to take the arrow. So I was in Eggman's camp. I was in Merciless and followed your instructions. 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 Be glad you're still alive. That'll be your word against mine. And which of the two of us do you think they'll believe? Is he going to teach me how to play dice? Unfortunately, I didn't find it. I tried to follow your directions exactly, but there was nothing there. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. I tried to follow your directions exactly, but there was nothing there. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The armor stayed with him, but I'm afraid that's going to be a problem. Well, von Bergov's. The one that was stolen. When I need to pay a fine somewhere, I'll think of you. Why would I lie to you about something like this? I don't think that'll be necessary. Thank you. Well, I got the amulet. Ah, come on. What are you afraid of? After all, no. I think Ignatius managed to run away unharmed. No, not me. It just got a bit complicated. But if you leave now, everyone will connect you with the thefts. You'll never be able to come back here again. I didn't find my dog among them. I don't have anything else to give you. What are you hoping to gain by this, then? But what am I to do with these stolen items? What are you afraid of? How could anyone tell that missing horseshoe is in the axe? And does he perchance look like the one that's stabled here in the courtyard? Don't give me that. You tried to rob me before, and this sword was on it. You weren't wrong. It's first-class Toledo steel, Radovan. And it won't do me any good. So now I can really do whatever I want, and nothing will happen to me. I'm glad you like it. And now that you've taken care of Basan, you can even wear it in public. And can I be sure you'll really do it? And if I gave you coin instead of those stolen things, supposing I just give it to you anyway? And who's to stop me? And there'll be plenty left for desserts. What? Look, if you don't have the coin to pay, we can arrange something else. What to do now? Do you want me to plant it on him? Supposing I helped you. I could distract his attention while you're planting the stuff. I'll come back later. And this really is Toledo steel. You were right, blacksmith. From a lord's messenger to a taster of cadavers. This must be it. Look at me. Cold and salty. In the ammunition store. What would anyone be doing there? You know something about the murder, don't you? The storeroom doesn't blow up until we set off for Sedlets. I need that cannon of yours. Now stop fucking squirming and talk. Look, either you tell me everything, or I'll go and get Cats, and we'll do it the hard way. It's your choice. What, accusing an innocent man? But he'll be executed. Calm down. If I wanted to snitch on you, I'd go straight to Cats without bothering to ask you any questions. I've heard the girls here can work wonders. I'd like to see that for myself. Sorry. I changed my mind. Actually, I don't need it. Tend to my wounds, prepare me a bath, and wash my clothes, please. Let's talk about the price. This looks good. Nah, that's too much. I won't pay that much for it. Aye, this is right for me. The beer Fowl told me about it here. My body is in need of rest and relaxation. This is just right for me. No, not this. Let's leave it as it is. I need my wounds treated and my clothes washed. And then I'll have a hot bath. Prepare me a hot bath and wash my clothes. Let's leave it be. Now, that's the face of a real man. I want something else. No, not this one. I'll gladly pay you. What I really need right now is a little taste of paradise. Now, we're not wasting sausage on the likes of you. I could use the company of a pretty bathmate. I'd like to get to know one of your pretty bathmates. I need a hot bath and my clothing cleaned. Sorry, I have to get going. Beer.
They'll be happy about this back at Sigismund's camp. Beer. Like Smill said.
Cut my hair, please. I've got a few wounds that need taking care of, and I need a hot bath. And wash my clothes, too, so I don't look like a beggar. I can't wait. No, that's not from me. Never mind. I'll come back another time. I need a bath.
There's beer here. Just like Willow said.
The innkeeper said you wanted some food. Nah. No. I'd like a pretty girl to take care of all my needs. Do you have some pretty girl here who could, keep me company? I'd like you to give me a good scrub and take care of my clothes, please. I'd like to use your services. I need to take a load off. I want a shave. Sorry. It seems I don't have enough coin right now. Do you have money?
I can't really blame them seeing the state of this land. I see they haven't been forgotten, and the locals still worship them.
We've been through a lot together. Will you finally tell me more about yourself? I'm interested in the guild. Everybody here is a member of the guild.
No, I didn't mean...
And you see that as a compliment? Well, I know about the university, the alchemy, your desire to change the world, but I don't know anything about you as a person. What does that mean? You don't seem to have many opinions of your own, do you?
You? A nun?
Well, why not? I was in the cloisters myself for a while. What about your family?
The guild?
What can you tell me about Tibor? So you're not in it for the noble cause, I gather, so you just do what he tells you? Well, at least tell me why you've settled in Lower Semine, of all places. What, crime paves the way to a better society?
You call this freedom?
You say that like it doesn't matter to you one bit.
Tell me something about your family.
Well, I hope I've proven I'm not all hot air. Will you tell me more about yourself now? What's your story anyway, Crazel? Will you tell me more about yourself? I have to get to know the people I work for. At least a little. How are you doing? Why do you work for the miller? Why do you work for the miller? Have you ever thought about finding more honest work?
Do you live by your own laws? Can you tell me about the nomads?
Tell me more about yourself. Tell me more about the guild. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from, and what brought you here? Tell me something about the Roma. I realise I don't know anything about your people. Tell me about yourself. Where did you come from? What are you doing here? Tell me about yourself. How did you end up here? I'd really like to know more about you, that's all.
Haven't you ever thought about trying to live like other people? Settle down in that?
Isn't that just an excuse? Could you stop with the metaphors? Don't you have some plans and aims of your own? Let me guess. They gave you a job? You mean by stealing? You mean that reformation you like to talk about?
I'd like to know about Marika.
I'm Henry, a new member of the guild. I'm Henry. Chenyek took me into your group. Tell me, how did you end up here? And what do you do here?
How is life here? How's Bohush doing?
Good day to you. I'm looking for the Cumans, and I heard they have a camp around these parts. Do you know where it might be?
What was Gazer like?
Thanks. I'll ask them. Don't you have any dreams or purpose? So why does the guild really do what it does? What do you think of Crazel? What do you think about Crazel? What do you think of the guild? What do you think of the guild? I've travelled half the region on account of your saltpeter, so I think it's time you told me something about yourself. What can you tell me about your husband, the Voivod?
What can you tell me about your camp?
What did you do before? What did you do before you started working for the miller? What is this place? What can you tell me about the guild? But... how'd you find out? Didn't expect it from you lot. Come on then. Have a go. No, leave me be. But you made me do all of it. But I had you, didn't I? Iron? You can make all sorts of things out of that. I wonder what a comet like that looks like up close. Frog pogs? What's that? You look well-travelled. I'm sure you can tell me what's new in the world. Hell must be a busy place right now. Everywhere I go I find a hellhole. That sounds a bit far-fetched. Have you heard him preach? You must spend a lot of time on the road. Tell me, what's going on beyond these parts? Good God. And how do they actually... I mean, how many... That doesn't sound so bad. Tell me, what's new in the world? That doesn't sound good. I never thought of that. Shit, that really is weird. So no one knows then? Oh, there must be lots of islands like that, don't you think? Well, here's hoping a brave saviour shows up. Try me. I'd rather hear if you've seen anything of interest on your travels. Well, it does make the mind boggle. Why mushrooms? Why wouldn't I? Anything's possible. You're not wrong there. But what about the pearly gates? There's only one of them, right? And aren't they? Exactly. And what brings you this way?
I'm just being careful. You have to watch yourself these days. Yes, of course. It's just better to ask first. Why not? What are you selling? Of course I do. Of course I would. These days, you can never be sure who you'll be running into. Oh, that's interesting. And what about the bits they share? What? Who are you? Who are you? Well, I'd rather you told me what tidings you have of the world. I'd rather you told me what tidings you have of the world. What? But you're right here. You're talking gibberish. Yeah, well, you have to watch your step just crossing a field these days. Uh-huh. Well, good luck with that. Well, that's rather sad. But I was more interested in other things. I mean, how they walk or eat. Has anything bad happened to them? Have their cattle died or anything? But what was the meaning of it? What sort of treasure was it? Coin. And what brings you this way? Could all of this be Matthew's doing? They did say this was his territory after all. Damn. This Matthew really is a piece of work. That would be too much even for the devil. But surely he didn't hang a fella over a few apples.
I'm currently investigating the theft of silver in Horsham for Sir Ruthard. Do you know some bloke named Samuel?
Do you know any more stories?
Oh, I only know a few, collectors of valuables. But you're said to be interested in fairy tales and precious stones.
Zizka is being awfully secretive about it.
Did Sigismund also attack Suchdol? Did the Cumans attack Miskovitz? Are they causing you problems? I was interested in your building. It must be awfully difficult to think up and calculate everything correctly, eh?
Shoot? Not really.
I'm interested in alchemy, and I'm looking for someone to teach me more complicated procedures.
I'd be interested to know what you live on.
I'm interested in the construction of that cathedral you were talking about. Tell me more about it. I'm interested in bronze casting. I'm originally a blacksmith, after my father. I was just wondering how long your people have been living here. Or maybe you could start with why they captured our King Venceslas. What do you make the spirits from?
What could the king possibly have to confess?
I'm investigating the theft of silver for Sir Ruthard. I grew up in Skalitz. It was a small mining town on the Sasau River. My father was a blacksmith. You look like a learned man, sir. I assume you're most likely an alchemist, right?
I dug their grave next to our smithy. We didn't have a church in our village.
Did they kick you out of the castle? I reckon you're right there. I noticed there's no church in Troskowitz, or anywhere nearby. Why's that?
It's a long story. My lord got very angry and then went missing.
I'm sure they'll find someone to buy them. Actually, why not? I'd like to do some shooting.
You know, I don't even know. You see, and I thought you were really, well, in short, a witch.
Excuse me, but I see you're reading. You must be a learned scholar, most likely an alchemist, are you not?
Who are you, Sir Knight? Sorry, I'm not from around here, and I don't know many people.
I wouldn't expect the head of the guard to be at a construction site. Has something gone missing? The bath maids in a military camp must be on their toes all the time, eh?
Really?
Really? That's a surprise.
Really? So you can give me some advice, eh?
Are you really not going to tell me anything about yourself?
Really? Wait, you really don't know where you'll be next week?
Oh, it does. But play what you want. Well, they cast a church bell in the Sasau monastery once. But what's that compared to your gunpowder bombard? I'm pretty new in Kuttenberg, but I find it strange there aren't many alchemists here.
From a pretty limited repertoire, if you ask me.
Well, we already know each other a bit, so I wanted to ask about you. What you do in that? I already found out who stole the silver. It was the mint master, Vavak, and his administrator, Buresh, from Krakowitz. I hope to make it to our royal city someday soon. I ran, and our master, Sir Radzik Kobola, took me into his service. I reckon you have a secret recipe to make the best spirits, eh?
Do you take part in the fighting?
You know Latin?
You never stop blithering, do you?
You're a Cuman, aren't you? Where'd you learn our language so well? You went to a medical school. Are you the builder of the local fortress? Are you the master of the Alchemist Guild? Are you a cook? Are you from here? And what is your task here? I presume it's to write a book about the city.
I don't think anything will come of this. I'm no thief.
Well, Troskowitz isn't exactly a small village. People are probably doing well here, eh? Well, I don't believe that at all. That sounds really spectacular.
Sounds appealing.
I'm glad you've been so lucky. Would you invite me to a feast?
I believe you. Getting run over by a wagon isn't for everyone.
I'd like to believe that. And seeing it's summer now, I have no other choice. What about climbing? I'd be more interested in a gun. Good to know.
I didn't realise you know about horses. I couldn't let that happen.
I reckon the high nobility didn't like that, eh?
I'm glad to hear it. At least it wasn't all in vain. So he's in charge of taking care of those cutthroats. Oh, that doesn't sound so terrible. Oh, it's a dirty job, for sure. But better than breaking rocks somewhere down in the mines.
You're not a bit surprised?
It must have cost a pile of coin, eh? I reckon you're probably right.
You've nearly got more titles than the Emperor himself.
You're right.
Taxes are the worst thing since the plague.
Are you offering me a job? That must have been an awfully long journey, eh?
And that's all? That's all there was to it?
That's actually a pretty good reason. And are you any good at it? You're in charge of that too. Stone cutting. Is it that bad? Is it really that bad?
Yeah, that's the tricky bit. I have to figure out how the silver was lost in the first place.
Oh, that's different. I'm serving my lord.
That's pretty rough, don't you think?
Seriously? You mean I should order a coffin or something?
Ugh, you're right.
I wouldn't want to do any of that. So the whole inn belongs to you?
That local blacksmith probably doesn't make armour, does he? Does that tavern have a good reputation?
So you're not lonely?
So you're really a high-born knight? So you already know what the plan is? Do you speak Latin, sir?
So you don't know what exactly they agreed on? So they're all your work?
So you're doing this out of duty?
So he summoned you to his castle? He was here then? So you've already heard about these bandits? You haven't seen him then? Tall, fair-haired, fancies himself and talks like a noble. So you're an orphan?
So you've come to terms with life in the village?
So you've known each other a long time? So you've known the voivod for some time? So he won't do it? You memorised everything? No recipes? So they're wrong about that? So you have a farm? So the baths bring in the coin? So he's scholarly and can read?
So even from mushrooms in the forest?
So? So the roads aren't safe?
So von Bergov and the others want Sigismund to be king? I'd like to see the world too. But I haven't even made it to Prague yet.
Would you please stop playing? And now they want to make up for lost time? A bit late, isn't it? Then you should go and see Janos Uher. He can go on about cooking for hours and hours. Ah, you're wrong there. I even knew both of them.
I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, that's just great. So what am I supposed to do?
Well, that's good, isn't it?
Well, hey, Uncle. How's it going? Play what you want then. I'm not in the mood for you.
No, I meant in general. I'm just making small talk.
Why don't you kick them out then?
Well, maybe I'll buy something. But I simply wanted to talk with you.
No, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that the only herbalists I know are women. You're the first male one I've met.
And what went wrong for them?
So, how are you doing? Well, it's just you're the first person I ever met who had that kind of upbringing. Well, sir. All right, so what about today? How are you today? But seriously, Ignatius, tell me about yourself.
Here in Kuttenberg.
A shooting range in the middle of nowhere. Does anyone even come here? The Hopping Hare. I like that. Do you care for the wounded? Priests and monks do that sometimes, don't they?
You became a mercenary. I'm more interested in the grave-digging profession as a whole.
I heard Kuttenberg surrendered to Sigismund, and his army is running amok here in the area. I heard King Sigismund is in the city. Where's he staying? I've heard incredible things about you. They say you let a fully loaded hay wagon roll over you.
I've heard you collect old things.
Is that true? Do you serve King Sigismund directly? Do you serve mass like other priests?
Well, that's really something. So many crafts trades, all for just one building.
Aye, truly exhausting. Really? Really? That's an interesting way of putting it. Here and there, it seems to me that you're almost too clever. You must have been in a monastery, right, Kozlik?
I'm a stranger here, so I'm just curious. Nothing. I'm a blacksmith like my father before me, so of course I like to drink. Drinking reasonably can do no harm.
Jesus, you're a madman. I don't believe that. I'm sure this kind of work must weigh on your conscience, doesn't it?
If I understand correctly, you mainly make bells?
I understand that, but we were ambushed by bandits. So I wanted to ask if you know anything about that. It does, I said. Cut it out. I'm telling you, it makes perfect sense. To me, at least. You were raised by a wild bear, you said.
Did you say someone wants to rob you? But you said there's been a lot of people dying around here recently, right? Tell me, what was King Charles like? I've heard he was a powerful and just ruler. Will you tell me now where you met Zizka? What brought you together?
Oh, come on. I like talking to you. Ask me anything you want.
I like drinking spirits. It lifts a person's spirits. I'd like to learn a greeting in your language. I'd like to find some work in town.
I'd like to find those bandits and get revenge from my dead friends.
I'd like to buy something. Where can I find some merchants around here? I'd like to ask how things work here in the city. I was just walking by and your building caught my interest.
Excuse me, can you play anything else? Excuse me, I'm looking for a friend of mine. He's not from round here, but
I'm sorry, but there were no Sons of David in Skalitz where I lived. I'm sorry. I didn't know it made you so angry. Oh, sorry. I suppose I should call you sir. I don't think I get your meaning.
Sorry, but I don't know who that is. Who's Dangler? I'm sorry, but that's not your business, is it? Was he here then?
Excuse me, but I'd like to ask you how many men you have with you, sir. Sorry, but that's something I don't want to talk about right now. Sorry, but I don't think I want to talk about this. Sorry, but we're about the same age, and I'd never have guessed you're a swordmaster. Threw you out. I'm sorry, but I'm not from the city, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Excuse me, I'm looking for the man who was in the pillory with me yesterday. Have you seen him?
Why are you asking me these things? What's your point? Why did they take our king captive? And why did the Czech lords let Sigismund spread all over the country like a plague? Why don't you drive those nomads away?
Why do they call you Neri, master?
Why do they call you Black Bartosz? Why is your camp here?
Why didn't you drive out those nomads ages ago?
So, how did you end up at Trotsky?
Why did you come to Trotsky? Why did you become a herbalist? Why is this place called the Devil's Den?
Why didn't your lord come with you?
Why aren't you with von Bergov?
Why not? So what if you sold me the whole tavern?
Why not?
Why does Sir Otto have to be in Prague so often?
Excuse me, but why do you consider Margrave Jobst a traitor? Why do you travel the world? Why don't you settle down?
Why you fell in here, exactly? You seem to be a bit grumpy. Are there some problems with the construction?
Why would they do that? Why should it cost me anything?
Why doesn't Lord von Bergov free our King Wenceslas from captivity in Vienna? He's powerful enough for that, isn't he?
Oh, Christ almighty. Why am I even talking to you?
Intrigued by combat and noble knights, is she?
Digging for treasure? Ah, stop with the mummery. Are you afraid I'll turn you in?
Exactly.
You don't seem like an ordinary innkeeper to me.
Exactly. You don't have one. Exactly. So where are they?
Tell me more about politics. Tell me more about Trotsky.
Well, that's all well and good, but I need to get inside. I'd like to ask you something. I need new clothes and shoes. Do you know of anyone? I need to stock up on supplies. Where would I find some merchants?
I need to speak with Sir Otto. Trouble? He was a right bastard, he was. He harmed my father, my lord, and robbed his estate.
If you were a high scribe, you probably lived your entire life here in Kuttenberg, haven't you? If you have any problems with robbers, I'll be happy to help you.
I'm Zizka's friend. My name's Henry. An honest-to-God fence, eh?
Wait, I don't understand you.
Wait, that doesn't add up, does it? Wait, so you're afraid of horses? Now wait a mo. I'm no rogue.
Wait, what do you mean by that? What are you looking into now? Do you have a new case? What sort of work does an executioner have to do? The innkeeper told me about you. I reckon there's some pretty old monuments, eh?
Where did you come from, anyway? Where were you before you came here? Where did you come from?
Where did you come from, sir?
Isn't it dangerous not knowing the exact amounts and mixing the potions by eye? What do you mean? What are you talking about? You keep playing the same thing over and over again. I don't know any men who are herbalists, unless you count apothecaries and charlatans.
I dunno. That's up to you, I reckon.
Well, I'll be damned. So I was risking my neck in the Hungarian camp, and Brabant was drinking with you.
Well, I'm very honoured.
Well, isn't he older than you? No, I meant I was being stupid. About the bear thing, of course.
When I think about it, yes, I did.
Oh, aye. The blood and wounds aren't a pretty sight.
Well, I'm only asking. No real reason.
Well, he left.
I don't know. I'm no expert. It was just an idea.
Well, all right. Come on. Don't tell me you can really do everything.
All right. I just thought it might have some effect. All right, but what if someone hurts them? Men can be beasts sometimes.
Well, and here I am, in the service of a lordling who always has one foot in jail.
Nothing like that. He was actually happy about the way you run this place. Nothing bad. I was just asking if you know him.
You don't seem to be brothers.
You don't look like you'd steal the king's silver.
I don't know. Maybe a few minor similarities?
I don't know. Perhaps. I've heard some strange talk on the street. I've heard something about it.
I don't know. Should I have?
I don't know. Like you feel guilty, or decide it was just time for a break. I don't know. Hadn't really thought about it that way.
Wouldn't an ordinary catchpole be enough to guard a construction site?
What do you mean? I don't understand. Is that something bad?
You don't take risks. And what about your strongman antics? Don't they say a hungry artist makes for a good artist?
Isn't luck more important? Would you teach me how to make spirits? What? Aren't you glad your work is going well?
I'm not from these parts, and I've seen a few conciliation crosses around here. What do they mean? I'm not from here, and I'd like to get my bearings. You look like a merchant to me, so you probably know best.
I like good wine most of all. A sweet Hungarian is the best.
Is there a disease going round?
We were recently attacked by robbers, here by the pond. Do you know anything about them?
We were attacked by bandits recently by the pond. Do you know anything about them?
I recently investigated the theft of silver in Horsham. Perhaps you heard something about it.
Does something seem strange about him to you?
Something like a mining legal code.
Cut it out!
Would that be hard?
No. For 30 pieces of silver, I reckon.
No, not at all. I'm hearing about it all for the first time.
No, really? His name is Samuel, the son of Sarah, a Jewess from Kuttenberg.
No. I just thought that's what the monasteries are for. No, it's all right. No, not at all. I don't know about any crimes. At least nothing that'd require your attention.
No thanks. I've got a few good years in me yet, I reckon. And full of rogues on top of that.
Teach me something else.
Can I find other merchants around here?
So what were you going to ask me?
You think I want someone sniffing around here? It's in my best interest to keep my trap shut. You mean your brother, Kozlik?
You mean you Jews? You mean a proverb? I mean it's a bathhouse. What else could it be?
I reckon the two of us will get along just fine. I mean, where were you before?
I thought you could give me some advice. You have experience with crime. What do you do, I mean? Can I do anything to help? Can I ask you something? There's something I've been wondering about for a while.
Can I ask you something?
Can I become your disciple, Master?
Could you be more specific? Maybe I'm wrong, but I hear you know some magic and tricks. Is that right?
Perhaps. I don't know much about this place, so I wanted to ask you about a few things. I'd like that. And I really am sorry.
You speak our language a lot more, with only the odd foreign word here and there.
The local alchemists were persecuted by Sigismund.
I'll happily pay you to stop playing.
Well, this one is younger and hangs out around the tavern. You got a big cemetery here. Pretty nice, too.
It's a nice village you have here. How you doing?
Do you have any other advice for me? Actually, I'm not sure. I reckon I just wanted to boast a bit, seeing as you're a lawyer and all that. You're right. It's probably not a good time. Do you have a moment? I'd like to ask you something.
I have the feeling you're not like the other nomads here. I have a few questions for you. I have a question for you.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Master. I have a quick question for you.
Ah. And does your lord have a discerning palate?
I'll buy that recipe from you. What do you say? I see you're faring well. You have quite a large tavern, almost like a traveller's inn. How many of you actually live here? And how many of you are there?
How much money did Brabant promise you?
How much does it cost to build such a fortress? Nomads, you mean? Go ahead. I have nothing to hide. I already told you everything about me. So what about you? When was the local synagogue built? Who were you fighting against? And did you win?
Who are among Wenceslas's opponents? Who's the foreigner?
Who is this Uncle Holber you keep speaking so highly of? Who's this Chamberlain Ulrich?
Who's causing trouble?
No. I avoid drinking. It's a sin and a scourge.
Where can I find a church round here? I'm surprised you don't even have a small chapel in the village.
Where did you learn how to shoot so well? Where did you learn to fight, Bartosz? Where should I start the investigation? Where can I find the bailiff? Where can I find a respectable tavern? I need to top up my supplies. Where can I find some merchants here? Where can I find a miller? Where did you say Sigismund's army is camped? What experience do your men have? Where have they fought before? Where can I find a horse trader here?
Well, we all make mistakes, but the important thing is to try to make it right. Where are you headed? Where do you go for wares? What's the closest town?
Kai Tomorrow Barrow Ballo? I'm Henry. And you must be the local gravedigger, right? Yeah, I see there's a lot of people here, so I wouldn't want to offend anyone.
Right. That was stupid. Aye, I reckon it is. Actually, it makes a lot of sense.
Oh, I see. What a coincidence. Do you know Lord Kuna?
Oh, sure. There's one in my family. My half-brother is a Jew.
Aye. I heard that Sigismund's army attacked the city. Aye. I also had a bad experience. Our entire company was slaughtered. Yeah, I know. It's a bit complicated.
Well, all right. Let's talk about something else.
Aye. I want to know how much we have in common. My name's Henry, and I'm a friend of Zizka's. I came here to see who Brabant brought us. Excuse me. I'm looking for someone. A friend of mine. The one who ended up in the pillory with me. You must have been honoured when the Royal Chamberlain chose you as his bodyguard. How did you meet? Does Older go to the tournaments? Does he know how to fight? I'd like to ask about your trade, but they won't let me in there. But we serve Sahanish of Lipa and Radzik Kobala. But... Thank you. I just don't know if it was done right. Well, unfortunately, I can't tell you many details. I don't even know them myself. Being a gravedigger must be a lonely job, eh? What are your duties? Is there any other around here? Is there anyone else here? Do you know by chance how to get into that monastery where Sigismund is staying? All right, I understand. I'm sorry. I'm new here and I don't know this place. But of course, I understand. I was just wondering how a woman like you ends up joining a band like this. All right. But what's it like working for him? How is that rabbi of yours? Is he a smart man? What is your lord like? Can you tell me something about Sir Urso? What's the Trotsky Burgrave Hashek like? What's the local Lord Sir Otto like? How is such a fortress actually built? What is Sir Otto von Burgov like? And what's your lord like? Murder, then? It's not like the current one is over. What kind of grapes do you grow here? What weapons do you have? And how many of you are there? What weapons do you have? What can we rely upon in combat? What's it like serving Lord Semin? What kind of tasks do you do for Lord von Burgov? How do you get along with the locals? How do you get along with the local villagers? How do you get along with the nomads? They don't live that far from here, right? How did the local folk receive you? How's business? Doing all right? What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Why, unfortunately? How do things work around here? Is there something I should be wary of? How do things work here in the camp? What's new, bailiff? What does that have to do with it? How do things work in the castle? How would I know? What's the story with the dead people? How are things, Master Scribe? How are things, oh wise man? How's it going? How was your company ambushed? What happened exactly? How'd you get into your trade? How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing here? How are you doing here? How are you doing? Better. How's it going? How are you doing? How are you doing? How's it going? What's the best way to find one's way around here? I've never been in such a big city. How is such a fortress built? Must be difficult, eh? How is a fortress built? I've never seen it. How is Lord Kuna doing? Is he healthy? How can I get into the castle? How do I get to the nomads camp? How do I get to the horse trader in Grund? How do I get to Kuttenberg from here? How do you know when it's black magic? What did you agree with Goodman Brabant? How much did he promise you? How did you get together with Zizka? What's the situation with hunting game around Troskowitz? How's business, Master Apothecary? How's business? You have to be successful in this big city, eh? How's business? How you doing, Baker? How's life been treating you? No trouble with the miners or the Lord Councillors? How is life in Grund, Father? What's life like here in the camp? How's life? All good? How's life been treating you, Innkeeper? How's life been treating you, Voivod? How's life treating you, Ignatius? How's your shift? How's the forest work going? How's it going, eh? How long have you been here in Trotsky, Father? How long have you been serving in Trotsky? How long have you had your inn? I know I pushed you before, and now I don't want to talk, but I didn't want that. I asked first. Me? Well, I think no offence intended. I meant, white or red. I'm Henry. Who are you? Could you use some more bathmates? Interesting. Younger brothers can be cruel, eh? But not honestly, I reckon, eh? I'm looking for Lord Capon of Perkstein, my master. Do you know where I might find him? I'm looking for this friend of mine. A big, fair-haired young man. Likes strutting about and speaks like a noble. I'm looking for a friend of mine. A tall, fair-haired young man. Speaks like a nobleman. I'm looking for a friend. He's called Capon. I'm sure you'd recognise him. In fact, you saw us both in the pillory, didn't you?
Well, at least you're alive, no? Hey, I'd be quite interested to know if Kozlik really is your brother.
I suppose that has something to do with the Hungarian army.
What weapons do you have? And how many of you are there? Huh. Emmanuel?
I'll keep that in mind.
Ah, damn politics. Well, what about my friend? Have you seen him since? No. But I have my own experience with the monastic order.
Allow me another question. I rarely turn my nose up at good beer. There's nothing better than a wheat beer.
Good. That's enough. I think we'll skip that. All right. I'll ask him later.
Thanks. I don't want to keep you.
But doing good deeds is right. Have you been a grave digger your whole life? Have you ever thought of changing your trade? Thanks. Now,
Please explain the mythology.
I'm a servant of Lord Capon. Who do you serve?
Please tell me more about that Roman art. Do you have problems with robbers? I expect it's not completely safe on the roads, eh?
What? You're a man of letters as well?
What? I don't understand.
What the... All right, I meant... Where did the other fellow go? What did you do before you took to the road? What did you do before you joined Zizka's band? What changed? The war? What happened to you?
Why? Is it a secret?
What does that mean? Führer's Geld and so on and so forth.
What does that word mean? What does your job entail?
And what does your service entail? What can you do, Tomcat? What about the local bathhouse? Is that yours too?
So what do you know about Zizka's past? What do you know about the Devil's Den?
What did they tell you about me? What about swimming?
What do you mean by that?
What kind of women are they?
God!
What's gotten into you?
What made you set up your bathhouse here, in such a rough place?
What are you doing here?
What did you say? It almost sounded like a curse.
What did you do before you joined Zizka? As I saw it, you just keep pissing him off about something. What are they building here?
What happened?
What happened? What was that?
What can I do? What's new in these parts? What needs to be done first? And who pays for it all? What's life like here? Is there anything new?
Fortunately. That sounds more like misfortune, doesn't it?
What's so reverential about that? As a priest, he shouldn't drink at all. I was just interested to know. Where did that come from?
What's up? Is everything all right?
And what do you do now? Do you while away the time reading books? That's quite an expensive hobby.
What are you doing here at Trotsky?
What's an apothecary doing in a small village like Troskowitz?
What does the Royal Chamberlain do? What's a priest doing in a military camp?
What?
What?
What I want to know is easy. Who stole the silver? How do you make your living when you're constantly on the road?
I wanted to ask you, is Mikesh your brother? I wanted to ask you, what's on the other side of that nearest hill?
There's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Do any of them come in for an ale from time to time? Do the nobles from the upper camp come here too?
I want to ask about a few things.
I'd like to ask you something.
I have a question for you. I just can't imagine how you and Zizka could have gotten together.
I'd like to report an ambush. Some scoundrels attacked my lord's retinue and killed our men.
So that Hungarian bastard is getting rich while the locals feed his army. I understand. He pays well and doesn't get in the way, eh? I understand. The bigger the castle, the deeper the foss. I understand. That's your business, bailiff. All right. But can you explain it to me briefly?
Devil's Den sounds better anyway.
The Devil's Den sometimes attracts strange patrons. Aren't you worried about your girls?
Is there anything I should avoid around here?
It's all a big mess. Was. One day Sigismund's army came, and now he's dead.
It was a mistake worthy of punishment. Things will get better. Brabant was probably blabbing, eh?
My God, really?
Good grief. Why am I wasting my time on you? Unfortunately, they were killed in front of my eyes. Unfortunately, I had to bury both my parents recently. Fine. Thanks for asking.
I get it. Folks need to know the rules.
Being an executioner must be a lonely life, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know anything at all about him.
Aye. But I probably shouldn't talk about it much. Aye. And it cost a few people their good reputation. But now he's fighting for King Wenceslas, isn't he? Surely it's not that bad, is it?
But you're alive, and you have enough to eat, don't you?
Oh, come on.
A tavern in the middle of nowhere, yet always full.
Oh, come now. Don't make me twist your arm. He did? No, I haven't heard about anything. I'm just curious. No, that's not...
Oh, it does. Believe me. What? Is something wrong?
Alchemists aren't exactly poor, are they? Right. That must be tiring work then, eh?
Aha, I see. Oh, wise men! How are things today? How are we? Eh? Aha. And what does that mean?
I see. But what brought you to his attention? You have good connections, I suppose.
Uh-huh. And can you give me an example? And what makes you nomads different?
And what do you do?
And how do you know that? And it doesn't bother you that you have to... You know,
Would you prefer the noble elite?
is that how you usually spend your free time? And where do I find him?
And perhaps a bit of magic, too, eh?
And over again, like that.
And the bailiff? And is that why you stayed in the city? How come you didn't sell it? And why not? I thought you'd want to know how it turned out.
Why not? And why'd you stop?
If you succeed, you don't know for sure.
And did they at least pay twice as much then?
And then it turned out that my father was not actually my father, but Radzig was.
And isn't it because you always end up stealing something?
I managed to escape, but my father, Ma, Bianca...
Is there anything I could do for you? But people trust you anyway, since they buy salves and healing potions from you.
Well, who's behind it?
Where does he get the cross from? So you've always been here otherwise.
And is it true? Do the spells really work?
Is it far? And is there another kind of magic?
How does it work then?
So what's your real name?
And what does your past have to do with all this? And how'd you get along with them? And the miners are willing to pay quite a bit for it, eh?
And what did you do before this? And what about you?
And what is it?
So what are you doing here?
And what about here with you? And what happened?
And what do you want to do about it?
And what about the people here? Are you all one family? And what makes it so special? And does he go among the people? Can I see the king somewhere? I'm collecting supplies for the king's men. Do you have them ready? There's not much of these supplies. Why are there so few supplies?
I saw your supplies. It seems like there's not much there.
I hope so.
Well, that's too bad. Because this is definitely not going to be enough.
I'm here for the supplies.
Well, where are your supplies for the king? You're supposed to tell me where I can find the supplies for the king.
You have a pretty big cottage for poor folk.
I saw those supplies of yours. Don't you have any more?
Very well.
No need to worry about him anymore. He's been taken care of. I've come across him already too. Sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm a bit mistrustful, that's all. I need to get to Semine. Why? Not really. But I'm headed to Troskovitz. It's just I was attacked here recently, and I only just got out alive. Sorry, I'm just passing through. Why? What barn? Thanks. I'll keep it in mind. What's it got to do with you? Just to Zhelyov. Why? Well, not for now, maybe. But it's just a matter of time before the Saints find out and come after us. Hey, careful now. So I'm back from the tavern, mates. I agree. Finally, a decent idea, Franzi. Shouldn't we first finish the rounds and bless the stang? To hell with the stinking brace. There's no way I can get up there. But they saw me at the tavern. All done. The braes are getting an airing. I'll give it a rest. You didn't have to get up there. And it wasn't easy. Give me a bit longer. It's just too bad the Saints won't appreciate how nice and right they are from that height.
Keep it as a relic. That way Carol will always be with you, as well as the blessing he received.
The arrow isn't magic. Carol just got lucky, and that shot to the head just scrambled his brain.
Exactly. Use your head.
Wait,
You want me to shoot you in the head? The Lord blessed Carol, not you.
I'm not going to shoot you. I spoke to him in the Devil's Den, but I lost sight of him along the way.
All right then.
Thanks. And best of luck to you.
You have no idea what the arrow might do to you.
I found a few barrels of beer in one of your people's cellar. I doubt you'll miss that. Besides the cows, I found some beer too. It was locked up in one of your people's cellar.
Seems to me that you're the one that's going mad. I'll ask him if anything like that happened to him. I'll ask him if he was attacked. Can you at least tell me when Peter started feeling ill? Do you know anything about Peter's illness? Do you know anything about Peter's illness that might help me cure him? Cut open a black chicken and put it on his forehead. I offered Mlada to try and cure Peter's illness. I offered Mlada to try and cure Peter. I can't promise you I'll try it. Can you think of anything that might help me heal Peter? Can you think of anything that might help me with Peter's illness? Can you think of something that might help me heal him? Anything. Can you think of anything that might help? Can you think of anything that might help me? That's not exactly a simple procedure. I'll ask him why he can't sleep. What's tormenting him? Thank you. Do you have any idea how it might have happened? What did you tell them? Why did you leave your country of birth? Why you left Mali? Will you tell me now why you had to leave? Well, this may not be the right time, but could you tell me about Mali? And above all, why you left? We've been through a lot together, don't you think? And what about your family? Do you have any news about them? What's that got to do with you? Have you never wanted to go back to Mali? Did Sandiki ever try to track you down?
I found some cows hidden in the forest behind the village. Besides the beer, I found some cows in the forest behind the village. Do you mind if we take them?
She must have fooled me. At first glance, she looked just like an ordinary woman. I know where it is. I've been there. I found a poor dead woman there. Why not? No, I haven't heard that. What, Divojenka? What happened to her? Horse shit. There wasn't anything witchy about her. Who did that to her, anyway? Where did the Divojenka live? How did she die? What even is a Divojenka? Greetings, Master Guard. Relax. I'm not doing anything wrong.
You're right. I'd say you owe me. I'd say I've earned myself a reward. Don't you think?
Well, thanks is all well and good, but it won't fill my belly. Well, thanks is nice and all, but I was expecting more of a reward. What a load of shit. You're lucky I was just passing by. Why don't you worry about who's robbing who, and leave me alone? I was happy to help. My respects to your service. Bugger off. Aye, I've had a little tipple.
Exactly how much do you value my help?
Well, let's see now.
Exactly how much do you value my help?
I'm not doing anything, am I? So shut your mouth and mind your own business. I didn't do anything. I'd say I've earned myself a reward, don't you think? Cheers. I hope you have an uneventful shift. I think I'll be going now. You take care. Maybe. It's not against the law, is it? Aye, I've had a few. Yeah. Leave me alone. But you do realise I wasn't helping you just because of that pretty face of yours, don't you? Piss off. Greetings. I'm glad we have people like you keeping watch after dusk. My respects. You're a shit watchman. I got a bit roughed up. I reckon you could at least pay for a visit to the bathhouse, eh? I'm just passing through. Keep up the good work, Master Guard. I'm not doing anything. You're doing a great job keeping watch.
What did you say? What steed? Worthy of what?
What's going on? Why are you pestering me? I didn't do anything. What do you want? Keep watch and leave me alone. What's it to you? I can do whatever I want. God be with you. How's the watch going? God be with you. Greetings. God be with you, my good man. May you remain in good health. Blah, blah, blah. What a load of shit. Don't worry. I'm a saint. May your sword hand serve you for many years. Really, it was nothing. The main thing is you're safe. Don't mention it. I'm just glad you're all right. It was nothing, really. The main thing is you're safe and sound. It was nothing, really. The main thing is you're safe. Don't mention it. I was glad to help. I'm sure you'd have done the same for me. Don't get your knickers in a twist. What would that be? So what? Arrest me then. And what if I did? Why not? Maybe a dragon really did live here, but they won't let me into the monastery. I'm sorry, Father, but I have other duties just now. Maybe another time. I've never been a messenger for the church before. Phew. I was worried I'd sound like a madman. You can stuff it up your habit, you Bible thumper. I'm not going to waste my time with this bullshit. That's why you're writing to Sedlet's monastery. Here, what else do you know about the bones? Yeah, but first you'll have to tell me what it's all about. I meant if you had any work for me. Brother, I'm looking for advice, and maybe you could help me. Really? Actually, I only heard it from the innkeeper. I get the feeling it didn't come as a surprise to you. Is there anything you'd like me to do, brother? I found some strange bones in the woods nearby. They don't look like they came from any of God's creatures. Should I give them straight to the abbot? Folk are saying you need help with some dragon bones or something? Who is this message for? Are you still looking for a messenger? Why do you need a middleman to deliver the message? You said you're a messenger yourself. I know it sounds crazy, but I know a dead animal when I see one. And with you. I'll deliver your message for you. A message? Here am I protecting the kingdom, and you want me to go riding off somewhere with a stupid message? Thanks. I think that's all I need to know. What should I do with the bones now that I have them? And I've never seen bones like these in my life. So the message will be about the bones, will it? Ask your mother if I'm man enough. She never put up much of a fight either. I'll be on my way now, sir. I'm not giving a bloody thing
to a fucking footpad. I'm not giving you a thing. Let me see if I can find something. I'm no lowlife, you whoreson. Thank you, sir. What's going on? What's going on? Yes, of course. Sorry.
What the hell is in this thing? Pretty light. This is no joke. Oof. Bit heavy for flour. I'm sweating like a pig. I can barely lift it.
It's as light as a feather.
Maybe this one will be lighter.
Won't even break a sweat at this rate.
Time for another one. Good exercise. Oh, fuck, that's heavy. Fucking hell. Oh, what a slug.
Have to be careful not to drop it.
Heave-ho. Isn't getting any lighter.
So I'll start from the top, then from the right, and then... What was it again, before we begin? All right. Let's give it a try, all right? Like you, for instance. Indeed. That rosary belongs to your Captain Thomas. Better give it to me, and I'll return it to him. I'll be going then. Why can't I get there? Why did you take him to the chapel? Do you know where Captain Thomas is? I heard he was in a bad way. Well, you should give it back. Otherwise, someone from the captain's company will come for it. How do you mean? I'd like to pray with him. Or lose it in a game of dice. I wouldn't say it's very safe in your hands. Uh-huh. Do you know Councillor Naz? I will. Thanks. Which one is she? I'll ask. Thanks. It doesn't look to me like she ran off. More like she expected to come right back. Is that what you call gratitude? Go to hell. Next time I won't bother. Sorry then. I was just trying to help. Or you'd be done for. Saving your life? This is for him. He ate almost nothing. Could he have lost his appetite for food? Just like the cook said. He hasn't eaten much at all. In a while. What do you want? Tell me what's on your mind. I like you too. Then drink to my health. Your mother asked me to dance with you. Forget about it, girl. I do. Only I can't. Better keep it hidden. Otherwise some ne'er-do-well might try to grab it. Oh, some jewellery. I'm listening. Gladly. Sorry, I'm busy right now. My friend drank too much. I'm sorry, but I can't. Wait, I thought you wanted to show me something. All right, I'll speak plainly. Just leave me alone, if you'd be so kind. Isn't it kind of hot here? I swear, I feel like I'm on fire. Oof. I think I better sit down. I can't serve as a husband, nor as a lover. I just can't. Thanks, but I'm not thirsty. I know what you want from me. And I also know you wouldn't be happy. I don't fancy you. I can't now. Wait a while. I once got kicked by a horse in the... Well, you know. And since then, I just can't. Hold on a little longer. I get it now. Oh, that treasure. If it's that important, you mustn't rush it. I'll be right back. It's a bit embarrassing, but I have a weakness. But what? Dobravka, I don't want to hear it. Hey, what kind of wine is this? It's got a kick like a mule. Like a moonshine. I'm just a wanderer. I don't stay anywhere for long. I'm not well off, and I get into trouble all the time. What did you just call me? I see, you naughty girl. Where? I'm not good enough for you. Why not? After all, we must toast the newlyweds. I don't know what you want to show me. Or a daughter. They should just get to it and have a bunch of little Semines. And he threw up. So I'm getting him some water. And what do you want to show me? Save yourselves! Run into the woods! Fast! Flee! Save yourselves! I'd like a game of dice after all. Fuck you! Get away! Hide in the forest! You won't die! Just run! I don't have time to talk with you! I don't want to kill you! Flee to the woods! You're out of luck! Leave me alone! Run into the woods! Do you know a goat skin? Greetings. We're about to close the place. You should go home. I'm keeping an eye on things here, and I'd hate to get in trouble. Understand? Your wife sent for you. She says you should go home. They're closing up here. We have to leave. You're a merchant, aren't you, Goodman? If I'm not mistaken, you're Goatskin. You bring wood here. No, not that wife. Your other wife. I
don't really understand. I can see that. I think you should go, Herr Udo.
I don't know, but you should go take a look.
I didn't expect to meet a German who sells wood.
Aha. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Herr Udo. You should get going then. If you're not home by morning, you'll be in trouble. It's been a pleasure, Goodman. A game is a game. Just follow your nose, Goodman. Just follow your nose. Why not?
Listen, Udo Let's play some dice.
Never mind.
Where is it you're from, Goodman?
All right?
Oh, damn it. I don't have enough coin on me.
Yeah, it's a hell of a journey all the way to Tauber... whatever. I may not look the part, but I am.
No thanks. I've had enough.
I think it's about time you headed home, Goodman.
I don't have much coin left.
I'm a merchant as well. They're looking for you where the merchants' wagons are parked. There seems to be a problem.
Holes?
I'm Heinrich. Von Skalitz. A fire. Don't worry. We're open again tomorrow. No. Goat skin. What are you doing in Kuttenberg? What's going on here? All right then. Let's play.
No thanks.
That's not what I'm looking for.
Right. What's it like there?
Don't go to the tavern? I don't have any antidote right now. I have to get some antidote first. Which of you is Preng? Don't do anything stupid, Saints. Calm down, Saints. I just want to chat. About time. I thought I'd grow roots.
There's plenty of space. Can't you just split it in half?
Well, you aren't half making a fuss over one... I didn't know. I'm sorry.
It's been so many years. Who knows where Olbram got beaten up?
Of course I didn't kill her. I'm sorry, but she was unlucky. She was in the wrong place at...
Listen to yourselves. All this useless racket for nothing. Why don't you leave things the way they are and split the pasture in half once and for all?
It wasn't me.
No.
I'd change my mind if I were you. Or did you forget who you were talking to?
If what Olbram is saying is true, this whole pasture really is theirs.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
For God's sake, wait! You're really going to let yourself get beaten up just because Olbram told you to?
About time. I thought I'd grow roots.
Hold on there, fellas. The first one to move will get slapped so hard, he'll get a second one from the ground.
What happened? It was me.
What if Olbram's right? Maybe they really did beat him up in the orchard, and the pasture belongs to Zhelyov.
Yes. It was. Yes. It was.
Hey, are you Goatskin, by any chance?
But they didn't take anything from him. Plain and simple, I'll give you some coin to hire a lad for the job. Forget about those two fools. You're not responsible for their upbringing. A decent pile of coin could smooth everything over, couldn't it? Oh, shit. I don't have that much on me.
Here you are.
Enough! I'll give up. Enough! I'll give up. That's enough. I'll give up. Sorry, but I can't do this. Sorry, but I can't do this. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm not up to this. Couldn't someone else do the work instead of Michael and George? They'd just do a shoddy job anyway. You know them. I'm here to settle Michael and George's debt. But don't even think about hoodwinking me.
I still don't have enough coin.
No, you're right. That pair will have to get off their arses. Enough! This is pointless. Enough! This is going nowhere. Enough! This is pointless. It seems you didn't grasp my meaning, Innkeep. The boys won't be doing the job. Do you understand? Or do I need to give you a closer look at the contents of that privy? I'll give you the coin for some hired hand to do the job.
Why should I believe you?
I'll tell Lord von Berghoff everything. You can depend on me, sir.
I swear by all that's holy, I came from Trotsky on a mission from Lord von Berghoff. How did they take the fortress, then? Well, Lord von Berghoff is bound to ask me that, and I don't want to just stand there gaping like a stuffed owl. I can't go straight away. I have to wait till my lord's meeting is over. Otherwise, it would be suspicious.
You're right, sir.
When we arrived, their leader pretended to be you and tried to deceive us. Who is he?
Where should I lie down? Where should I lie down? Where should I lie down?
Before we attack, I want to know your fortress's weak points. Hold on. You've got me mixed up with someone.
It was Lord von Bergov who sent me here.
Would you try to teach me the Master Strike again? Please. I know I can do better this time.
No, actually. I'll have to think about it. Well, I don't, but I've not come back empty-handed. The soldiers who were taking it to Sedlets deserted. They're hiding out in a sawmill, not far from Lahota. No, but I know where to find it. The soldiers who were taking it to Sedlets deserted. They're hiding out in a sawmill near Lahota.
I don't know. I haven't found out anything more. To me, then. All right. I'll help you with pivots.
Yes.
Raniek's dead. God have mercy on him.
Sorry, but I just can't open the chest. I've already done that. It's just that I couldn't find the document you're looking for. I've opened the spice chest for you. Hold on, then. I'll have another go. No, it simply isn't possible. And Ossiner's an idiot. I'd have to take an axe to that lock. They're still at the sawmill, as far as I know. I managed to sneak in among them, but I didn't feel up to taking them on.
I also found Matthew. To all of us. To the king. Can I try the Master Strike again? For the last time, I swear.
I couldn't find anyone except Janosch and Adder. But give them time.
Where did you say the lads who found the Water Goblin's treasure go swimming?
I took care of them. They got what they deserved. I was lucky enough to catch them off their guard. They're dead.
Only, I don't know what I should steal.
I've come about that charter you're looking for. Ossiner deserves a kick up the arse. It's stuck fast.
I suppose so. Thanks, Shishka.
What did he say?
I'd like to ask about something else. Behuta has decided to redeem himself. And Behuta, he has decided to redeem himself. Not quite. But it was dice that paid him back in the end. Leave it be. You needed men, so I got them.
Yeah. After all, once everything is found, it won't be theft, right?
So he could pass the Lord's judgment. But he grew tired of your pack. He prefers robbing old crones by the road. That's it. That's everyone. I also found Matthew, and Raniek is dead.
I can't just now. Here you are. Could I ride with you for a bit? My feet are starting to hurt. Would you happen to have room for me? We're headed the same way. Can I join you? I've been trudging along for a while now. Can I get a ride? Nice horses you have there. Think they can carry one more? I finally found out where the border between the Takov and Jeliov parts of the pasture is. I finally figured out where the border between your and the Takovites parts of the pasture is. But according to the Troskovitz Chronicle, things are a bit different. But Bailiff Thrush sent me away. Let's just say I read the Chronicle without his permission. They did beat you, but it was because of something else.
I must have been mistaken. Judging by the hoof prints in the mud, someone leads their cattle to the water this way. This is the way Fowl leads his cows to water. So this is where Fowl leads his cows, according to what Willow told me. These shields must have belonged to those dead soldiers. Sigismund's army shields. How did they get here?
You must be Nick Vard, eh? Poor wretch.
So you made the whole thing up? So here you are. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? You promised me a reward, and instead you vanished. What the hell was that about?
Yeah. I'll confess, you got me.
I really believed you were a monk.
I'd rather punch you in the mouth.
I don't find it funny. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Wait, speaking of which, you're not rhyming anymore.
What have I missed here?
What? So who are you?
Yeah, that's just great. But you promised me a reward.
They told me you were dead.
You know how you complained about someone stealing the peasants' cabbages? In a small valley by the lower Semine Pond. He's hiding in a little cave. I found him. Bailiff, I found the lad who's been stealing cabbages from local peasants. They call themselves the Guild. They claim they're fighting against Sigismund, but all they really do is rob and steal. Hey, guard, I have to tell you something. I ran into a secret band of thieves. Tell them not to overdo it. The lad's pretty harmless. Just a little slow. I've come for food. I'm not happy you were rummaging through my things and took my food. How much do we have? How are we with supplies? Give me some more, Janos. Vostatek? Again? Vostatek is at it again? Damn, Vostatek. You'll drink yourself to the grave one day, Vostatek. Oh, Vostatek. Here too? Ah, another one of Vostatek's stashes. I see somebody likes himself a drink. I reckon Vostatek hid it here. Another? Someone's got a problem. Another?
Who the fuck hides booze in the woods?
Another? Poor Vostatic. I reckon it's Vostatics.
That sounds good. I don't think this is for me. I'll be going then. What's the master custodian like? Don't worry. I don't steal. What if I'm not up to it? What's in that building in the middle of the vineyard? Are you hiring? Are you still hiring people for work? Do you still need labourers? I understand. And the others?
Sell me what you've got, and I'll make a deal with the guild. Sell me what you've got, and you'll make money. I'll make you a good offer, Lennox. If you're cheaper than the executioner, you'll make a pretty profit. I'll buy your charms from the dead. But you do. You make charms from the dead. I found them.
Thank you, sire. You are too magnanimous.
Good to hear. Should we go? Good to hear. Should we go?
All right.
Yeah. All right. This isn't good enough. This still isn't good enough. Can we go to Semine now? Don't worry. I'll do it.
No. No.
I'll find some.
I just wanted to try something new.
What's the hold-up? We're going to be late. The sword's ready, so what are we waiting for? Well, I want to make an impression.
Yes?
Can you tell me where I can get nicer clothes?
Is there a difference?
You don't understand, woman. What if something happens? What am I supposed to do?
Did you see it? Were you there? Ah, the conciliatory cross where they saw the apparition. That's to commemorate Jan. What does the graveyard have to do with absolution? Why doesn't he have a proper grave? No, I can't do this. It's a crime. And a sin. The dead should rest in peace. Even if they aren't in consecrated ground. You were right. Poor Jan deserves a proper grave. All right. We'll give him a proper burial. Jan's soul has the right to eternal rest. Why didn't Ambrose avenge his brother Jan's death? He must have realised that you two were involved in it. Nonsense. God wouldn't use a diabolical apparition to scare you, would he? What happened to him? But without telling the priest and gravedigger. Isn't that sacrilege? It's the living I'm more afraid of than the dead. Ah, I get it now. Ambrose's brother has to get what he deserves. This is about the soul of Ambrose's brother. But then he came back and became a hermit in Apollonia. It never occurred to you that it was him. And Vashek killed him. And what's more, Ambrose forgave you, didn't he?
That must be the poacher's camp. I've got to be careful now.
I need to discuss that visit to the Von Grollas. I need to talk to you about that visit to the Von Grollas. I think it would be better if Lumir heard it too. Will you come with me? I've made progress with the investigation. You know Catherine. I found out some interesting things about those murders. Just like you said. Will you send for her?
It must have been left over from the smugglers. What a mess. Who brought it all in here?
I ought to go and see Rosa when I'm in town. No doubt she'd like to know how it went with that book. Can we start the meeting? We don't have much time. Samuel and the rabbi took those who survived to Colleen. I'll just stay the night. I'd like to stay longer. All I need is to spend the night. I'm interested in sword fighting. I'd happily pay for some blacksmithing tips, but I'm still really clumsy when it comes to skinning animals. My defense could use some work. I reckon you've got a few tricks in your pocket to get into other people's pockets. I need to learn how to defend myself better. Show me how to defend myself better. Can you show me how to hunt with a dog? That's enough for me, and I'll pay you well. That'll do. I'll be happy to pay for it. Your room, innkeeper. Here's your groschen. Here's the money. Here's some groschen for you. Just the one night's enough. I heard you could teach me something. I'm still not very good with a halberd. Can you tell me more about dog illnesses? Teach me how to sneak around without alerting my prey. Could you tell me how to treat a wounded dog? Tell me the best way to get healing potions. Tell me how to fight better with a halberd. Would it be possible to sleep here sometimes? I'd like to learn about herbalism. I'd like to learn a few riding tricks from you. I'd like to know a few tricks with a halberd. I'd like to hear some news from the world. I'd like to pay extra for the room. I'd like to rent for the long term. I'd like to get faster at shooting. I'd like to discuss the price. I'd like you to teach me something. Tell me a few tricks I can teach Mutt here. I heard you're good at opening locks without keys. I'd like to learn. I heard you're a drinking expert. Can you tell me how to do it? I need to stay longer. I need a place to sleep and something to eat. I just want to spend the night. I need to teach Mutt a couple of new tricks. I need to learn how to defend myself better. Will you teach me how to hunt deer? Let's talk about the price. Let's agree on a price. Blunt weapons are my favourite. Show me a few tricks. That doesn't matter. I'd even be happy to pay for that bed of hay. I don't have enough money. I'll come back later. No, but I'll pay for the long term. I'm not bad at crafts, but I'd like to get better. Can I spend the night here? Can I get something to eat and a place to sleep? Maybe you can tell me how to be more confident in the saddle. I'm interested in sword fighting, just for tonight. I'll stay here longer. I hope that'll be enough. I hope you can tell me how to use a mace. Tell me a few alchemy tricks. Alchemy is still full of mysteries to me. I hear you're good at alchemy. I'd like to learn something. Well, the mysteries of alchemy don't come for free. I'd be happy to pay for some. You sure can drink. What's your secret? I'd like to practice wrestling. Can you tell me what's been happening in the world? I'd like to get better at crafts. How are you able to drink so much?
Well, I know how to shoot, but I'm far from being a master.
I'd like to learn some holds. I'd like to hear something interesting. I'd like to get better at writing. Show me a wrestling trick. I'd like to be able to repair more than just a hole in my hose. If you're good with a bow, I'd like to learn. Show me a few wrestling holds. I want to know your trick for lasting as long as possible. I need a few experienced crafting tips. I'd like to learn more about medicinal herbs. Show me what you can do with a hammer. Would you show me which herbs you pick? One can never know enough about blacksmithing. Do you have any tricks for skinning animals? Will you show me how to trap wild animals? Being quick and sneaky at the same time still gives me trouble. I still don't know much about medicinal herbs. What's the best way to hunt a deer? I need some tips on how to stay hidden in a crowd. I'd like to learn how not to cause a stir on the street. I'd like to practice my shooting. Well, I'm experienced in blacksmithing, but I won't say no to a new trick. Tell me some news from the world. Agreed. I'll pay. Agreed. I'll pay. All right. I'll pay. All right. I'll pay. I'll pay you well if you let me spend the night here every now and then.
I know what a lockpick is, but I'm still not very good at using them.
I'd like something to eat and to spend the night. I'd like to rent a room. I'd like to learn something. I'd like to improve my sword play. I'd like to be more skillful with an axe. I'll be right back with some coin. I hear you're good in the saddle. I'd like to learn something. Well, unfortunately, I have nothing to pay with.
Now just to tell his wife.
Me? That's not all that bad here, though, is it?
But there hasn't been a battle for some time.
He poured it away. When it could have helped us. The wine was evidence. Well, we'll straighten them all out. Don't worry. But I'm going to need your help. Can't be that hard, can it? Absolutely certain. The murderer couldn't have used anything else. Are you sure you don't want me to get you out of here? I know what Chertan was poisoned with. Aye, but not me. I have enough on my plate as it is. You're pleased? Aren't you a courtier of his? That really makes you happy.
Did they forbid you from treating the prisoner?
It's reckless to speak about Sigismund like that. That's a good thing, isn't it?
So it really was illness that killed him then?
Well, I don't have much time. But I'll try to talk to them. I think I'll leave it up to Lord Capon. He's the one who forced me to find something to eat.
Well, hopefully no harm was done.
Well, don't make it to the latrine on time. Well, he couldn't have killed him by his own hand, of course. But he could have recruited someone to do it.
Of course. Thank you.
You said you're an explorer. You said that the suspects are Grozav, Crow, and the 2 guards. This won't take long. I'd better go and search the tents. I think I'll just go and search the tents.
That's why I'm asking you. I'm just curious, that's all.
I'm just doing what I'm told to do. Is there something wrong with that? I'll search the tents of everyone who's somehow connected with the murder, and we'll see. The truth. You don't need to spare my feelings. There were a couple of other poisons, that's true. Where was the wine from, actually? We're fucked then. Not really, no. I'll have to give this some more thought. All right. I won't mention it again. Well, what do you think? You'd be long gone before Grozav found out.
Do you know where prisoners are held in the camp?
I don't know what you're talking about. Is this some kind of loyalty test or something? Did Chertan say anything before he died?
A knight held captive here died recently. Peter of Sukatleski. Do you know anything about that?
Besides, as a rich commander, he'd have no trouble getting hold of some poison. To hell with Grozav. Katz believes you didn't do it. We have to clear your name somehow. But you think I'll suddenly say I'm a spy? Yeah, even if I was, I wouldn't be stupid enough to admit it. Well, maybe you could honeycoat it a little. I may not be as learned as you, but I do know how much herb Paris to put in a potion to make someone fall asleep but not die. Blood? Who do you think killed Chertan? Catherine? Are you sure?
Are you certain that knight could still be helped? Might treating him have been pointless?
Well, he's an experienced old soldier. Who else could creep up on Chertown and stab him without being seen?
I'm going to see Laszlo Farkas. Do you know where I might find him?
What about that wine? Could I take a look at it? What happened when you brought Chertown to the infirmary? Pretty well.
Thank you. I'm going now. Thanks. That should be easy to find.
What?
What was wrong with him?
But I'll figure it out somehow. You'll see. You were in Granada? Where is that? What is Mecca like? I've heard people from all over the world go there. And then he spent the night drinking with us, so we would testify to his innocence. So why didn't you stay there? Why not? What's Sigismund's court like? Well, wouldn't it be enough to search the whole camp? I don't imagine many people here keep poison on them, eh? And could I help you somehow? How did you come to be with the Osmonds? Where is this Mali? And what's it like? How can we identify the poison then? And how do you like Bohemia? What if we forgot about finding the murderer, and I just helped you escape? And what happened next? Where is Venice, in fact?
Again? Who's helping you in the region? He knows him. He must know about it. Start cooperating and save yourself.
You don't have to say it, because I think I know. And I've known for a long time. You know what? Let's try it the easy way. We know it's Nebakov.
There's nothing more I want to know.
I knew that. I was just seeing if you'd tell the truth.
As a matter of fact, we're the only ones here in the castle who can help you. If we feel like it.
Your leader. Somebody in the region must be helping you.
We'll see.
We'll see.
You think you're real important, eh? A tough nut. A hero.
You think you can impress him, do you? By how heroic and tough you are?
You'd never figure anything out like this by yourself. Someone is clearly leading you. Who?
Tearing, cutting, ripping. There's much the good Lord attached to our bodies, nice and loose and easy to separate. That's none of your concern now. You'll die today anyway.
The groom!
Your leader. Who is he? I'll ask again. Where's your camp? One more time. Is there an Istvan among you? Does he or doesn't he? Well then, what's it gonna be?
To hell with you.
Istvan and us are, old acquaintances. Spit it out. Nice and fast. Otherwise, you'll force me to use this thing. And I don't think you'll like it. You'll tell me, or I asked if you know Istvan. I asked what else you know about the captain. I asked what else you know about the captain. Because if you don't spit it out, you'll soon learn what real pain is.
That's why he left his own wedding.
We've been through countless battles and interrogated enough prisoners to know how to loosen their tongues. Why did you ambush us? Over by Rock Tower Pond. Why were you against him? Why would some mercenary from God knows where want to kill Otto von Berghoff? It doesn't add up. Listen to me well. Remember that time we found out who was leading those bandits near Neuhof?
Then let me jog your memory.
I really hate to waste time like this, but you're not giving me any other choice. They always have a problem bidding farewell to their little cocks. Tell me who he is right now. Tell us where we can find that damn band of yours. Now! No one respects you, and no one likes you. Not even your bandit cronies.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
The world is full of ingratitude. You're here trying to hold your tongue like a monk under a vow of silence, and they couldn't care less.
You're not worth the effort,
or you'll suffer. You don't want to see me in a bad mood, you turd. Don't you dare say anything about my family. Do you know him or not? Don't force me to... There's no point in denying it. We know Istvan well. Does he have a special sword? Someone must be in charge of everything. I want to know who. Someone must be supporting him. I'm no traitor. Where's that band of yours hiding? I don't want to do it. I truly don't. But you know we have to bring von Berghoff some answers. I don't want to torture you, but I will. Don't worry. I'll give you that pleasure, or you're going to suffer. I'll show you how those instruments are used. You'll experience it all firsthand. And other parts. Or you'll be picking your teeth up. Off the floor, Nebakov. No, I know him quite well. Well, you think I don't know that?
I think the interrogation is over.
If you don't tell us his name right now, we're gonna fuck you up, and believe me, we can. You'll find out we're made of sterner stuff than those soft-hearted souls from the garrison. A lot sterner. But we're not on von Berghoff's side. We came to him to negotiate an end to this senseless war. I can try. I can make it easier for you. I have a certain hunch where it might be. I can thrash you for hours and not get tired. So what's it gonna be? Are you gonna talk? You must tell me. They won't fit me, but they might fit you. Should we try? Talk. You should start behaving reasonably, or it'll truly end badly. Your camp is somewhere underground, isn't it? You crawl out of holes and ambush random wayfarers. Your efforts are in vain. We already know who your leader is. I know. This is getting tiresome. I've got lots of instruments here that can cause you the most excruciating pain. I've got news for you. You're neither. And you won't be impressing anybody. No fucking way.
After all, he's the one responsible for your suffering. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be rotting here.
If you act sensibly, I'll put a word in for you with Lord von Bergov. If you tell us what we want to know, nothing will happen to you. If you tell me where your camp is, maybe. If you don't give me something I can use right now, you're in for terrible pain. When I spoke with Lord Nebak, he said you call him Captain. Who's he? Who's your leader? We're here at the behest of Lord von Bergov, but we're not his soldiers. My name is Henry, and this is Hans Capon. Her name is Bojena.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
If you don't talk, I'm not sure I can hold back.
If you don't talk, I really will knock all your teeth out. If you want to try our patience, then go ahead, stay silent, and you'll see what happens. You still have a chance to put an end to all of this. Just tell us what you know. But you know how it really is? You're nothing to them. They've probably written you off long ago. Am I right?
Only your damn band of outlaws put a stop to that.
Either way, your mates will think you've betrayed them. Only you're just a poor wretch living a shitty, wasted life among outlaws.
It'll be all the same to him anyway, as you well know.
He's his own man, sure enough. But a leader of bandits? Nah, not in his nature. Is there a man among you they call Istvan? Is there a man among you they call Istvan? How do you mean? Odd.
I'll show you.
I'll show you.
Look, I don't want to hurt you, but you must understand we can't go back to von Bergov empty-handed.
We asked first. So answer nicely, or what can we do with him? I knew something wasn't quite right. Istvan. Even if you somehow slipped away back to your lair, wherever it is, do you think they'll thank you? You're playing the hero here, but we already know where you rats are holed up. All right. Fine. I'll believe you. The next one will hurt more.
What he might have done.
What? What do you want to do? What? I'll knock the insolence out of you, you whoreson. I want to know now. Want to try it yourself? They were our friends. Look, von Bergov clearly knows you have an ally. That's what he wants to know. Just tell me that one thing. Von Bergov isn't a madman. He'll mete justice out fairly.
Von Bergov is no fool. It's obvious someone in the region is helping you. Von Bergov is waiting to see what we tell him. So, if you do the right thing...
let's change the subject. I suppose we'll have to go harder. Let's try something else. You must enjoy having your skin peeled off with pincers, eh? Otherwise, you'd have spoken up. You don't have to say a word. Just nod. But you can easily avoid all that if you start talking. But you will. But he talked eventually, right? Even if there wasn't much left of him. But if you don't talk, some of your cronies will. And your sacrifice will be in vain. If you answer me, I'll stop. Believe me, I don't want to do this. We'll see. Maybe soon you won't have any.
Just who are you people? I doubt you're just common bandits.
Gnarly. Agnes. Good Lord.
Oh, is it? If he really wanted to help you, von Bergov wouldn't come out of it alive. I want that bastard's name, now! We can put a word in for you.
So this is the Dziwojenka.
This one tried to fight back, but failed.
He must have been in the water since the siege.
More like a regular woman.
Christ almighty. He was murdered. Why the fuck is that sheep lying there? Ugh, it's starting to smell. And it's all torn up. My God. It looks terrible.
What brute could do that to her? Poor woman. All beat up.
Why does he have a flute in his ear?
Slow down. I can't keep up.
Oh. I see. I think.
So, you are the blind keeper of the ossuary?
All right then.
What am I supposed to do, exactly?
God be with you, brother.
Are you taking care of this chapel? I changed my mind. I'll help you tidy up the chapel. Can you tell me something about this place? It's not often I see so many human remains piled up.
I better go before you think of more chores.
Why do you speak in verse? You need my help with something. All right, so if I understand correctly, commit murder thou shalt not, lose thy virtue thou shalt not, steal from others thou shalt not. No, I'm not touching anything unclean. I'm sorry, but you'll have to find someone else. I found a strange monk's body in the crypt. He looked like he only died yesterday. I found buried monks in the crypt down below. I found an old reliquary underground. A thing like that must be worth quite a bit, no? Wait a moment. So there are bones strewn about the chapel, and you want them tidied up?
Oh, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm off.
I'm supposed to put the bones in 3 piles. Pristine skulls in the first one, the cracked ones in the second, and the third pile I build from the limbs? Who are you? You don't look like any other monk I know. I see. So I should gather the bones in the chapel and the crypt underneath, and make 3 pyramids out of them. Good day to you too? Oh, look, stop with the rhymes, would you? Let's cut to the chase. God be with you? Hail to you? What? I should sweep up the remaining bones too. What was it you wanted from me?
So what am I supposed to do?
What's in it for me, if I help you? Who do all the bones belong to? Wait, am I supposed to touch the dead? No decent Christian should do that. It's the cellar guard's fault. He let them in there.
It's better this way. Believe me. Indeed. And he ought to know about Moravians. I'm sorry. I wasn't watching him closely enough. A wise man once told me a sober Moravian is far more trouble than a drunk one.
Ah, damn. I can't paint on the bull without paint.
First, I have to put him to sleep with something. I have enough hardship in life as is. I'm not giving you anything for free. I spent all I had on it. I've got rid of most of the lice, so that rash on my back must be from something else. Let's see how you swing a sword. I'd love to contribute, but I'm flat broke. I don't mind the Hungarians at all. Oh, Hungary. I thought you were talking about buggery. I'm not paying you anything. The alchemist who sold it to me swore it was for all sorts of ailments and afflictions. You won't be getting anything. So, it'll also guarantee that I'll have women flocking to me every day for a month, or until I drink a duckweed concoction. He also added the hair of a 2-day-old pup. Well, you'll have to pluck it from my lifeless corpse. Come on then, you whoreson. Here, take it. Here, take it. Here, take it. Here you are. Here. Well, you're sorely mistaken. Well, I suppose the first option is in order. I said I'm not giving you a thing. And this morning, I got swept away in the creek. I'm still dripping now. Please, spare me, good fellow. Please, good sir. It's said to soothe aching joints and teeth, depending whether you rub it in or drink it. You can't just kick a wretch when he's down. I have no money. I spent what I had on this potion. I don't have a groschen to my name. Forgive me. I meant no offence. It was a misunderstanding. I've never heard of such attacks. See for yourself. I'm not turning over anything to anyone. No one deserves my fate. I'm not giving you a thing. I'm not giving you a thing. I have no earthly possessions. I won't bow to your threats. I'm not giving you a thing. I'm not giving you a thing. Let me pass. I'm not funding any bandits. I used to help the knacker haul corpses for a pittance. Oh, fuck you. You think you can scare me with your threats? Have mercy. My mother recently passed away. Then I had to lug pails of shit to the skimmer pit. How much is that? My friend lost a leg because of all the pus oozing out of it. Yeah, here. Take it. Just let me be. I reeked so bad the villagers chased me away with sticks. Let's just stay calm. Very well. If it makes the road safer for wayfarers. All right. It's here somewhere. All right. Here. Take it.
What do you think you...
No way.
But it had to be during the summer solstice, mind you.
But...
To make it more potent, he gathered the herbs from a battlefield where blackamoors had fought.
And I'm pretty sure there's no such tax. And certainly not to Hungarians. This is your last chance to change your mind.
3 nights he stirred it facing the cauldron from the north, and 3 nights from the south.
And I'll take you to the grave with me if I have to. I'll cut my way through you and anyone else if I have to.
Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Pour your grace into our souls, we pray, so that his passion and cross may lead us to the glory of the resurrection. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. I believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Through the same Christ our Lord. Amen. He descended into hell. On the 3rd day he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of God the Father Almighty. From thence he shall come to judge the living and the dead. To you and all the saints I swear, I'll never forget him. Lord Almighty, our Father in heaven, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Pray for us, O Holy Mother of God, that we may be made worthy of the promises of Christ. I didn't have time to get to know him as well as I'd like, but he was a good man and didn't deserve to die. Born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. Let us pray. Pour forth, we beseech thee, O Lord, thy grace into our hearts, that we, to whom the incarnation of Christ thy Son was made known by the message of an angel. Mary said, I am the handmaid of the Lord. Let it be done to me according to your word. Hail Mary, even though you've called him to you, don't let him suffer too long in purgatory, and don't let his memory ever die. Grant peace to my deceased brother Samuel. He had a different faith, but he deserves your mercy. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. The angel of the Lord appeared to Mary, and she conceived of the Holy Spirit. Hail Mary. Amen. 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 And the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us. Hail Mary, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Pour forth, we beseech thee, O Lord, thy grace into our hearts, that we, to whom the incarnation of Christ thy Son was made known by the message of an angel. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women,
and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Pour forth, we beseech thee, O Lord, thy grace into our hearts, that we, to whom the incarnation of Christ thy Son was made known by the message of an angel. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Pour forth, we beseech thee, O Lord, thy grace into our hearts, that we, to whom the incarnation of Christ thy Son was made known by the message of an angel. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting.
That sounds somehow hopeful in a peculiar way, I'd say. Sounds more like a joke to me. It sounds suspiciously easy. What's the catch? Thievery, alchemy, literary quotes. What manner of man are you, Crazel?
I didn't really have any influence on anything.
Supposing you give me a few groschen first, as a reward for bringing you the document. Maybe I could sit around here somewhere looking tough.
I've heard enough. All secretive again, are we? I thought we got past that.
Judging by the contents, it seems like you're dabbling in alchemy here at the mill.
You millers and your cookbooks. You millers and your cookbooks. You really led me on about the gunpowder magazine, didn't you? I really thought you'd have a golem made from dough walking around the mill, or that I could become invisible. Do you really need that much saltpeter? I know where to find you.
When there was no other way, I pickpocketed burgers.
I knew it was something like that. A bandit affair. It actually wasn't even in the castle.
The rats were starting to get into it in that chest. Well, in that case, farewell. In that case, I bid you farewell.
Are you all right?
No, I doubt the bailiff will let me roam around the rat house and go peeking through his chests.
Just that I was there not long ago, and I had the honour of meeting those bastards you're talking about. You've got no use for me anymore. So you'll try to get rid of me like an inconvenient witness. I've had the finger of God aimed at me once before, and I barely made it out alive. I've had the finger of God aimed at me once, and I barely made it out alive. I talked to Erazim, the scribe, and I'm working on it.
I can't wait. It turns out no girl in the region wants anything to do with him. Damn right.
Aye. Every last one of them. They deserve to suffer a lot more for your son's death. The lead balls, the alchemical talk, the sulphur and saltpeter. I've seen what these devilish inventions can do.
Pick them up. You want me to steal them, don't you? But we don't need anyone else. Maybe I can cheer her up. This isn't any run-of-the-mill business, so to speak. I smell something devilish here.
Sounds interesting. Could I at least get a peek? Sounds like I went to a lot of trouble for nothing. Fortunately, that didn't happen. So you can go home now, Miller. Leave that to me, Herman. I'll manage somehow. That you surely don't. Now spill it. Tell me what's going on.
That doesn't sound very convincing. Well, I'm not like that. I also heard you might be able to get me into the wedding. This has something to do with that alchemy of yours, eh? I don't know much about that stuff. I'd like to know how I'm supposed to get in there. Trotsky is shut tight. That's a helper made of clay, which they say the Jewish scholars brought to life using the words of God's secret name.
That's putting it lightly.
Isn't that a kind of pie? What are you going to do with a living pie? Well, as luck would have it, I've got it already.
I'm very sorry, Miller. Truly. That fits you. Maybe you'd even be a good preacher. Crazel's a loony. Crazel's a loony. Now I want to see that with my own eyes.
Wander in the countryside looking for some pit. So Bonnie is most likely a thief, am I right? So a village girl will do. So some bathhouse wench would do. So you'll really get me into that wedding? Am I dreaming?
So I was right. You're making weapons.
So a golem, you say, made of flour? For the good of mankind?
So I'm going to have to pick some locks again, eh? And in the castle, no less.
You see, I'd really like to get into that wedding. I also heard you're invited to that big wedding coming up. Tell me the truth. What are you really doing here?
Well, I hope your courier arrived safely and didn't lose such a rarity to a common thief on the way. The thing with the girl for the Chamberlain didn't work out. But I reckon you knew that already.
Enough. I'm sick of listening to your cryptic blabbering.
You can start now then. And I want to hear it from you, not Bonnie. I'll be going then. No. I reckon my ears aren't that good.
Well, do you have any more interesting work than carrying sacks of flour?
So how about that book of yours, Crazel? So, Crazel, have you finished that opus of yours? So how about that book, Crazel? So what now? Do you have another job for me? So for the last time, Crazel, what now?
And you want me to haul sacks of flour? Arare litas, Crazel. About that job at the mill you mentioned, at the tavern.
This book, Feuerwerkbuch, what's written in it?
So this Bonnie is some kind of witch who's in on this golem stuff. Never a wasted word, eh, Crazel?
Under it, really.
Does the document have anything to do with the pile of lead balls in your sacks? You're trying to play God. You know they could burn you at the stake for something like that. It's witchcraft. Did you hear me? What now? I heard at the Troskowitz Tavern that you might have a job offer. You promised you'd get me into that wedding. What weak spot? I can hardly believe that you, of all people, would come up with such a stupid idea. I can hardly believe that you, of all people, would come up with such a straightforward plan.
My name is Henry.
She agreed to everything. I just have to get hold of some stuff.
Oh, damn it, Crazel. I've had enough of this. Speak. What is it? So it burns.
Things are taking so long with you, I'd half given up hope. So this Bonnie, she's a dowser or something. Zinnek, you say? What if something strange happened and Zinnek is no longer alive?
Let's just say the scribe didn't have it. Your messenger never arrived in Kuttenberg. Someone murdered him outside Nebakov. I'm glad to see you, Miller. How's your family?
So thievery. Just like Peshek in Ratai. I should have known.
Crazel, please. For once, just once, tell me what's actually going on. Oh, please, Crazel, just for once, try telling it to me straight.
Why that dress exactly? What use is it to raise obstructions when the wind may drive the mill wheel just as water can?
Why aren't you in the mill milling flour?
Huh? Similes, word games. I'll never get a straight answer out of you. I could get, well, anything I wanted out of them. Even, a cow. They said I'd find someone called Eneline of Winterthur who could play our mistress for the Chamberlain. Even a golden goose wouldn't change their minds. Tell me more about it then. Maybe I'll learn something useful.
What happened here?
Are you still looking for a helper, like you mentioned at the Troskowitz Tavern? Are you still looking for a helper, like you said at the tavern?
I talked to the Zhelioff bathhouse wenches about the Chamberlain.
I'll help you.
I saw similar devil's playthings with the bandits at Nebakov. Metal balls and black powder. I think you're minting fake coins. Before we get started, there's something I want to know. What is it you studied at the university?
Hang on, you mean Danemark Mill? Not far from here in the valley.
Wait a moment. I doubt they've only got one chest in the Troskowitz rat house.
I saw similar devil's playthings with the bandits at Nebakov. Lead balls and black powder. Those lead balls, the alchemical talk, sulphur, saltpeter. I've seen what those devilish inventions can do.
And then I'll decide whether to trade the coin for some learning.
Magnum opus. A great work of alchemy. You're trying to make the Philosopher's Stone.
You offered me a job last time.
I haven't seen you since the misfortune at your mill near Verklitz.
I even managed to get my hands on the key to the chest with the confiscated things.
What Berthold? Oh, God damn it, Crazer, what's going on here?
Ah, fuck me. My word. That sounds incredible. I have to see it. Fine. Here it is.
About time.
That it does. And not just strength. Certainly. It's why I decided to work for you. Or have you forgotten? All right. It's not like I have much of a choice, do I?
Well, this isn't making much sense to me.
Uh-huh.
And what about me?
Well, I probably won't find anything better around here anyway. Could Bonnie do it? Don't change the subject.
Never mind him. Speak. Know anything about him? I don't mind. It was interesting enough. Thank you, Miller.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I need to get to that wedding in Semine.
They don't exactly welcome people with open arms. The thought I'd get something there for free is pretty naive. I can't wait to see this miracle.
Well, I thought it might come in handy. Can't you take care of it yourself? Can't Zinnek take care of it? Any advice on getting in there without being spotted? I'm not a matchmaker.
The most precious metal of all. Gold. Some kind of weapon?
I heard at the Troskovitz Tavern that there's a bit of coin to be made here. Maybe you could use an armed escort. I'm not even surprised your paths crossed.
Not long ago, I crossed paths with a band of scoundrels here, Miller. I have the book for you. I've seen something similar before. At Nebakov.
I need to know. What's in the document? Who wrote it? That smells fishy to me. I'd rather make an honest living. Well, I haven't spoken to Zinnek yet, so at least we'll get to know each other.
I'll let you read through it and come back later. Drop the act. I know you're in league with those damned outlaws. Drop the act. I know you're in league with those damned outlaws. It won't be my first time fighting filthy human vermin. I'm tired of flying back and forth like a rag on a stick. I won't be led around by the nose. Will you finally tell me what's going on? No. I've just got a score to settle with those filthy whoresons.
Well, actually, it makes sense. I reckon you can't just make a golem in the mill. No. I reckon my ears aren't that good. Besides, after the taste of carcasses I had to endure, I've kind of lost my appetite for the wedding feast.
Fortunately, I had better luck than any of them. I found the copy of your magnum opus.
I found Our Lady for the wedding.
I certainly won't be stealing anything from Trotsky.
I'm certainly not going to steal anything from Trotsky. I don't even know how I'd get inside. In a remote place like this, I'm sure you could use someone with some battle experience. Do you really have nothing better I could do?
I recently had a run-in with some whoresons in Denmark and had to kill them.
And what needs salting here in the mill?
What did you need all that saltpeter from the pit for? Not long ago, on the road to Billany, they killed a merchant from Kuttenberg. They're ungodly scum. Just threw his body into the woods.
Saltpeter is niter, that I know. They're white crystals similar to salt. I was hoping I'd learn something useful from you. But instead, you're making me wander around the countryside looking for some pit. When was the last time you had a scholar in your mill who could read and write? Can you get to the point? What's this about?
Well, hopefully I'll finally find out what the point of all this was.
I'm overwhelmed with gratitude.
A miller without a mill is like a fish out of water. But as it happens, I know of an abandoned mill not far from here. All the bandits are dead, and the mill is yours again, Miller.
I talked to Eneline. I talked to Dorothy about the Chamberlain. I was taken on by Radovan, the blacksmith from Takov. You're milling some pretty peculiar grain here, Miller.
Thankfully, I have access to Trotsky now.
I have that document from the rat house for you. You don't have anything better? I can do other, more useful things.
They've had bad experiences with him.
It's got a bit of a metallic flavour to it.
Gamekeeper Varel told me there's a poacher in the forest near the pond.
The document of Hermes Trismegistos?
Hermes Trismegistos' document? I knew right away this wasn't about anything supernatural.
Your best people. That's just another way of saying people who are wanted by the bailiff, eh? The bath wenches don't want anything to do with the Chamberlain. Bad experiences, they say. So how do I get to this lair? How can I get to this lair?
Crazel? Crazel. Where's the copy? Like always. You'll send me off somewhere to look for something, and you'll have a fancy speech to go with it.
Crazel's daft. Crazel's daft.
I had a peek inside. The pictures are nice, but what do you want to learn from them?
I'll finally get to experience your transformation of matter firsthand. When the executioner transforms my body into one without arms.
So I'll finally get to experience your transformation of matter firsthand. When they transform my body there into one without hands.
How much saltpeter will it take to bring to life such a big creature?
Fortunately, the murderer wasn't interested in the book.
Well, the last time I dealt with her getting your disguise washed, she was quite delightful. I've never been caught. Even when I robbed an entire house.
Where exactly am I supposed to look?
Where can I find the dress? Where exactly should I look for this document? Where can I find the dress? Where should I look? Where can I find the perfume? I can read. But I reckon that's the catch, isn't it? Where do you want to find this lady? Here.
What do we need them for? What did you need the document from the Troskovitz rat house for? What did you need the book from Trotsky for?
So you're serious about this golem? And are you certain it'll work out?
I'm trying to track him down. And I thought, since it's your neck of the woods, I hear it.
Yeah, I can hear. And pretty clearly. Her name's Eneline of Winterthur. She was in the nomad camp. If Bonnie spends time with Zinnek, she may want some spirits rather than herbs.
Unless you really want to get my blood up, tell me right now what's going on. One more word, Zinnek, and you'll get one on the nose.
I'll have to think about whether I want to continue with this art of yours.
Now I'm even happier about the great thing we've accomplished here.
I haven't heard such nonsense for a long time. A golem made of flour that can smash rocks, and then this saltpeter on top of everything.
You've obviously never needed to personally get into Trotsky before.
Aye, but not the one with you.
I couldn't care less if you're offended. Just tell me the truth. I couldn't care less if you're offended. Just tell me the truth.
And how long will it take before you tell me what a saltpeter pit is?
What trap did you set for the Chamberlain? What mission?
What person? Like what? And how are you going to do that? It's surely impossible.
How did a scholar and an alchemist become a thief?
All right then. How do I get to this lair? Of course it is.
I knew it was something like that. I've seen that kind of thing before. I knew it. There was nothing supernatural in it at all.
I don't know, Crazel. Alchemy, golems, documents in locked chests. I reckon I've had enough.
I work for Conrad Keyser himself, just so you know. And he never tried anything like that on me.
You know I'd never tell anyone about it.
But I know what's going on here. But I already know what's going on here.
I already have an idea of what you're doing here. Hold your horses. You want me to taste that nasty stuff? Is that supposed to be advice?
That'll be difficult. But maybe I'll find a way to get those curs out of the mill.
A golem, you say? All right. So what kind of work do you have for me? All right then. I'll look around for that saltpeter pit of yours. Supposing you first initiate me into the mysteries of your enchanting mill. A golem? What's that?
A golem made of dough, souls inside saltpeter, the secrets of light and shadow. That was all just empty talk, wasn't it? Like the essence of life from the skies didn't bother you, and now you're squeamish.
What?
I didn't even look inside.
I hope your promise still stands. Or is it supposed to be some peculiar crazel wedding gift for a young Semine? I just hope you know where to look. That you can point me in the right direction. Someone in Zhelyov suggested I should take a look round the nomad camp. Dorothy owns the bathhouse. Good one. But now, seriously. All right. I'll take care of it.
All right, then. I hope you keep your word this time. Fine. I'll ask the scribe. Destroying fortresses? You must be joking. Thanks. I'll search deeper in the forest.
You have a secret storage space? You're full of surprises, Crazel. Are you yanking my pizzle? Another miller's trick. Why doesn't that surprise me? What?
What about that certain woman? What was your plan? What's this supposed to be?
What are you babbling about? What lid? What's this next job all about? What about that saltpeter pit? Has anyone found it for you yet?
What actually happened? What's happened, Miller? Are you drinking to celebrate, or to drown your sorrows? What'll happen now? What's going to happen now? What's new around here?
What's the next task then, Crazel?
So what's the next task, Crazel? I want to help you avenge your son. You're trying to find a cure for death? An elixir of immortality? I understand, but I don't know how I can help you.
All right then, I get it. Another quote. That's how you always fob me off when I ask about something I'm not supposed to.
Let's hope so. I'll pray I'll be able to convince him.
I'd like to learn more about the art of thievery. It'll be some female, right?
I reckon I'll need it. They had the misfortune of crossing my path and didn't give me any other choice. But until now, I had no idea there were any survivors.
I think you want to add weight to your flour, and you're just trying to fool me with clever talk. All right? I reckon I know everything I need. Thanks.
What is it you're going to do with this powder? I reckon I played the fool well, if you thought I was falling for your delusions all along. Aye. I'll try to think of something.
Yes, not even for a golden goose. I took a look at the document. I couldn't really make much of it. Who's this Hermes Trismegistos? But a truthful one. Sounds to me like a waste of time. Maybe later.
Oh, I see. I'm truly sorry to hear that, Miller. To tell the truth, I'm not expecting anything good. We're in a remote place. One of me,
3 of you.
And also that you'll get me into that wedding as a reward. And then you'll get me into Semin's wedding. And who is this mysterious person? And when have you ever told me straight up about anything? All you do is lead me by the nose.
Have you ever told me the truth about anything? You've just been yanking my pizzle. So maybe you could lend me this copy.
But I have no idea what you might need it for here at the mill. And why is it so bloody important?
So you're gonna have me go and pick some locks at the castle, eh? And that I won't have to ride around Trotsky picking up carcasses again. Or worse.
Who's Hermes Trismegistos? To the lair. And where can I get some clothes like that? All right. And what would that be? What now? And what about the good of me? You promised me a reward. So what is this document?
And what will happen now?
Ah. And I'm going to look for one, right? This looks like freshly drawn cow's milk.
I went to see Peter, but unfortunately his illness is beyond my skill and knowledge. I'd ask how Peter is doing, but I've already spoken to him, especially if the patient himself isn't very communicative.
Of course.
I'll take a look at him and see what I can do.
I'm sure no such affliction will appear here for a long time.
I examined Peter.
You look like you got a solid beating.
I'll buy the stone from you.
Forget about the people in the village. If the illness comes back, let them suffer for not helping you.
But it's used up all the strength it had for you. Now it's time for it to help others.
Nothing, really.
It's made of wine, chamomile, and sage. You boil the ingredients briefly, then strain. It's not difficult.
So, how about we make a deal?
Believe me, I did everything I could to help him. But it seems his illness was more than I could handle.
Besides praying, don't forget about the chamomile decoctions. Besides praying, you can brew up some of the chamomile decoction.
Well, I don't understand.
Forgive me for what?
Nah, I don't really feel like it.
I'm sorry to hear that. God rest his soul.
Andrew Ramhead took it from Hensel from Raborsch, who in turn stole it from Tomlin Brookhans down Horshan way.
The stone has great power.
So you won't be needing the stone anymore then, will you? It could still help others. It no longer protects from misfortune. Quite the opposite, in fact.
I'll come back to see you in a few days. Until then, it's hard to say how things will turn out.
So am I to understand that if your husband heals, you won't need the stone?
Well, hopefully the stone will help your husband. Something like that. I examined Peter, found out what I could, and tried to cure him. How is Peter doing?
Well, good luck then. Here's your money. A Minerva owl.
I assume that doesn't bode well, does it?
Do you agree? I heard you have a thunderstone. Is it true? I heard you bought a thunderstone from Andrew Ramhead. Is that so?
I understand.
I'll have to think about it.
I told you the stone was cursed. I told you the stone was cursed. You should have gotten rid of it while you still could. I'm glad I could help. But don't forget our deal. Please. Give it to me.
Let me think it over.
I have to ask. What about the thunderstone?
Why would you keep the stone here when it can help people elsewhere? For the sake of your neighbours, please get rid of it, so it doesn't hurt anyone else. The innkeeper said something went down at the tavern.
Malada, listen.
We need to get that stone out of here, but there are still other places where it could be of use. How about this? I'll try to help your husband.
His body is fine, but he's plagued by a crippling restlessness of soul.
I don't want to argue with you, Malada, but we had an agreement. The stone belongs to me now.
Peter doesn't believe in its power anyway, so it's no wonder the stone doesn't want to help him.
God be with you.
I'm afraid the stone is unlikely to do him any good. It only brings bad luck.
You see, because it was stolen, there was a switch in its power. By keeping the stone here, you're only putting others at risk. It's not hard,
and even if you don't do it exactly right, it'll still help Peter.
The stone may not have been enough to cure Peter's illness, but it certainly did its work here in the village. Don't make me angry and give me that bloody rock woman. I don't have time for this. There's no way of knowing whether the stone is cursed and what sort of influence it really had on Peter.
But don't worry. There are several things that could help Peter.
Aren't you afraid it might burst into flames or bring thunder and lightning on your village or even a flood? I don't have time to discuss some stupid rock with you. Give it to me or else. You wouldn't want to be the one who needs healing.
And I don't want to do anything that could make his problems worse. I'm sorry. I really tried.
Listen, Mlada.
Hope dies last. I reckon it'd be better to just give up. We can go and look for him.
Prayer certainly won't hurt. Do you have it hidden away somewhere? Listen up, Mlada. You can keep the stone. I won't bother you about it anymore. If you want, I'll take a look at your husband and see what I can do about his malady. I'm looking for a group of cumans. Did you hear anything about them having a camp around here?
Oh, right.
You know, about that stone.
I'll get everything. Just keep at it and don't give up. It's cursed. Toying with these things is playing with fire.
I'll take care of the cumans. Like me?
I've seen Peter. He seemed to be going for a walk, but he didn't want to talk to me. No. That's reward enough. The Thunderstone is mine now.
Did you look for him? Making the chamomile decoction is important. It's made of wine, chamomile, and sage. You boil them briefly together and strain it.
Have faith. Hope dies last. Just keep giving him hope, so that he doesn't fall back into gloom. Just keep giving him hope.
All right. I'll take a look at him and see if there's anything I can do.
Perfect.
I'll get on with it. And I'd better check the whole room, just in case.
Thank you.
That's good enough for me.
Thank you. Give me the stone, so I can take it to people who need it as well.
Give it to me, and I'll take it far away from here.
So how is and what ails your husband?
The longer it stays here, the more trouble it'll cause. I'll return it to its rightful owner, and that will lift the curse.
I understand. It'd be best if you got rid of it as soon as possible.
But you bought it to save your husband.
The only thing is, I'm a bit broke right now. I'll find the money and come back for it. It's usually a good idea to speak to others who are close to the sufferer. That may be able to explain a few things.
And if I succeed, you'll gift me the stone. And then I'm going to take that stone away from here.
And even if you don't do it exactly right, it'll still help Peter.
What if the power of the stone brought me here to help your husband?
I didn't know your brother, just like you don't know anything about my family. Fuck. I hoped it wasn't that bad, because they were killed by the same man. His name is Markvart von Aulitz, and he commands the Prague army.
Why not? You took me for a ride, so you owe me some answers.
Did anyone else survive the Battle of Nabokov?
Didn't you have another fellow with you? A really chatty one?
I think it won't take too long before we find an opportunity to deal with him. I think if you stay with us, you'll get your chance sooner or later.
We met in Nabokov. You tried to cover your tracks, but I recognised you.
We've all lost people. Now it falls to us to avenge them.
Aye.
Markvart is with King Sigismund in Sedlec. His name is Markvart von Aulitz, and he's the commander of the Prague army.
But you survived. How did you get out of Nabokov?
Where the fishermen heard a leshy. This must be the place the innkeeper was talking about. This must be where they treated the wounded man. It looks like someone needed urgent treatment here.
I heard you were recently in a battle at some fortress. Nebokov, was it?
Sorry, I didn't mean to waste your time.
I need a place to sleep here overnight. Actually, I've got a lot to do. I didn't mean to complain.
Couldn't we just forget about what's going on here and leave for Sedlec now? Grozav's in charge here. Let him deal with it.
Shouldn't I get a weapon as a new soldier?
Greetings, sir. Who are you?
What's more, it might not be safe for you here.
What if you end up like Cherton?
Well, for a glorious army, we seem to spend a lot of time sitting on our arses. When are we going to fight? Who should I ask about my pay?
What was our plan for that cannon again? It's all a bit confusing.
I'm not complaining about anything. Can I ask you something?
What?
No, I'm not making a complaint. Why should I? There's a couple of things I'd like to ask you.
Nothing. I just wanted to talk to you.
Could I see the cannon?
And when they leave the camp, we'll ambush them and steal the cannon.
You certainly know about everything that goes on here in the camp, right?
I'll be sure to go there. No, nothing like that. But I'd appreciate if it stayed between the two of us. I need to know where they keep the prisoners here.
That's the one.
I need to make sure the right man is being held captive here.
Do you know where I could find Farkash? I don't really know my way around here.
My lord has lost one of his men. He's already written him off as a deserter, but I think he's been taken prisoner. I'm here to negotiate the release of a captured knight. But the whole thing seems fishy.
I need to ask about a matter that's rather, delicate.
I just want to be sure he's not here anywhere. That's all.
I'll consider it, Nicholas. You have my word.
Is Vendula still with you in the forest?
That was a really nice technique in that fight with Arn. Can you teach me that?
Are you feeling better?
Hey, Nicholas. I heard Menhard is planning to trick you. Tournaments? That sounds like my kind of thing.
I can't do that now. I can't do it just now.
Not now. I can't look him over now. I'd say so. Are you all right, Mikush? Tell me, how are you? Are you still in mourning? I'm sorry, Nicholas. Really. Something important came up. I got something, but I have to say I expected more. I don't have much experience with events like these, but I thought it was amazing. I need peace and quiet to treat him. Mikush? How are you? Mikush? Mikush? Master Nicholas Emran sent me. He said you'd train me. I ought to take care of those bandits now. Aye, the prize was great. Nice things, valuable. Nothing to complain about. What are your plans? How are you? How are you? How are things? I don't know. It seemed good at first, and I could tell you did the best you could. Thank you, Master Nicholas. I'm sure I'll be making use of your services. Thank you, Nicholas. What are you doing here? Have you started playing again? What did Svatova say about that? It was nice, Nicholas. My respects, but I mostly thought it was a waste of time. Much ado about nothing, if you ask me. But I found the fighting itself to be a bit too easy. Like the other contenders didn't know what hit them when I started laying into them. Greetings, Mikush. What are you doing here? Greetings, Mikush. What are you doing? The competition was good too. A great opportunity for fighters to show off and improve their skills.
You give horses diabolical horseshoes that allow them to jump around cliffs and who knows what else.
And do people bring their horses to you for shoeing?
Really? I saw you in the Troskovitz Tavern, the one I got into a fight at, remember? We met at Lower Semine Mill. Krazel's place, didn't we? I think I saw you in Takov. They've got that maypole there. You know the one, don't you? Quite recently. By Rock Tower Pond, wasn't it?
Wait, I know you. You tried to kill me, didn't you? Wait, I know you. You and your mate wanted to kill me.
So you're saying I'm mistaken? Sorry if I overdid it a bit. I wasn't having a good day. I apologise. Hold on. I know you from somewhere, don't I? No, not Zhelyov. I'm talking about Takov. No, I'm serious. I've seen you somewhere before. We met at Slatigo Farm. The one with the vicious dog, you know? Weren't you at the Semine wedding? Begging for food?
If we save his arse, I'm certain he'll pay us well.
I never said anything about any herb woman. Maybe I got you mixed up with someone else.
Wait, don't I know you?
Oh. I suppose it wasn't you then. Uh-huh. Well, the dog died only recently, so I've got you mixed up with someone else.
No. I thought you were on your way to Kuttenberg.
You don't have to tell me that. Glory to Lord Capon.
Exactly.
Don't take it too hard.
To tell you the truth, not great, fellas. No thanks, fellas. Here's to you, fellas.
Hold on.
Fellas, it was divine. Finally, some proper music.
Where can I sleep in the castle?
I haven't had the chance yet. Not yet, fellas.
Not yet. Let's go.
I certainly have. Gladly. Let's drink. I'm glad to see you too. I've had enough already.
Look, I know nothing about music. It all sounds the same to me. What are you doing here?
To your music.
I mean, all good. But I thought you were going to Kuttenberg. Show me your wares. Show me your wares. This could use some repairs. I need to get this repaired. I need something repaired. I need something repaired. I'll have a look at your wares. I'll have a look at the wares. Would you repair a few things for me? Can you repair a few things for me? What do you have for sale? I'd like to buy something. I'll consider it, Menhard. You have my word. I let you down, Menhard. Forgive me. Hold on, Friedrich. Arne could duel, but it's clear he wouldn't win. So all the victories here belong to the Kuttenbergers by right. That's interesting. Go on. Well, I don't know. I mean, it looked good. I can tell you made an effort. Veta? You said you could handle it, though. I didn't even know you had a dog. I'd like to challenge you to a duel and see if you're really as good as you claim. But you need me now, Menhard. You can't wait. So let's just carry on as if everything is in order, and I can fight for you. That's the point, isn't it? Well, actually, I'd be interested in knowing everything. Actually, I don't feel up to a tough sword fight right now. Perhaps another time, so neither side can claim victory.
I'm starting to understand your plan.
I'm sure it'll be the former. If you're trying to say I have no balls, think again. Don't get me started. I'm not in the mood for it. Enda. I think you mean balls, friend. And those I do have. Look, Menhard, is that oath really necessary? That's a big thing. I'm not sure I want to commit myself to anything with a solemn oath. Listen, Menhard, tell me what it's all about. You have some charter from King Wenceslas.
You know, Menhard, this whole business of yours has been on my mind.
Are you really the best swordsman in these parts? A tourney? That sounds good. It will be here in the city.
It was nice, Menhard. My respects.
You know, Menhard, Henry of Skalitz is no easy mark.
I'm glad to hear that.
Surely that's not necessary. After all, I defeated you the first time we met, remember?
Thanks.
But I can't accept this, Menhard. That sword belongs to you by rights. Are you really that good? Nah, I'm not convinced. Yeah. I thought I should just keep my mouth shut, so as not to make things worse. Well. One town is not like another. My word. Thanks a lot, Menhard. This is a great honour for me.
I don't have time right now. Maybe later. So, we'll give them a little nudge. They won't be able to back down, and Menhard will get the duel he wants.
Well, that's the will of fate, Menhard. What can a man do about it? So get ready to have your arse kicked. Or arse, if you prefer. I do so swear. A bit. Trust me, I know how to do these things. The sword will be on the rat house by tomorrow, for all to admire. So, you finally got your way, eh, Menhard? Here I am. We can go.
All right, Menhard. I'm ready for a duel.
I'd say so.
The Kuttenberg swordsmen display their guild sword on the town hall to announce that they're accepting challenges, right?
No, Menhard. I've said my piece. You can count on me. It's a shame things didn't work out. I'm sorry you have to leave. It's a shame it turned out the way it did. If King Wenceslas was still ruling, none of this would have happened. The art of sword fighting, you say? What kind of things can you teach me? Jesus, it's not so simple. Give me some time to think about it. Sacra, Menhard! I only made that up to fool Friedrich and the others. Sure. Just training swords. No armour. Works for me.
I understand. Best of luck. I'll come by your Fechthalle in a few days, like you said.
I understand. You're right. Let's do it then. I changed my mind, Menhard. Let's have some sword play.
You said you'd teach me some kind of special technique.
Richtig, Menhard. I only said it so they'd get off our backs, you know. I'm not in the mood for some duel right now. Maybe another time. I'd love to learn from you. When can we start? I was glad to help out any way I could, Menhard. But tell me, what did you mean about a third man? You mean me? I'm sorry, Menhard. I did what I could. Is it going to make things difficult for you? Why did King Wenceslas choose you? I swear by all the saints, and by our most holy and dearest protector, the Virgin Mary. I swear, by the memory of my parents. By our good King Wenceslas, I do so swear.
Have a safe journey when you go. The country isn't very safe, but I'm sure you two will manage.
It's true, Menhard. I won't fight unnecessarily when the numbers are clear. Later, Menhard. I'll visit you when I happen to pass by. Tell me, have you ever been in a famous duel? Tell me about where you're from. Frankfurt. Tell me something about yourself, Menhard. Just the bare bones, please, so I know what I'm getting into. If I beat both Emmeram and Nicholas, the score will be even. What happens then? Wait for me here, Menhard. I'll be back with the groschen. Wait, for Christ's sake! I didn't do anything to your dog. Hang on, Menhard. I only made that up. All right. I have a feeling you're in the right. And besides, you serve King Wenceslas. You can count on me. So I reckon the score is 4-2 for the Kuttenbergers, but I've still got 2 duels to fight. The way I see it, both sides have 3 victories, and I have 2 duels left. My word. I'd love to see that one day. My word. Did you win? Sorry. I just said the first thing that came into my mind. I'm sorry, Menhard. Really. Something important came up. About that oath? I got something. But I have to say I expected a bit more. Maybe another time. I'm not really in the mood for it right now. Well, King Wenceslas would certainly know who to choose. I wouldn't dream of disagreeing. Naturally. We're not going to work up a sweat for nothing, right? A nice wager will bring some tension into it. Sure. It didn't help much, though. I won't let you down. You have my word. I reckon fate saw what was coming and whispered in my ear what I should do. Well, I didn't know what to say. And I didn't want to make things worse. Well, I can't tell you much about it, but I simply don't want to be bound by an oath that I might not be able to honour later. Sorry, Menhard. I helped you already, and yes, I know how to wield a sword, but I won't fight the Kuttenbergers.
I won't steal anything.
I said no, and I mean no. It's enough that you dragged me into this squabble of yours. I want nothing more to do with it. No, I can't talk about it. But you'll be informed about everything when the time is right. Don't worry about that. Would you teach me the art of sword fighting? What do I need more practice for? I beat the Kuttenbergers in combat, didn't I? Before Friedrich and the rest came, I won our duel in town.
I think it's decided, Menhard. Fortune is clearly not on our side.
We swore we'd respect outcomes of the duels, but since there was no duel between Menhard and Nicholas, there is no outcome. Just a moment. Very droll, Menhard. It seems I kind of stole it.
Master Menhard, the sword is at the town hall.
Menhard, I'm ready to engage the Kuttenbergers by your side. Menhard, I'd like to join your brotherhood.
You're right, Friedrich, but I still want to fight the remaining duels. We may lose, but we'll keep our honour.
Clar.
If I take their guild sword right from their house and show it to everyone, they'll look like complete fools before all of Kuttenberg. Where do I find that sword-fighting hall?
Henry, I'm pleased to meet you.
Aye, the prize was great. Nice things, valuable, nothing to complain about.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do it.
Aye, I won't let anyone touch my sack. But what about our bet now?
Menhard, there's this one thing. Just a little while. Let's do it. Sure, I'll go with you. Yeah, murder can make things awkward. What's it like in Germany? How is it with your sword-fighting brotherhood?
As Arne says, Menhard and me can continue.
Well, I understand that you have your rules and all that, but consider my position. You can count on me, Menhard. It will be an honour to fight by your side and enforce the will of our King Wenceslas. Do you mean that? Or are you just pulling my leg? Look here, Menhard. Look here. If you want me to go breaking in and stealing, you better tell me what for. Große Messen? Big mess? Nah, let's leave coin out of it. I just want to fight. Menhard?
Hang in there, Arne. I'll pray for your eye to get better.
Allow Menhard to duel with Nicholas. You yourself want to know who's the better of the two, don't you?
I hope Lady Fortune will favour me today. I'll accompany you. Let's go to the Oak.
I don't have much experience with events like these, but I thought it was fantastic. All right. At least we'll see if you're telling the truth or just puffing out your chest.
All right, I'll steal their guild and shirt and hang it on the town hall. Clar.
All right. Why not?
All right. Let's duel just for the joy of it.
All right, Menhard. You've convinced me. I'll join you in this thing. All right, Menhard. You're right. All right. Just calm down, you madman. How much do you want, for Christ's sake?
All right, I understand what you want from me. But tell me, what's the point of hanging the sword on the town hall?
All right. Is that a problem?
You can count me out.
Thanks for everything, Menhard. I'll certainly come and see you sometime. Well, I can never refuse an honestly earned groschen. Thanks, Menhard. It wasn't easy, I can tell you. Are you yanking my pizzle? I won't pay you a single groschen.
Danke, Menhard.
Danke, Menhard. Third? The horse? But I only made that up to get the counsellor off our backs. What does a master sword fighter like you actually do? I mean, apart from teaching the art, of course.
What about Arne? How's he doing?
What's he saying? Who are you? What's this righteous state?
We'll only go drinking when there's three of us. When Arne is all right again.
I was sure I had enough. I'll remember that, Menhard. I'll fight the Kuttenbergers with you. But I'll be honest with you. I've got other obligations to King Wenceslas too. Menhard, I've thought the whole thing over, and it's true that we should assert the will of King Wenceslas. But the only thing preventing Menhard from fighting is your decision. Otherwise, he's at full strength and ready. Mostly, it just pissed me off. A lot of hassle for a little reward, if you know what I mean. Except they would never do that themselves. But I thought the fighting itself was a bit too easy. The other contenders didn't know what hit them when I started laying into them. Ah, I get it. Really devious, Arn. How come you came all this way for that? Wouldn't you be better off in Frankfurt? And by the soul of my dear departed father, Martin, blacksmith and sword fighter.
You can count on me. I'll help you, because you have a charter from Wenceslas, and I think you're in the right.
By the way, would this by any chance be the sword you mean?
Oh, shit. I really wanted to bet, but I reckon I lost all my groschen somewhere. Do you normally challenge people to duels on the street?
The competition was also good. A great opportunity for swordsmen to show off and improve their skills. There's something I need to talk to you about.
All right. I'm coming. No way. Go your own way. Who are you, anyway? What do you want? What duty? What do you want from me? I can't just now, good wife. What is it?
Listen, Fet.
Ooh, you banged me up good. Could I...
Fet?
I heard something terrible happened, and someone is wounded. Can I see him? What happened to him?
From, Svietiec. Come on now. Do I really look like someone who'd want to hurt him?
I'll see what I can do.
It's not easy.
We'll see.
Are you sure? I've heard he hangs around here. He's not a customer, more of a pickpocket.
Oof. That's some strong stuff.
What is it?
Markhold of Loney. I must have got lost. My mistake.
The seamstress? At night? You see? I'm trying to help Goatskin. But I can't do that if I don't know where he is.
I'll take that as a compliment. Come on then, spill it. Where's Goatskin?
If you don't know, I suppose you don't know.
Where can I take it to him then?
Oh, come on now. I'm no stranger. Goatskin is my cousin.
You say people have been coming asking questions about him.
Why is he hiding? Who from?
Do you find me threatening?
There you go. So where's he hiding?
I know he's from Schlan. But you asked where I'm from. My pa is his uncle. He moved to Svietiec before I was born.
With this situation he's in, it's complicated. And the less you know, the better.
No thanks. Have you got anything good to drink here?
Look, I'll find him either way. I found slippier bastards than that Goatskin of yours.
Aye. It does sound peculiar. Yeah, right. Cousin Loisa. That's me. An aunt of ours died, and she left me and my cousin some coin. So I'd like to find him and give it to him.
Yeah, I'll have a drink.
I'll look for it.
I'm looking for Goatskin. Do you know him? I'm looking for a certain Goatskin.
Fine.
Now run along.
Why not? While I'm here? Only my throat is still burning like hell.
Yeah. I meant to say Schlan.
After that drink, I don't have the taste for anything. I was given a letter to deliver to your master.
God be with you then.
All right,
But Goatskin,
thanks a lot. You know, this town's a lot better than our Svietiec. We haven't got no brothel at all.
what is it you were offering again? What's this now? Is this where your seamstress lives? Not a great spot for business.
About Goatskin.
I wanted to ask more about Goatskin, but I do. And the girls here tell me you know him quite well. But if you keep making it difficult for me, I'm going to lose my patience. And then it's going to get nasty for both you and Goatskin. So what'll it be? He'll be fine if he tells me what I need to know. How do I get in?
And apart from me?
And if I'm in a good mood when I find him, I might not even hurt him. Where's he hiding? How about some coin? Would that loosen your tongue?
Easy. I won't hurt you. I was just passing by and I noticed this cave, that's all. I'll give it a try. We'll see. Your pride and honour again. Well, I didn't do all that much. How you doing, Marika? The whole family honour thing is behind us. The Voivod sends his thanks for the letter. The Voivod also wants me to have the letter with me and exchange it immediately after the wager's done. The Voivod's worried about you. He sent me to find you. I found this scarf in the camp. I think it's yours. Oh, you didn't know. Gazer got into a fight with some woodcutters at Semin and it ended badly. You must be Marika. Your brothers. Why would they not bother talking? He got caught too, but I managed to get him out. He's safe now. That's not what the Voivod told me.
It's because of me.
That could work. I'll see what I can do. That lad on the ground. He doesn't look too good. So I was right.
You're in hiding, so you're hiding out. So tell me what happened. Here's something that should make Bahoosh feel better. Marigold, comfrey, and clean bandages. Here it is. Surely it won't be that bad. I promised him I'd find you. That's all I care about. The Voivod himself wanted you to get married. I asked first, so answer. Why don't you go back and explain it to them? Are you hiding from someone? Moneylenders or the catchpoles? I'll take care of them. Wait, what do you mean? Why were you hoping he wouldn't find you? I'll be back as soon as I get everything. Fortunately, I have all the herbs and bandages on me. Here, take this. He mostly needs clean bandages. And some ointment for the wounds, made from comfrey and marigold. Are you Marika, by any chance? All right. I'll go to the camp and ask your ma for advice. All right. I'll help you. All right. Never mind. I was just passing by and I wondered who might be hiding here in this cave, that's all. You're welcome. I'd rather no one else came to harm. Like you or Bahoosh. I don't think so. After Gazer's funeral, he told me I was under his protection. I've got no time to be running back and forth all over the place. Nah, I don't really feel like doing it.
Don't worry,
You think some amulet can help him? Do you think he'll go for it? If you let your brothers do this to Bahoosh, why would he help him all of a sudden? Well, I can try, but no promises. It's all pretty tangled up now. You can take this potion. It'll help him. I got the Voivod's amulet. I have it all here. Take it. Who insulted his honor? Who are you? Why are you hiding here in this cave? Yeah, I just gave it to him. Why bother trying to get some amulet? The Voivod offered me a reward. Calm down. I'm not going to hurt you. Sorry, but the Voivod won't exchange the amulet. He insists on getting his letter back. Thanks. It's just me. Don't be afraid. What exactly did you want me to do? What did he do to him? What should I know? Or a decoction from Marigold. That should bring down the fever and help with the healing. So you ran away from the wedding. Do you think he'll agree to that? Why don't you just tell him how things are? I understand. Stay safe. What now? You can't hide here forever. Bahoosh doesn't look too good, either.
Here you go. Now find something better to do. You're right. It's your business.
Why do you train in secret anyway?
I heard the bailiff doesn't like it much. They'll cut you into pieces, and you'll be happy if you survive. Sacra. I don't have that much. With a little luck, you'll spend some time behind bars. In the worst case, they'll beat the shit out of you. The bailiff is planning to send his men against you. So stop mucking around and let the bailiff do his job. Who are you defending yourselves against, anyhow? The humans? Bandits? I'll pay you if you promise to stop it.
Where can I sleep here?
What would make you stop it?
That looks like a map. Carved into the rock, but I've been there already. It was in the rocks behind Trotsky.
Don't mention it. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. He provoked me. Voiko wanted someone to teach Henrik a lesson. That's between us men. Stay out of it.
Is anyone taking care of your livestock?
Prochek wanted me to do it.
Come on, Manka.
Thanks for the advice.
What do you think of Pavel?
Here's the money, but I don't want to bet.
Where can I sleep?
That's a bit much, isn't it?
A few groschen always come in handy, no?
Thanks. He crippled his leg. He can't even stand up. Never mind serve guests.
He's relaxing in the baths. And looking pretty satisfied there. He won a pile of coin at dice. And he said he's not going to move from there until he's tried out every wench at least twice.
Here I am.
Sure. Here it is.
He's writhing in agony. By turns praying and cursing, spewing from both ends. He got poisoned. Probably from food. I won't come to that. It just looks like a twisted ankle. A few days and he'll be right as rain. I'm no greenhorn. I have plenty of experience. Not long ago, I poured wine for the Archbishop of Mainz.
Oh? I thought I had to keep my ears pricked.
He's in church. He's been there on his knees for 2 days from dawn to dusk. Well, I'll happily listen to any advice. I wouldn't want to foul things up.
Me again. Franta. Cool down. Where's that wine? He got as drunk as a lord. Totally pie-faced. Then he fell into a ditch, and now he's staggering around the streets, God knows where. Well, not anymore, I reckon.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm a waiter, after all. Not some street gossip monger. Can you tell me once more what I have to do?
Here I am. Franta Cooldown sent me. I'm to stand in for him at the council assembly.
I've got something I have to do.
What a blockhead I am. I left it somewhere.
Remember who wants what? To stay in the background and keep quiet until someone asks me something. All right. Sir Adam of Zarjit stays dry. Hell a sit for courage, yeah. To help me wait longer, I mean, to swerve, serve better and that. White or red by the door to the chapel. Got it. I suppose he committed some awful sin. Got a very fat penance. I know everything I need to. I can do it. Reporting for waiter duty. I'm frantic. Cool down. What if I make a mess of something, though?
Principles are all very well, but you also have a responsibility towards the people who give you work. Really? You know one of the girls is seeing him, and you know he robs your customers. Like, I might let it slip.
Goatskin's given you a bad name. You should have told someone.
Goatskin robs your guests and gives you a bad name. If someone found out you're helping him...
Let's hear it then.
All right, here you are. Now tell me, which of you is seeing him?
I'll be off then. Hey, you lied to me when I asked you about Goatskin.
Quite right.
Let's hear it then.
See now? Don't try that on me. I heard one of the girls is his sweetheart. I'm sure you talk about that kind of stuff. Who is it? Don't worry.
Forget your principles, love. If you tell me this sweet secret, I'll be your best customer. Yours alone.
Aye, that's him. Any idea where I might find him? I'm looking for a fella called Goatskin. You haven't heard of him by any chance?
That much? No, I'm not going to pay that. I'd pay you, but I don't have that much. I have some more questions about Goatskin. Maybe some groschen might loosen your principles a bit?
Sure. I'll just need to sort something out first.
But you didn't tell anyone.
So you're actually helping him. And someone might find out about that.
Mary works here, and I'm no pinch purse. I know how to pamper a girl. That's just the way it is. We all must come to terms with that. Well, then he should get off his arse and try to do something about it. Anyone can run their mouth.
Why don't you tell me what you find so compelling about it? It's your favourite book, right?
Tell me instead what you like about this book, since I had to risk my neck for it.
You wrote it, didn't you?
Hold on. Who wrote this, then? Waste of time, right? Well, yeah, but why this one? Well, fine, but even so, the author could rein it in a little in places. He might step on somebody's toes. Somebody dangerous. Well, the author doesn't spare anyone. I wonder if he holds anything at all sacred. The author is just pouring forth his anger at the whole world. He's trying to be witty, but only manages a litany of complaints. Forgive me. I should have known.
And who is the author? I didn't find a name in the book.
I'm fine. Well, no. All good. Thanks. I'm fine. It's nothing. Thanks. Thank you. A marker? We'll see. If I'm ever around, I'll stop by. You tied him up? Are you crazy? Don't you dare puke on me. Your wife sent me. Are you drunk? You tied up your best friend? Oh, maybe I'll be able to track him down. But that's not my fault. Is Pepik a horse? Can I take you home on him afterwards? Oof, that's quite a lot of coin. So Pepik is your hunting dog? I'll help you then. We're here. Feeling any better? Look, be glad I didn't just leave you there. Who knows what might have happened before we managed to find your horse? All right. If I'm going to carry you the whole way, I'll need the strength. Now we can settle our debt. How about a reward for getting you home? There you go. Just like a dragon spitting fire. I heard you're a bit of a drinker. I see that's true. I'd rather not. I might end up dropping you along the way. Sorry, but you'll just have to manage. Otherwise, I'd have to drag you by the feet. You needed help, didn't you? Wait, what? Pepik! Is Pepik a huntsman too? Pepik! Pepik! Jesus Christ. You'll feel better after. That's just great. Oh, well. No matter. I'm not much of a fighter. All right? I'll help you then. I heard something. I'm not going to carry you like some mule. No. Don't do it. I'll cut the horse shit. I helped you, so give me a reward. Where do you want me to carry you? We're a long way from the nearest sawbones. Do you want me to go back and find the horse? Should I ask her? For Christ's sake, I can't see where you're pointing. Which way? Where is that hideout of yours? Is it far? Henry, can you walk? That fall looked bad. That's right. Get it all out. You sure that wasn't the booze? Fine. As long as it's not too far. Who's Pepik? What does he look like? Is it bad? How do you feel? How about that reward? As if you smelt like a spring meadow. You're as heavy as a wild boar, so stop moving so much. And that includes your mouth. Look, you got yourself into this mess, and you can get yourself out of it. You wanted me to get you home, so I got you home. It all worked out fine in the end, didn't it? I was hoping I'd never have to drink that stuff again. But who knows where my travels will lead me. If you fart in my face one more time, you can walk the rest of the way. I was hoping for something, more real. Thanks. Oh, well, I do what I can. And I'm always happy to help a drunk hanging from a tree. Oh, right. Wait, what? What? You all right? How about a reward? I saved your life, after all. Do you feel sick? You want me to put you down? What? Best of luck to you. Oh, Christ almighty. Hurts, does it? Zlata's really the one that saved you by sending me to get you. She's the one you should be thanking. See? And I helped you. Even though you're as heavy as a sack of rocks. Well, maybe he went looking for you. Well, how else should I carry you? Like a bride? What are you going to do there? Someone should have a look at that foot.
I can't help you right now. Maybe some other time. Once I've killed one, I'll come and see you. I must say, I've never seen a white roebuck before.
Vitek,
Do you know any more about these poachers?
maybe he just got caught up somewhere. Does that happen often? That he gets lost in the woods?
That's all I need to know for now. That knacker, Wolfram. Do you think he had anything to do with the dead roebuck and the poachers?
So your husband got lost when he was out hunting, and you want me to go and find him? So you're saying he got boozed up, and I'm supposed to go looking for him God knows where? There. Your husband is back. He wasn't far from becoming wolf food.
Here they are. Where should I look for these poachers?
Well, I drink a bit myself, and I've plenty of reason to. I reckon we'll get along.
Do you buy wolf ears?
Sorry, but this doesn't concern me. Maybe later, when I'm not so busy. Why did Vostatek forbid you from going to the forest? Is it really that dangerous? Are you mad? I'm not going to carry you to the tavern. But why doesn't Vitek go looking for Vostatek then? You never know what might jump out at you from behind a tree. Yeah, you're right. The woods always did make me anxious. Aye. But it all turned out all right in the end.
I'll be back.
I'm sorry, but your husband died. We're going to your hideout.
Sure, I'll help you. If they haven't sold the hide yet, I'll get it from them. What goes on in the forest, Huntsman?
You mentioned your husband is missing.
You were telling me about those poachers. Do you still need help?
I'm no coward. The woods don't scare me. I'll keep that in mind. All right. I'll bring Vostatek back to you.
All right, Huntsman. I'll try to track the poachers down. Maybe they haven't sold the hide yet, and I'll be able to find it.
All right. I'll let you know as soon as I find something.
Thanks for the advice.
Are you kidding me? It's a long way to the tavern, isn't it? What is it? You can tell me. What happened? You look worried.
What happened?
What could you meet in the forest that's worse than an angry boar? What can I expect in return for helping you?
I wanted to ask you something more about the poachers.
I understand. But maybe you're right, and it really is something else this time. Do you know where he might be? Where's his hunting ground?
Do you have any last bits of advice from me and Sam? Do you really think we should begin negotiating with the Praggers again? I've come to say goodbye. Hold strong. We'll bring help as soon as we can. You've changed your mind all of a sudden? I better write that down.
Yeah, I know the place. I'm actually from Skalitz. Well, you're seasoned hunters, that much I can tell. But I don't think the local lord would be so understanding.
By Sigismund's army.
Greetings. What's going on here? Fear not. I'm neither a bandit nor a customs officer. Greetings. Where are you going? Oh, don't worry.
I'm no footpad.
God bless you, miners. Where are you headed? A will is a sacred affair. But are you really going to go all the way to Poland? I'd best be going. God be with you.
A contract? What do you mean? Fair enough. But what are you doing with your family on a road like this? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? That's interesting. Turning cheap metal into gold.
Funny. You don't look like a merchant or a peddler to me. I thought you were selling something. But now I see it's the word of God you're handing out. I'm curious to know what a royal official is doing here, caked in mud, and with a dead hair to boot.
Tell me what happened at court that caused you to lose favour.
No, I'm not taking any chances with my head. Let's find another target.
Sigismund? What's your business with that scoundrel?
I better be going. Goodbye, Jester.
But you were just trying to flee, weren't you? So you disobeyed your commander and left your flank exposed?
I'm a gamekeeper back home down Sasau way. I used to work for Sir Divish of Talmberg, catching poachers. Well, I was looking for some merry company, but it's like a mortuary here.
Your feats are truly remarkable, Vakelin. I hope you'll bring us victory as well.
Where are you from? And where are you headed? Looks like there's enough of you to get the job done. Well, no. I mean, yes. Actually, it was all his idea.
Have you been hunting? That's a sharp tongue you have, Kite.
I know a good trophy when I see one. That young boar. And the deer over there. How many summers has that one seen? I see you've come prepared then. Hired some tough-looking companions, eh?
Oh, big ideas often lead to big trouble.
Silesia? Well, that's a really long journey you're on, Spangus.
Sir Vakelin, you've had an exciting life. Tell me some stories. Sir Vakelin, I'm surprised how well you speak our language. Where did you learn it?
War's a bitch, but robbing the defenceless is even worse. I can't understand much, but thank you for your concern for my soul, preacher.
Where does the name Brabant come from?
I'll be off. I've still got some way to go. I've got to go now. I bid you a safe journey, Vicar.
Have you met Godwin? Have you had the chance to meet my half-brother yet?
I have to go. Farewell, Spangus. Show me your wares. Show me your wares. Show me your wares, peddler. Have you got things to sell, Spangus?
Did you set some kind of trap? Christ almighty! How could you have mistaken a horse for a stag? You were in business?
You set this up ahead of time, didn't you? Nothing off the cuff, but a clever plan, eh?
I'm sure you have more experience of love than me. What do you make of her? Why is she with us?
Are you from Prague?
Your attack could have ended in a total fiasco. You were lucky the others came to your assistance and your entire force didn't collapse.
Well, your business is your own affair, and your own sin. Unless Jews differ in this matter. Is it a sin?
That is indeed. Incredible.
Well, that's easier for me to understand. After all, I'm a blacksmith by trade. Meaning what? It's that scum Sigismund. His cumans butchered everyone.
Do you really think so, Master?
We'll see about that. I'm very careful who I buy from and what I buy. That's exactly what happened when they captured the devil, isn't it? The band broke up. Well, you're not from these parts, that's pretty obvious. Have you got work around here? I'd love to see that rabbit. Let's pit our skills against each other then. You're lucky you didn't run into any footpads. The roads are treacherous these days. No, of course not. Do you have anything interesting to sell? That's the lot of younger brothers and orphans. My Lord Capon is no different. That's none of my concern. I serve Sir Hanush, and I'm just passing through. This is your band, is it?
That's fraud.
That's still a ways to go, and the roads ain't exactly safe.
That's nonsense.
But they don't call... Oh, these are hard times, peddler. That commander, was it the devil? And what does your Mikolash have to do with all this? Hirschberg, you say? Never heard of it. So you fought for Emperor Charles, the father of our King Wenceslas. So, friends, precisely what have you lost, and where did it waddle off to? So he deceived you, so you get paid to kill people. You know what? Let's test those apprentices of yours. So you stand with Wenceslas too? So you're mercenaries? Well, I'm guessing you're a noble? So you're a Hungarian merchant? A subject of King Sigismund? Interesting. But it's hard to trust someone with more than one name. So you mean to sell me an indulgence? Only the church could do that, can't it? So you were his commander, sir? Well, I'm not in such dire need of anyone's money. But I'd be glad of something to buy. Well, I see we're roughly the same age, but you've made something of yourself. Well, no worries on that count, my friend. I'm as far from noble as only a bastard can be. I know the place. But last time I was there, it was overrun with cutthroats. Well, lucky me. I'll blend right in with your worthy company. Why are you returning to Prague?
Why didn't you invest your own money then?
So tell me, where has your bishop sent you? I didn't mean it that way. I don't know. You don't exactly look like an angel of the Lord. I'd say you run more with the devil. So, sir, fancy a game of dice? Would it offend you to play dice? So, Master Bellfounder, fancy a game of dice? So, fancy a game of dice? If you've anything left to bet, that is. What will you do now? Well, I'm just curious how it works. You can tell me about cleats and breech leathers all you want, but I've no idea what you're talking about. I hear by your speech you're not from these parts. So you're off to the army? I heard he's a nobleman, but he doesn't look like it. You're following me! Are you out to kill me? Who hired you? Speak!
A sea voyage from France to Africa? You must have known that was a massive risk.
You may be covered in grime, but judging by your clothes, you're no beggar. And if you're licensed to hunt game, it's obvious. I'm absolutely knackered. Want to play dice, Carol? Nah, the pair of you are sitting here like two sacks of misery. How about a shooting contest? Take your mind off things. Christ, that damn Whoreson. I've a score to settle with him. Jesus. What the hell did you hear about it? My God. Who are you? Christ, that got around fast. You know Tibor? It's all a bit crazy right now. But Sir Hanush means a lot to me. He helped me out of a bind. Well, I can't help you with that, Calder. But we could have a roll of the dice. What'd you say? What do the locals need your help with? You say you're skilled in the art of healing. You say you have something interesting to sell. You have debts. Why? Because of the war. You said your husband worked in the forest. Tell them we'll take some shots. I better be on my way. Goodbye, preacher. I'll be happy to join you, if I might have the honour of knowing who I'm sitting with. I'd be happy to join you, if I might have the honour of knowing who I'm sitting with.
Because that's what it sounds like.
So you're hunters chasing down vermin? I'm sorry, I don't really understand what you're saying about Sigismund. Forgive me, ma'am, but I didn't mean to offend you. Forgive me, sir, but that's before my time. I have to be off now. Good luck finding Baldic. I'm sorry, but I, for one, have never heard of you. Should I have? Forgive me, but the name Yitzhak means nothing to me. Sorry, but I'm quite sure I'm not who you're expecting. You're confusing me with someone else. Why do they call you the Dry Devil, anyway? Why? Don't you trust me to pay you back? I'm always game for archery, especially if we're playing for stakes. I thought Jan Hus was preaching righteously against the corruption of the church. Exactly, Franzi. I like to know where I stand. Guilty as charged. But I did it mostly for Marika. She deserves to be happy. Have you been ambushed, sir? Where's the rest of your retinue? You were ambushed by bandits. I wish you good luck with your brother, sir. So you must know... what's his name? Jan Hus, right?
Ah, you're right. That's why it's better sometimes not to tell the truth, even if it's obvious. Tell me the secret. I promise I'll keep it to myself. Tell me about Brabant province. Is it far from here?
Tell me about the man you're looking for, Nero.
I can't get Catherine out of my head. I don't understand her.
If you know me so well, then surely you know why I'm here. If you have anything for sale, Mikola, I'd be happy to take a look. If you have anything of interest to sell, I'll buy it.
You went to parley?
Let's do business. Enough chit-chat. Let's get down to business. You two look like you go around digging graves. Am I right? You're tax collectors. And you've been given a sound thrashing for your troubles, eh? Who do you serve, Trumplek? Hang on. You don't mean Mark Vart von Aulitz, do you? Hold on. What's your name and how do you know me? In whose service are you? Wait, when did this happen? The damned injustice. You're turning a profit while our people's houses are burning to the ground, aren't you? I've killed a few of those bastards, and it hasn't bothered my conscience in any way. How do you know Zizka? How did you come by this stuff? Where are you coming from? Where are you coming from, and where are you headed? I'm off. So, Varde and Pache and, how does it go now? If bandits find you, you'll be like a juicy bone to a starving hound, won't you? Trade. Understand?
I lost my family, My home was torched. I keep rescuing my lord from trouble, and every plan we make is more insane than the one before. So people in foreign countries speak highly of Prague.
Well, there's nothing to be done. Looks like Henry of Lackland will just have to move on again.
That's not really what I meant. Why is a woman like her with us?
Well, for sure that must have cost a lot of money. How about a spot of shooting while we wait for your brother? I've just been to see him. He told me to ask how you're doing.
Well, I need to get going.
Goodbye. Well, my lord resides in Ratai, on Sasau. Be glad they didn't catch you knee-deep and bare-assed in a pond. Now that's a story I could tell. Yeah, well, I don't really understand you either.
You know, I figured it wouldn't be that straightforward.
Well, I suppose so. But I'm only asking.
I suppose so.
Do you have anything to sell? No, nothing of the kind. Don't worry about it, Francie.
Oh, why wouldn't I?
You look well turned out. Don't try to hex me, witch.
I don't understand. What's going on?
You don't say. Really?
Doesn't that apply to you too, though?
What draws you to him, then? Aren't you worried about Catherine?
I don't like it when someone dupes me.
You're not travelling alone. Who's with you?
No, I'm not from these parts. Just passing through.
The best soap.
Henry of Skalitz. I'm in the service of the Lord of Lipa. Should we play dice? It's nothing to be ashamed of. We can all learn from our failures. And I bet even your failures make for great stories.
Let's just drop it and talk business, you treacly troubadour.
Enough of that.
Let's talk business, my lady.
Sorry, I don't want to talk about it.
Is there anything you can teach me?
Keep your secret. Wasn't that rather risky?
I'm not going to buy a pig in a poke, so tell me. How did you get your hands on this stuff?
Well, don't keep me on tenterhooks. Go on.
Or perhaps we could just practice our marksmanship. No, seriously. I'm the one who rooted out that den of cutthroats there.
No, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to know how it was.
No. I'm not high-born, if that's what you're after.
No, Carol.
Tibor got himself into that mess. But Marika doesn't deserve to be so miserable. And I should think it's quite lucrative too, eh? Shall we have a drink together? Do you have anything nice on you? Why do I get the feeling, woman, that this stuff is stolen, eh? I'll be happy to take a look at your wares. You think I'd come up to you now if I was? Anyway, I'm no philanderer, and I know no Lady Adler. You think I don't know what you are? Now that we've cleared everything up, I think I'll be off.
You mean how they wanted to cut his throat for cheating at dice?
You think so? I see you have bows with you. If you fancy a bet, we could have a shooting contest. I think I'll be off.
I don't think I owe you anything.
I thought you said Sigismund waived your duty.
Well, I don't think he cares much about that.
I think you and I are done. Goodbye.
I reckon King Sigismund would think otherwise after Constantinople.
Looks to me like you're brazenly poaching here. You're not even trying to hide it, are you? Is there anything I can do to help?
Your hand cannons have done us more harm than good.
Why the rush? I need to get going. I bid you safe travels, Master Bellfounder. I have to go. Goodbye, Chumplek. I have to go. Goodbye, Kite. I have to go. So farewell, minstrel girl. I must be going. It was a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I have to be going. Good luck catching that beast.
You must have made the mistake and set them on the horse.
It's probably best if we go our separate ways, German. My name is Henry, and I ought to spank you for your impudence. I'm Henry, and I'm in my lord's service. I'd be glad to be of service to you, sir. My name is Henry, my lady, and I serve Sir Hanish of Lipa. Yes, you were lucky. I've had some pretty bad dealings with that unholy rabble. But you'll find scum everywhere.
You were damned unlucky. You should have tried the Baltic trade route.
I'd better be off. I bid you safe travels.
So do I. But what?
I'd better be on my way, friends. At least a third son can usually thank his lucky stars he's not a bastard. There's no denying you can shriek like a kite, but even a bird of prey can be tamed. Do you have anything interesting to sell? Have you got anything to sell, Henslin? I was blessed with a good teacher. I hunted with my lord in the woods of Sasau. My God, you look like you've had a difficult journey. Are you going far, Goodman? Good hunting.
Hunting dogs are trained to go after game. They'd never attack a horse, especially hounds from the royal kennels.
Bandits are vermin, but the Cumans are even worse, because they're just here to steal and slaughter. May I ask, would you lend me some money too? Are you yanking my pizzle? Who ever heard of herbs in winter?
Luckery and Cargouche. sounds like a pair of jesters.
Our woods are lush and thick, to be sure, but they're becoming overrun with pests.
Ball, man.
You must have lost a lot of weight then. Or maybe you're a good dancer? I see you had some luck on your hunt.
Oh, all right.
I see at least some are profiting from this war. Well, Hawkeye, it sounds like you've seen a lot of the world. I haven't even been to Prague.
Dice?
Who do you work for, Nero? How much can you lend me then? Well, all right. We can play, but only dice. Chess isn't my game. Oh, you must be well trained for this kind of hunt.
Losing to you would not dismay me in the slightest.
Don't worry. I'm not in the service of the bailiff. I just wanted to know where I stood.
Who wants to kill you?
I don't know who you are, but I have heard that King Wenceslas used to walk among the common people, drinking wine and playing dice with them. Who are you really?
Who's the poor bloke you stole the underwear from?
The Sixer. Where there's a will, there's a way, eh? Well, maybe it's not right to meddle in such matters. Where did you lose your brother? The woods around here aren't that deep, after all. Where did you get those brays all of a sudden, Francie?
Everyone has setbacks. Look at me, for instance.
Where are you headed? Not straight to Prague, I hope. Where are you headed, worthy sir? What case would that be? Well, having met the Margrave in person, I'd say everything will turn out for the better now, thanks to him. Yeah, that pretty much fits. Aye, it's a tough old world right now. Yeah, something like that. The ginger fox Sigismund and his cumans. They were plundering the countryside, so I had to give a few of them what for. Barnes. That brings back memories. One time we overdid things a bit and scaled this church tower at midnight, and then...
You're not wrong. The poorer people get, the more they drink and sin, and laugh while they're at it.
My name is Henry. My condolences. I'm sure both your husbands were worthy knights.
About this merry band of ours.
But Sigismund is plundering our kingdom. Just you. How so? Easy. I'm not here to pick a fight. It's just that you have to be careful these days.
What was the hunting incident?
I once stood in for a drunk parish priest. A friend. A good man. I wouldn't want to harm him. True. Each to his own. But I'd rather not be hanged for someone else's foolhardiness. Is he dead? You're not wrong there. What honour?
How do you get on with Sir Hans? How do you get on with Janosch and Adder?
I see you're in no danger, though. Fully armed with bonhomie. How so? How does this borrowing actually work? Do you lend to anyone who asks?
How are your injuries healing?
How is a hand cannon made? What's your name?
What's your name, minstrel girl? How did you save the King of France? How did you end up here?
How's business? Not so good, what with the war and all that, I suppose.
How long have you known Zizka?
How good a shot are you, Chumplek?
How are you faring, girl?
I'm Henry. How say we have a drink and a game? So who is in charge then? But I don't understand.
I don't know. A lone woman in a big city needs to be careful in any case.
Amen. I'm sorry, brother, but you don't exactly look like a monk. I've heard all sorts of things about Prague. My father once advised me to give it a very wide berth. I bet he didn't find it funny, did he? And they say there's no place for sin anymore. I should think business is brisk for you right now, isn't it? That sounds like a Hungarian raid. Was it? And what's the price? And where do you actually want to get to, Mikola? Well, true, that may be. But I also know righteous men of faith. You're prospectors. You're looking for silver, of course. Look, I don't think there's a deal to be done here. Let's just go our separate ways. I need to get going. I bid you safe travels. Well, good luck with your shit, and goodbye. Look, Anton, this is getting us nowhere. Have you got anything to sell? What a stroke of luck, Vicar. I'm the bailiff in Pribyslavitz. You look like you've come a long way. Where are you coming from? And where are you going, pretty minstrel? Whoa. I'll have you know I've spent time among monks at the monastery in Sassau. Do you take me for a fool? I don't believe a word of that. Geschäft. Is that some kind of business? Spare me your witchcraft. Wait. Why are you putting muck in the bells? All right then. What can you tell me about Zizka? That's not helping. Why's a scholar like yourself trudging to hell and back? I mean your wares. What wares can you offer me? Plenty. But nothing you can help me with, I'm sure. I think I'd better get back on my way.
God be with you.
Well, these are troubled times, I grant you. But bad enough for the Last Judgment. I wouldn't say things are that bleak, my friend. Did I hear you say something about Sasau?
Who I am is none of your concern. I'm in good service, and that's all you need to know.
Henry. And that's all you need to know.
Ah, German.
Well, I hope you speak a little of our language, or we're not going to get very far. Looks down and twists and turns with the wind. A cat?
Oh, I have to get on the road again.
Oh, actually, yeah, I am. I just wasn't expecting a Jewish girl to be handling things. Is that common in your community? Chink.
I hope that's not as painful as it sounds.
And how come there's not more of you?
A bold maneuver.
What language is that? Where are you from?
You're artillerymen. Those guns are god-awful contraptions.
Shit. Well, maybe it was a cracked bell that caused it.
Safe journey, Mikola. Goodbye, Henslin. Good day to you, stranger. I'm Henry. I could do with a short rest.
Ha! That was a good idea. I'd never have thought of that.
All right. Let's see who's better.
Fine. But next time, watch out, Franzi. Other people's business is none of my concern, man.
Well, I don't envy your debts, but you're a merchant. You can spin gold out of thin air, can't you?
Thanks for sharing your stories with me, Sir Vacklin. Thank you for telling me the story. It was really interesting.
I'm afraid I must be going. Good hunting, gamekeeper.
Thanks, Carol. I have to be off now. Goodbye.
Thanks, miners. But I have to be off now.
By God's grace, I'm a lucky fella then. Thanks, but I have to get going.
Farewell, Rachel.
Thanks, but I need to be going.
Thank you for enlightening me. I bid you a safe journey, Master Andreas.
Are you saying you're a moneylender?
What? Are you serious?
What in God's name? You've lost an infant.
What? There's fighting in Prague. What's that you say?
A bear cub?
Who on earth are you two?
Moneylending is wicked. But perhaps such morals don't pertain to you if you're Jewish, do they?
Wait, how do you know my name?
No, I'm not a nobleman.
How's that? How could you have heard about me?
Trader? More like a robber, I'll wager.
Aye, but when lords fight, it's the ordinary folks that suffer. They're unhappy with the war.
What should I know about the devil?
What is a noble lady doing among horse traders?
How would you know?
Why do you live so far away from the village? What merry band is this? Who are you, my good man? What are these dindinderries? I've never heard of such a disease before.
What do you think of Kubienka? What do you think of Zizka?
What happened to you? Were you robbed? What happened to you?
What happened at court that led to you being out of favour?
How about you and me have a wager on our shooting skills?
What do you think of Sir Hinnock? What do you think of our band of outcasts?
Where are you travelling from, merchant?
I think I'd better be off. Goodbye.
What do you mean, a beast? A wolf? What could you and me possibly have in common, girl?
How long have you been a warrior?
How do you know Kubienka?
Who is this Kubienka, anyway? How long have you known each other?
Why were you the only one of your band who tried to save the devil? Where are you coming from?
What other feats have you performed in battle?
Huh? What? How the hell do you know all this?
What are you going to do now you lost the parish?
So how about doing some trade? If I see anything I like, I might buy it from you. What do you do for a living, Mikola? I'd like to know what the future holds for me. If I may venture to ask, are you siding with King Sigismund? Ah, yes. The noble impulse to take care of runaway horses that clearly have no master. Ah, so the war is good for you, is it? But what if you get robbed? That makes sense. So you found a nice seam in these parts, eh? So I'm to understand that Prague has finally stood up to Sigismund?
I see. You're just plain old Horkers, eh?
Times are hard because there's people thriving on others' misery.
It was just terrible luck that we hit you.
I spent some time in a monastery. I know homo means man, but that's about it. Where are you travelling from, peddler? How's it going, soldier? Are you in charge here? God be with you. My name is Henry, and God bless you, peddler. I see you've had a rough journey. God be with you. Though our God probably means little to you, eh? How's things, goodman? Greetings, goodman. Greetings, lass. God be with you, Sir Knight. I'm Henry, and I serve the Lord of Lipa. Good God, what's your fat cat got to do with anything? Holy shit. Doesn't such an infernal weapon go against the will of God?
Storms, pirates, sea monsters,
Uncharted waters. It was a disaster waiting to happen, Baron. I'm afraid it is time to part, minstrel girl.
Unfortunately, Latin doesn't mean much to me. Unfortunately, I don't speak Latin. Are you crazy? It's impossible to make gold out of air, is it not? No worries on that score. Your secret's safe with me. In Skalitz, there's silver beneath every stone, so I know what's what. Not to worry. I've had trouble enough with a certain capon. Nightingales are more my style. I'd wager that's the Cumanic tongue, isn't it? Balthazar. You surely made that name up, didn't you? Well, if Baldic's a puppy, he should be able to pick up his own scent and return, shouldn't he? I suppose he's not a pure, kind soul like you, eh? I'm afraid I don't quite follow, ma'am.
Arezzo sounds interesting, but that could have happened to anyone, couldn't it?
Oh, come on. But I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't trust Sigismund if I were you. He's a bloody scoundrel.
How could you tell him if he didn't want to be disturbed?
Alchemy such as this is nothing but foul witchcraft. Well, show me what you have to offer, surgeon. Ah, I get it now. The 6th day of the week, eh?
Ah, so you stuffed yourself with cabbage yesterday and topped it off with prune butter, did you?
They call me Henry of Skalitz, and no, there's little chance we met before. Do my questions bother you?
I reckon he wanted to get you out of his hair.
One of those majestic loners that require skilled hunters, and you still have both of them. Aye, but what if someone tries to... Wouldn't you rather live in the village? Besides, trying to make gold out of thin air is madness.
And can I hear them?
What did he get for it? Who did you ambush? But when you're stalking Liechtenstein, that can be really dangerous.
And if I were?
Who taught you how to fight?
Me? And who exactly am I meant to be?
Can he be trusted? How are things with the deer around here? Back home, they bleat like mad. What about King Sigismund? Do you supply horses for his troops as well? And what about the law? Surely your masters will be looking for you. What about your lord? Didn't his people help you? Why do you have bows with you? I almost mistook you for hunters. What was it then? How about a game of dice, Master Jester? How about passing the time with a bit of shooting? What say you? And what happened to the bell? And what can you do about it? I mean, how can you avoid risk? What about the boar here? Do they cause a lot of damage? We can't get them out of our fields in summer.
What did your commander have to say?
What's put your captain's nose out of joint? How about a round of dice? If that isn't too wicked for a man of the cloth. So what are you going to do now? And may God protect you. Oh yeah, that's it. In nomine Jesu Christi. I'm sorry, but I can't help Loisa.
Just to be clear, though, I won't do it for free. What do you say? I'll tell you everything, but in return, you'll let me train with you, even though I'm not a Kuttenberger. You can give me honorary membership in your brotherhood. What do you say? Are you deaf? I'm saying Menhard is going to trick you, and I know how. Take it easy, Linhart, and listen to me a moment. I took your sword, but it wasn't for nothing. Menhard is planning to trick you, but I can help you outwit him. That's all a matter between me and Menhard, so don't stick your nose in where it doesn't belong. Now shove it up your own arse, and leave me out of it. Tell me about your sword-fighting brotherhood. No, it's still there. Yesterday I gave your old woman a taste of it. Wasn't worth the effort, though. No, I just wanted to ask your opinion. I need a new pair of shoes, and I heard the only one who makes decent ones is Yolin. What do you think? Don't worry your head about it. Me and Menhard sorted things out. Jesus, calm down. It's just talk. And anyway, you started it. Hey, Linhart. Menhard the German is planning to cheat you. I never slept with his daughter. I just made it up, so you and Friedrich would leave us alone. But thanks. Maybe I'll borrow from you sometime, since you so generously offer. And I see I was more convincing than I imagined.
What was strange was that his band was infiltrated by Istvan Toth, if you remember. Have you ever seen one? I hadn't, until they used it against us. He just made them fear him. Zizka sees Jobst as a pain in the arse, too. It's my fault that Sigismund's people are after you. You're not holding back, I see. Your health, then. But you could have got killed because of me. He lured us into a trap. A terrible massacre. Me and Capon were the only survivors. He lured us into a trap and slaughtered everyone. Me and Capon were the only survivors. You hear all the rumours. Not any longer. Not anymore. You know him. I know exactly what he'd say as that happens. Aye,
We found that out as well. That's all. I hardly know where to start. I'm lucky to be alive.
Thanks a whole lot.
You can say that again. That bastard first used us and then wanted to get rid of us. We only just avoided being killed. I mean, he's not fond of him. And he doesn't approve of his plan. Well, it'll be tougher than I thought, but that can't be helped. I'm going to have to get him out of there somehow. So you might know where they're holding him.
Because it was made by a great swordsmith.
We only got away by a hair's breadth. And we lost everything, including the message.
All right. I'll set off now.
Not well. As we were approaching Trotsky, we were attacked by bandits. They killed all our men. We ended up in rags, like beggars. They wouldn't let us into the castle. After that, we tried to get by as best we could, with von Berghoff and Markwart von Aulitz. Aye. He said you can look after yourself. And as a nobleman, Capon has nothing to fear in captivity, because you know how to do it. Don't you? Because you move in certain circles.
So you're sending me there to find out where he stands? Why are the Jews helping you? Why do I get the feeling it's not going to be easy? Why would he need convincing? You said he had had a serious quarrel with Sigismund.
That's right. Von Berghoff took him with him. And that's why I'm here, in fact. That's cowardice, if you ask me. After Zizka took us prisoner, it finally became clear we were on the same side. On the way, I threw Istvan out of a window in von Berghoff's castle. And now we're here.
Yeah. More than once, I reckon. How can a few pieces of parchment be that important? And what do they contain, anyway?
We wanted to help von Berghoff catch the bandits who ambushed us. We found out they'd taken over Nabokov Fortress.
They know von Berghoff.
I apologise. They took us to Trotsky and tortured us. But with the help of a woman who works with Zizka, we managed to escape.
I know from poor Goatskin that you had the Ruthards spied on.
Oh, that's interesting as well. Istvan Toth and some others. Well, thanks. Well, you'll love this one then. That's exactly why I came to see you. I came here with a man called Zizka. He really did have a noose round his neck, though. Well, he looked more like a tramp than a nobleman at the time. We did. I must admit, I see his point. He has plans. He wants to take advantage of the truce while it lasts, and he doesn't want to provoke Sigismund into starting warring again. In a word, badly, no. My first concern is to rescue Lord Capon, whatever schemes Jobst is dreaming up. Well, things happen quickly. They took us captive, tortured us, and we escaped, and he's probably right about Capon. Nobody's going to throw away the chance of a fat ransom, or waste a nice opportunity for blackmail.
You don't believe Jobst's plan will work?
No.
But it's mine. So kindly give it back.
We didn't have a chance. They blew the tower to pieces and took us all prisoner, but I don't have many options. Well then, am I right?
I will. Don't worry. Tell me about it. Danger is my daily bread these days.
There was some luck in it. But it was more that Zizka knew he could get a ransom for Capon. No, he wasn't there. The bandits were led by a fellow who fucked us right up, and von Berghoff's entire force, too. No, we were nearly killed ourselves. Again, no chance. On the contrary, von Berghoff and von Aulitz came here to Kuttenberg to be at Sigismund's beck and call. Just when we thought we were out of the woods and Istvan was gone, he appeared outside the walls of Nabokov again. Thank God. While we were making our escape, I crossed paths with Toth, and finally took my revenge for everything he did. It turned out he was spying for von Berghoff, but he didn't do a great job, fortunately. Otherwise I wouldn't be here.
At Trotsky, von Berghoff put me to torture. And I talked. That's not important. Do you think we're going to make it in time? To find the papers? Save the people? I have to tell you something.
You know, they tortured us. Zizka, Godwin and me. They asked about Jobst's plans and about you. Well, you know how I said we were tortured? Well, they asked about you as well. Well, it could have been worse. You conspire. Apart from being ambushed and almost killed, Capon ended up on the gallows for poaching. When he sent his soldiers to their lair, we went with them. We wanted to be there and get Istvan. If we caused trouble for Sigismund, it could threaten his plans, he said.
Come to think of it, I've no idea where we actually are. Where's my sword?
In any case, Neither von Berghoff nor the League of Lords are planning to join Jobst. I spoke to Jobst just after we arrived at Suchdal. He expressly forbade me to look for you, or try to rescue Capon. Aye, he's called Jan Žižka, of Trotsnov.
Ah, yes, that's a fact.
But the fellow who commanded them fucked us right up, along with von Berghoff's entire force. Von Aulitz was on his way to Kuttenberg with reinforcements for Sigismund, and with the finger of God. Well, the most fitting thing to call him would be hostage, because that's what he is now.
It's the last sword he ever forged.
Like what? Me and Žižka, and Catherine, who literally saved our necks from the executioner's axe. I'd have held out, but Godwin... He told them where you were. That is, Istvan asked. And with the torturer there, it was hard. In the end, we told them where you were. Well, that's fucked then. How the hell 3 of us conquer a fortress, and one of us a woman? Yes, but it was touch and go. He tried. We found out for him that the bandits were holed up at Nabokov.
Well, I wouldn't get my hopes up. But it's the best we've got, and there's no harm in trying. Where can I find this Kunzlin, all right? I'll give it a go.
A bombard? Thank you. You don't know how much it means to me.
My father gave it to me. He was a blacksmith and a swordsmith in Skalitz. My father, Lord Radzig Kobyla, gave it to me for safekeeping. What are you doing here in Kuttenberg?
Or long ladders and lots of men. That could be arranged, maybe. Not till some time later. It was a mistake, of course.
Are you afraid?
Von Berghoff? So you think Capon is at Malashov? Von Berghoff was attacked around the same time by the same men. But it all worked out in the end. Vanished how, exactly? And also, it's about your safety. You're not. So we thought we were on the same side as him. And we wanted to help him catch the bandits as a goodwill gesture.
That's where his captive will be.
And Istvan had to flee.
She deserves justice.
I simply can't let her killer run free. Her name was Alice. She worked as a maid.
This should sober him up.
They say that about you. Why? Do you think somebody is killing them because they're poor and nobody will miss them?
I hope so. Otherwise we won't have anything to go on.
Do you think he'd be more forthcoming with me? So if I want to learn anything more, I have to ask this mole in the hole. This is the 6th one. How long has he been killing? Well, the way I hear it, I reckon I'll just be off for a moment. Out of here. I'm trying to find out who killed a certain girl. And I was sent to you.
Maybe he'll sober up by himself.
Are you Lumir from the rat house? The scribe?
I need to ask you something.
You said her body was never found. Maybe she just got out of town. And what about that Zdena? You said her body was never found. What can you tell me about Yarka? What about Stanya? Well, I said I'm not stupid. Not that I'm educated. I can read and write, too. Sometimes even count. Because I have to find out the truth. My friend's life depends on it, and I won't give up, even if it kills me. Because I know people, and can easily convince them. Because I'm not stupid, and I notice things. I've successfully solved a murder before. Because I'm stubborn, and I don't have any other choice. I'll get to the truth no matter what. Why were you looking into it? Who were those dead girls to you? Why? Why do you think that? I'm not completely stupid. And what about the other 2 victims? Exactly. I'm not afraid to come to my own conclusions. He's still completely wasted. It seems there's some killer on the loose here. He murders brunette girls and disfigures their bodies. Did you suspect anybody? Come now, Lumir. But if her body was never found, how do you know she was killed? Well, you don't look crazy. Not necessarily. If it's great enough, couldn't it have just been an act? I'm not doing it for myself. I'm afraid he might kill one of my friends. That's some hangover. He's useless to me like this. Lumir, are you feeling better? Nothing like a little hair of the dog that bit you. Here, drink up. Do you think it's the same murder? I think that he strangled her first, and then went at her with a longer blade and disemboweled her. Can you sum it all up for me? Did you have any suspects back then? Lumir? Do you hear me? Lumir? Better? If not, I'd have been dead long ago. Bled out from a human arrow. My name is Henry. Unless I'm willing to wait for him to sleep it off, I'll have to get him some kind of cure or potion. Maybe she robbed the wrong people, and had to get out of town. I wanted to ask you about those murders. Well, a moment ago you were moaning in pain, and now you're deliberating whether or not to tell me what you know. But there are more than just rich burghers and lords in the city. Drink up. It'll make you feel better. His first victim was apparently the maid Yarka. I'll go and question her guardian, Father Prokop. You mean she wanted someone higher up? Why are you counting the missing girls? I need to know the truth. To find the one responsible. But I need your help. Interesting. I'll try to see what else I can find out from the mother. Where can I find her? All right. It seems I know everything I need to know. Good. I know everything I need to know. Another two possible victims of the same killer are Stanya and Zdena. They both hung around a dodgy tavern called the Hole in the Wall. Did you have any suspects? What happened? Did the dead girls have anything in common? But why does he even kill in the first place? In the end, they spill their guts. And isn't there anything else we can do? Behind the bailiff's back, I've got some remedies for you from Aranka. Bandages and marigold. And comfrey that I picked myself. About that perfume. That's too bad. So I'll buy that perfume from you. But I'll probably have to give this one to someone else who's also going to the wedding. I heard you swear by the alluring fragrance of Mintha. I'm looking for Mintha, but I don't see any in your shop. Well, in this case, sweat and beer, right? What do you need perfume for? It's unnecessary. I don't know how else to convince you. And I don't want to pay that much for a little phial of perfume. Who put the idea in your head that you need perfume to impress someone? Hey, it gives you a unique scent, like nobody else. And that's what you want, right? A good woman should be all blood and milk. But I'll probably have to give this one to someone else who's also going to the wedding. I do. So much that I got one. I do. What do you want for it? Come now, Betty. I heard you mix fine perfumes. You'd be surprised how perfume can help make a man seem more trustworthy. Once I get enough coin for this daylight robbery, commoner garden profiteering. So, let's see what we have here. Well, that's not much. But his stool is fine otherwise. He's probably suffering from constipation. Apart from that, I can't see any other signs. If he can't shit, the problem will be somewhere else. Stay calm. You seem like you're ready to fight. And there's no point in trying this one. I know it won't help him. I'll try and flush the wound out with water. Let me take a look at it. You're a bit of a loner, aren't you? One from Sasau. He performed great miracles there, helping refugees from the war and aiding the construction of the monastery. It can cause dizziness, cramps, even unconsciousness. The alehouse wenches shriek when you pinch her arse. The sharp taste of the wine running over your tongue. A deep melancholy has taken hold of you. Sigismund's army is the cause, except for you. Seeds of life. I bury protective relics here on your property. This'll ensure the right temperature in your body. Your palms are cold. Your muscles are tense. No foul odour. Start eating fish more regularly. Some nice fatty ones, ideally. I assume it's dark thoughts that keep you up at night. You'll be back on your feet in no time. Well, physically, you seem fine, Peter. It's strange, except for you. Don't run from the fight. Especially the one going on inside your head. Drink up. It'll help you. Drink this. You'll feel better. I bet that you know every tavern and every alehouse wench here in Kuttenberg. Anyway, I'll come back to see you in a few days. I'll come back in a few days and see how you and Mladder are doing. Wait a moment, I understand. But as I said, starving yourself will only cause the elements in your body to clash. I mean, he fought against Sigismund. He was with the Turks. I mostly smell mugwort. I know he's probably sinned a lot, and you're right to punish him. But I didn't do anything wrong. So let me help him. Well, it's certainly no fever or pain that's ailing you. I see you haven't touched the food. But the wine, on the other hand, that's all I can do. So, how do you feel? Look, this is a genuine thunderstone. It can work miracles on people. Take that fear and turn it into vigilance. With it, you'll always be one step ahead. A battle axe. It belonged to a warrior who fought at Nicopolis. He's a priest now. He fought with Sigismund there. A battle axe. It belonged to a warrior who fought with Sigismund at Nicopolis. He's a priest now. It can help in small doses, but if you use it for too long, it'll only make your problems worse. I can see you're an observant person, sensitive to what's going on right now. That'll be enough to put your mind at ease. You'll see, for you have laid upon him this affliction to try him, and you see that Peter, O Lord, endures your trial patiently and without contradiction. I reckon attacking a village protected by a fortress is the last thing Sigismund would want to do now. What am I going to do with you, Peter?
Calm down. I'm on your side. Vlasta sent me. What happened here?
The nature of your ailment is a mystery to me. I don't think I'll be able to help you.
A bit of beer. I couldn't find anything better. A bit of spirits.
We'll see in a few days. Have you got worms in your stomach, too? This looks like smallpox, but I reckon it's just a freckle. Does this hurt? I didn't want to give you that. I suppose this is just too much for me. But maybe it'll get better.
That should be enough.
I didn't want to give you that. Well, that doesn't make you a coward. It means you care about your loved ones. I reckon you must really miss that. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing better than getting a skinful, eh? Well, I can't tell you that, naturally. If I told you, they'd lose their protective powers. I'll examine you, threadbare at the knees. Right, the wound is clean. You should be feeling better soon. I'm sure he'll pull through.
And that's that.
Well,
That's done.
that's all.
That'll have to do. Hopefully I'll get something meaningful out of him now.
This won't work. This one will help you sleep. Just imagine. I saw a peasant who was on his deathbed, and all it took was a few hours with the stone under his pillow, and soon he was back to shoveling manure again. Bodily humours aren't leaking, and you aren't bleeding. Now it's time to try herbs. They could help you a lot.
Now I'll clean the wound, if I have something to do it with.
And this'll sting a bit.
Now I'll re-bandage your wound. I'm going to bandage you now. Hold on a moment.
Not now. That wouldn't be proper. You don't have to worry about them. On the contrary, if the two of us here were to go at them right now, we'd rout them without breaking a sweat. So I know it hurts like hell sometimes. I can't help you with that. Right? What does she know about it? A bit of discomfort is a small price for some serious fun, right? Just by eye. Well then, and now I'll give you something to drink. Then keep reminding yourself of that. All right, this bandage should stop the bleeding. I'll take a better look at it later. I was wondering if that happened to you. All right, it's time to clean that wound out. I'm not very good with horses. They often get spooked when I ride them. So if you're afraid of them, what are we going to do with you? I'll give you a digestion decoction. That should help with your constipation. But you have to start eating again. I'll give you a decoction for the pain. It should relieve your trembling, though I can't guarantee it.
May Loisa recover soon, and may he continue to serve the Lord as a good Christian. Here, a little wine.
I heard you didn't need to be asked twice in your day. Wine, women and song. Am I right? You'll hardly be able to notice the soldiers approaching if you're stuck here in bed. Here's some wine. You're weak, so nothing too strong. Here's some ale. It's the best for a digestion. Here's some spirits. And don't worry, it can't get any worse anyhow. Near the barn, over there. Here you go. Sigismund's army is nothing but a bunch of pathetic wretches. Your shirt is a little torn. You should get that mended. I don't necessarily mean a bite. I see a lot of mugwort here. Well, there aren't any signs of a brawl on your body. When you went to Pechkow on business, did anything happen to you on the way? Just forget about the troubles going through your mind. Proper sleep will chase away the gloom. And if restlessness tries to take hold of you again, your body will have the strength to fight it. I hope that does it. I hope cleaning your wound out with water is enough. I hope it'll help you, even though the wound's not clean. Once your body gets used to sleeping at night and staying awake during the day, you'll feel much better. You'll see.
It might take a while, but he should be back on his feet eventually.
You ought to be careful with mugwort. You'll also definitely need to adjust your diet. I'll help you with that. The wound is clean. That should stop the pus from forming.
I'd like to redress your wound, but first I have to find some bandages.
Fasting only causes an imbalance of humours in your body and leads to other problems. But you look as if someone was choking you right now. I can see the veins on your neck pulsing. Because I decided I'll never turn my back on my loved ones again. Because I realised I'll be of no help to my friends and family if I die for some foolish sense of honour. I'm not much of a speaker, but let me tell you something from the heart. That's why I'd like to tell you something. From the heart.
Please, don't let Loisa die yet. He's done nothing wrong. It was all the fault of that bastard Janos. This I ask as your faithful servant. Intercede for him, Lord God,
and your son, Jesus Christ, please grant Loisa a speedy recovery. He has done nothing wrong. He doesn't deserve to die yet. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'll get things ready and be back soon. I'll get things ready and come back to you soon. Easy, Peter. You mustn't run from a fight. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll tell Mlada I overestimated my abilities. Then Sigismund can burn all the houses to the ground, but he'll never break the spirit of Suchdol. Restore him to health and lead him to glory. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Drink up. Look at me. A blacksmith's son. Why do you think I am who I am now? Look at me. A blacksmith's son. Why do you think I am who I am now? I took one look at you and I said to myself, here lies a fellow who could teach me a thing or two. I'll give you a healing potion. I'm sure it'll help. There's nothing wrong with you physically, so it must be an ailment of the soul.
Let's get to it.
Do you feel sick to your stomach? Peter, it's me again. Peter, it's me again. Henry, Peter, let's talk about how we can help you. Did you have a disagreement with your dog, by any chance? Mugwort mixed with wine has a numbing effect and can easily damage your mind. It's not a good idea. Rotten. The smell will drive the soldiers off. I'll just wrap it tight. A few calluses and cuts on the hands.
Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee.
I also buried some eggs.
A decoction for the pain. This should make you feel better.
You should drink the chamomile decoction.
I should bandage it for you. I'd bandage you, but I don't have any.
Well, it is summer.
Well, I did everything I could.
Well, just eat right, as Hildegard of Bingham would have wanted. Well, I hope Mlada knows what she's doing. I don't know about that. Suit yourself. Well, I also buried a monk's bone, one from distant Italy. He's said to have performed miracles in Rome. I'll try to figure out what's wrong with you.
Some chamomile to help you sleep and save what little strength you have left.
It doesn't make you a coward. An inexperienced rider's horse can get spooked on a bridge or near a cliff, but when you get back to work, you'll see what's going on. And remember, you and Mlada aren't alone in this.
I hope it'll help.
We'll see. It definitely can't hurt. I can't remember what they're good for.
I don't know where he is.
But I'll tell your wife, and she'll bring him. I found some weapons in your workshop. The garrison will stay at the fortress where you have to escape to. Nobody will hurt you there. Did you get attacked?
I have a bad feeling about this. But maybe a miracle will happen.
So don't run from your fear. Laugh in its face instead. It's no chicken bone from a charlatan. I don't necessarily mean being thrown off. Sometimes even a bite or a kick can cause problems. I counted 12 pairs of ribs. Not too many. I'll come back to see you. If you wait a while, I'll get some for you. I'll try to get some.
I've done everything I can.
Things will get better, Peter. You'll see.
First, I'll give you something for the pain.
First, ask Mlada to get you some honey and add it to your gruel. A stray dog or a wolf can give you a fright when you're out gathering wood in the forest.
I reckon I messed that up.
I can't remember the prayer.
Something for the pain, so you can sleep.
I didn't want to leave anything to chance, so I cast a spell here. Unless you, O Lord, relieve Peter of his illness, no physician in the world can. Don't be afraid to see the bigger picture, even of the things you're worried about right now. Did you hurt yourself?
I'd rather wait, or perhaps nothing's better.
Or flee?
Or maybe wait a while.
On the contrary, you're smart enough to realise there's nothing you can do. You can always come back later when you have the advantage and deal a bigger blow to the enemy. Besides, the last time I walked around Suchdol, I didn't see any of Sigismund's men. Here, sip it slowly, so you don't choke on it. It'll give you stamina without irritating your stomach, first of all. Don't eat the dried chamomile. And finally, I buried some eggs. And suddenly you'll realise it's not so hard to return to your work.
But these won't help you much, eh? I'll pray for you. At least your soul will get some relief.
You can drink it before bed, of course. That's what it's for.
A bit of prayer won't hurt. All I need is a sip of ale, and I can feel the devil in me.
Well, I hope Mlada knows what she's doing. The local deer won't be happy that Mlada took their favourite herb.
Marigold decoction will speed up the healing. It should be enough to keep him alive. I should have given it to you before I started treating your wound. But too late for that.
I shall clean that wound first. I ought to put herbs on that wound. Always keep a horse ready, and if the attack begins, ride with Mlada to the fortress. I'd like to give you some dried chamomile. The greasy smoke from the kitchen where meat is roasting, the bustle and shouts all around. Nothing unusual for a craftsman after a hard day in the workshop. Your body is healthy, but your soul isn't. You want me to take what's inside? I have just the thing for this. I have some suggestions for treatment. I see you're still shaking. Sorry about that. But you definitely look better. If they don't manage in time, no matter. Cows have legs too. They can take care of themselves. You wouldn't even have to run from them. You could just shuffle away slowly. Where bloodwort helps with bleeding and feverfew with fevers, honey coats your humours so that they can't get out of balance so easily. Sometimes the most complicated things really are that simple. If you force your body to do it, your soul will follow. Well, they've still got you. Peter, the watchful Cooper. If the army attacks and burns down your cottage, you'll build a new one. If the army really does attack, these 3 things will protect you. If Lord Pisek was about to go to war, he'd be gathering a lot more men here than a couple of nobles. I see you have all sorts of decoctions in your room. That's what the local garrison is for. Who is? A lot of ordinary folk are frightened and anxious because of the soldiers. But you're completely petrified. Every morning you'll be stronger and stronger until you're able to work again. I also added a monk's bone. You're all wet and cold. Did you bathe in cold water?
I'm injured. Could you have a look? I'm all done in. Could you take a look at my wounds? I'm wounded, Musa. Could you take a look at me? I'm wounded. Can you take a look?
Peter, my name is Henry. I'm here to help you. If you're scared of Sigismund's soldiers, trust me when I tell you, when it comes down to it, it ends up being a one-on-one fight. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I beg of you, O Lord, heal his soul and let his body once again find its lost balance. Amen.
Hold on. Almost done.
I'd like to take another look at you.
Only it seems I don't have anything to use.
Hold on. I'll give it to you later. I don't think I can convince you otherwise, but I'm worried you've had too much of it. Just listen. Just wait a bit longer. She'd only slay you down. The only thing I can do for you is not to make it worse. You need to start eating again. Even if you don't have an appetite. It's always better to save your own neck than to play hero. Well, then I reckon you're the one that should be giving me advice. But once it becomes a habit, you'll soon find yourself on the road to hell. As soon as you feel melancholia taking hold of you again, take a sip. Or even just smell it. Any melancholia wanting to take hold of you would have to make its way through thick honey. So it could hardly get from your stomach to your head. What do you mean? How does it go again? What are your nights like? Mlada said you don't sleep much. How did you survive the attack? I knew it. If you're scared of Sigismund's soldiers, trust me when I tell you. When you're caught between a rock and a hard place, there's no shame in running. Fat in the belly will surely stop gloom from getting through. Same as with the honey. Why would Sigismund attack Suchtol? You know what? I know what you need. Something to drink. Pale skin, dark circles under the eyes, a downcast expression on the face. I don't see any bruises. Greasy hair. Damn it. I can't see anything through all this blood. I'll just bandage it up and we'll hope for the best. There's a lot of blood. But the wound isn't so deep. We need to stop the bleeding first. Let's see. May your servant who suffers in sickness be granted mercy and be healed through the word and love of God, and especially to yours. The chamomile decoction will help calm your mind, and a bag of dried chamomile surely won't go to waste either. The chamomile decoctions will help calm your mind, but you'll have to change your diet as well, so you don't just drink potions. I don't recognise any of it by smell. Father Dietrich suggested a prayer. I trust the Lord will hear me. Sigismund's army is nothing but a bunch of pathetic wretches. Well, I'm not very good with dogs. I'm sure I've seen these herbs in the woods, but one has to be careful these days. You could become a night watchman right away if you wanted. I'm sure that would get you thinking differently. Lord, have mercy on Peter here, and lift from him the weight of his affliction. Heavenly Father, let me heal Peter here. Electuaria from ginger or coriander are also suitable for... I always get mugwort and buttonweed mixed up. Did you get hurt by your horse? Did anyone else manage to flee?
I've tried my best, and I hope it's helped at least a little. Oh, all right.
If you train your dog well, you don't have to worry about him not obeying you.
Sure. I'd like to drink with you.
And last but not least, some words of encouragement wouldn't be amiss. But now I know how to swing a sword without too many scratches and cuts. These days, the land is full of thieves waiting to take advantage of innocent folks.
Thank you. I did all I could. I hope it's enough.
Give me your belt. We need to strangulate the leg closer to the heart. Then I'll clean the wound and take a proper look at it.
I have a healing potion for you. I'll give you buck's blood.
But let me give you a word of advice.
I'd give you buck's blood if I had some. It would probably help you breathe more easily.
How about this? Take your valuables and bury them in a safe place. How's your appetite lately? What happened here?
What am I going to do with you?
What? You want to see your son? It can give you a real scare, realizing how close you were to death. It'll take a while. Try not to move too much. I want to discuss your treatment. They don't obey me. And when you have to chase them all over, sometimes you get hurt. Listen, Peter. I know you're worried about the army that's set up camp over the hill. Forget about the soldiers. Enjoy life. Sing, make merry, dance with the others in the village. I see you have a lot of herbs here. The herbs are,
All praise and glory is yours, Lord our God, for you have called us to serve you in love. Bless Mikush, so that he may bear this illness in union with your son's obedient suffering.
Don't be alarmed. I need to take a closer look. You worried about Malada, the farm, Suchtal? No swelling. No cancer on the skin. On the contrary, the axe knows Sigismund's tactical weaknesses. That's why I chose it. Listen, Peter. I know you're worried about the army that's passing through the country. Being afraid is only natural. But tell me, why are you afraid? Have the others in the village do the same. If they have cattle, they should try to drive them off before the attack starts. They will weaken the soldiers, help you escape, and when you return to the village after the siege, life will blossom here again.
This one should do the trick.
Yes. For example, dry and hot pepper goes well with beef. It balances its coldness and moisture, and getting on swimmingly. Which brings me to my next piece of advice. Amen. Never mind. Amen.
Amen.
But you do have one here. Put it under your pillow, or add it to your soap. But you have to admit Mother Nature has it well thought out. Your wife thinks this is all a punishment for the little pleasures that men deserve to indulge in. But I'm not going to give you this.
This is not a good idea.
And your heart's pounding so hard you could hear it all the way to Prague.
But I doubt it'll be enough. He'll be called home soon.
But don't worry. This'll all pass and you'll be back on your feet again.
You just have to hold on.
But just hang on for a while.
I'll try a potion, but don't you worry.
Soon as we get you fixed up, I bet you'll run off to the tavern to enjoy yourself again.
But I won't do that now. I don't have any with me, though. But I don't have anything to do it with.
Did they have a fortress in Apatovitz? So Lord Pisek likes to host nobles at his fortress. What's so unusual about that? Then you'll be enjoying it again. As soon as we get you fixed up. And last but not least, some words of encouragement wouldn't be amiss. Look, I'm a knight of humble descent too. Neither Vanyek nor Bernard spared me much in the training arena. Mixing it with wine will only speed it up. When I was a greenhorn, I got hammered good too, by the trainer Vanyek. And Captain Bernard didn't spare me later either. Irritability. And since I don't see any on you either, I wonder why a cooper like you would own a sword.
All done. If only my hands weren't shaking so much.
There we are. And you'd be surprised how much strength and courage you can find when you're backed into a corner. She's right. She can add it to meat as well, especially when it's a fight to the death. And as far as alcohol goes, there's nothing wrong with drinking a little to deal with the pain. And soon you'll be as busy as a bee again. And not a word to your wife. She'll have my hide. Listen, Peter. I know you're worried about the army that's camped nearby.
Here. Drink this.
But I'm a famous contender. Don't I deserve some care?
No arguing that. But I still have one more duel to fight. Will you take care of me again, please? I hope this will be the last time.
All right, then. I'll see what I can do. Hopefully you won't give me a thrashing. I took a bit of a beating. I could use some patching up. That won't be a problem.
bastards like that should get a proper beating. Hitting girls. You better believe it. He won't put his hands on you anymore.
Oh, damn. I don't have the groschen. Did you say something about a request?
Sorry, but I'd rather not stick my nose in other people's affairs.
And why?
Did something happen?
I need some patching up, as usual. I need some more of your tender care. Emiram did a number on me.
Wait, why don't you tell Dorothy? She runs the baths, doesn't she? I bet she'd take care of Bahunek.
I'm in need of your care again, oh maiden fair.
And what do you need, girl?
No, girl.
None of that. I'm an honest Christian, and I wash myself regularly, every Sunday. I'm not interested.
Let's forget about the groschen, and I'll let you take a look in my hosen. Linhart roughed me up more than I expected.
What about him? I'm planning to. Why?
Just put me back together. I got my arse kicked, and now I have to pay to go and get my arse kicked even more.
What do you need? Why not?
Oh, come on.
I suppose he was lucky. I've no idea. I'm just repeating what Jan said. I know what happened to the captive. I saw the body. I saw Peter's body. Liar! That sounds good. How will we message each other about the meeting time? Out of the question. Jan insists the handover takes place outside your camp. On neutral ground. What are you saying? That should be just about everything. That should be everything. Sounds good to me. I won't do that to Jan.
Well, that's that.
We'd rather do the handover on neutral ground. To be on the safe side. Let's talk about the ransom. How much are you asking for? Why don't you invite the knight to the tavern by the oak? There'll be plenty of witnesses there, and we can sort this matter over a few beers. Why? Has something happened to him? Why should I do that? The truth, obviously. But as far as I know, ransom isn't paid for a captive's gear. He was ambushed on the way here. He's all right, but he's being cautious in case it should happen again. He was attacked on the way here. He's injured, but not seriously. He's staying in an inn near Kuttenberg. The feeling is mutual. Very well. But what should I tell Jan? He deals with important matters in person. He's got people to handle all the rest. He's waiting for a message in an inn near Kuttenberg. No. I also helped you quite a bit. Well, I think that's a reasonable demand. I'm sure Jan will be glad to pay more. Can we discuss the matter? Then what am I supposed to tell Jan? Let's discuss the ransom.
Bad news, sir. Jan of Sukadleski is dead.
My task is to negotiate with you the terms for the release of his brother, Knight Peter. His brother's captivity is just an unpleasant hold for him that he'd like to get over and done with. Well, since he came all the way here, there are some other matters he'd like to deal with.
Who killed Peter of Sukadleski?
Where will the handover take place? Where will the handover take place? I'm here on behalf of Sir Jan of Sukadleski. All right? I'm in. Jan has the right to know before the handover takes place.
How do you know where...
What do you mean, second time? Well, how am I to know whether you're really holding Peter of Sukadleski captive? All right. I'm with you. Sir Laszlo Farkas? Very well. So... we'll negotiate. Very well. I'll go and tell Jan. Very well. I'll pass that on to Jan. He gave me a letter with his seal. Here. I did what I thought was right. How about Sukdal Fortress? Under the watchful eyes of the Lords of Pisek. I'd like to see the captive. Jan wants him back in the same state as you took him, sir. Are you saying I should lie to him? Once we come to an agreement here, I'll see him at the inn by the oak to inform him. However he died, Jan still wants his brother's body back. But shouldn't we... But Jan will want... All right, what's that? And I also know you intentionally let Peter die. Your barber confirmed to me he still could have been saved.
Nice to hear you've heard of me. I haven't heard of you, though. You must be shit. Show me what you're made of. Who the fuck are you?
I came to trade some cabbage. Here you go. Here you go. Or maybe wait a little more. I've brought you everything you asked for. Are you ready to leave for Semi? That's all for now. I brought you some wine. About the things for the wedding. I heard there's a cumin camp somewhere in the area. Do you know where it is? I have some perfume for you. Will this do? I have a dress for you. What do you think? A trifle.
They got into a fight in Troskowitz, and the locals want me to go and talk to them. I just want to... Wait, why are you standing up for them anyway?
A free man again. Sigismund is holding his brother Wenceslas, the rightful king, under lock and key in Vienna. Sigismund is plundering the kingdom and torching the castles of lords loyal to King Wenceslas. Sigismund's no king. He's nothing but a murderous thief. I challenge you to a duel, sir. Wenceslas stands up for his people. You are held captive. I disagree with you, sir. Sigismund is a scoundrel who will do our land no good. Again? I totally agree. My sentiments exactly, Sir Kunesh. I totally agree. Aye. This feuding between the royal brothers is damn muddled, all right. What was it like? How so? It was the Hungarians who captured you, wasn't it? Thank you. I'll remember you as a chivalrous knight, Sir Kunesh. What happened to you, Kunesh? God be with you, noble sir. I'm Henry of Skalitz, and I serve the Lord of Lipa. I must be on my way. Farewell, Sir Kunesh. Well, you don't have much choice. I don't have a horse. Come on. I'll help you into the saddle. I'm sorry, but Pepik died. The bandits got him. What now? I do. I'm back. How did it go? Not yet. Wait a mo. There's something I need to check out first. I'm sorry. I'm sure Pepik was a good horse. Excellent. May I go inside? Veresh Hayuroka. Is this Laszlo Farakash's tent? Yet you decided to come back? Well, thanks then. Secret word? Passwords, you mean? I need to take a look round Sigismund's camp. Do you know how I can get in? Hold on. You speak our language? Anyway, it was nice to see you. Which tent belongs to Laszlo? Ah, colours. So he's wearing red and black? Yasak? Is that you? What does Laszlo look like? I'm looking for Baron Laszlo Farkash. Who does this tent belong to? Uh-huh. And what would that mean? Thanks. That'll do. What are you doing here? I thought you wanted to get out of the army. What? Aye, right. I'll drop by. You better will. Ah, I see. He's not there. Then where is he? And the others let you back in, just like that? You're a deserter, aren't you? What happened to Vashko? It's just scraps. I stand by my principles in matters like that. In that case, you failed. Because I happen to have already found the medicine. He won't need it anymore. He's dead. Do you realise your stubbornness is making everything more difficult? I'm sure he would. I don't know how else to convince you. I'm not going to waste any more time here. There's no point hiding it now. Tell me what the potion is for. It looks quite ordinary. Is that all? What a disgrace that would be. You're going to tell me right now what you brewed for Nickvard. Understand? But now tell me, what's the medicine for? Though I reckon you and Nickvard are probably of similar age too. I'm glad that you're such a reliable woman. I appreciate your skill with words, and that you didn't even give the slightest hint to what ails Nickvard. I'm in the service of a nobleman myself, and I know what's expected of us in cases like these. Did he say where he was headed? I'm sorry. Here you go. I came to tell you I found Nickvard. No. He just overestimated his strength. We have to give something to those poor beggars. Let me tell you, we're always talking about all sorts of secrets, and we don't worry about it much. I need to find it. Listen, Bertha, half the mystery is revealed. What about the rest? What is the medicine for? The scribe told me you might know something about him. Bertha, instead of devils, I need your help now with Nickvard. Lord Semine will look like a pinch purse. You don't want to have Nickvard on your conscience, do you? About Nickvard and the book. Both carry equal weight when spoken about behind closed doors, I'd say. Oh, come now. Nickvard misplaced an important book somewhere. A sort of alchemist cookbook. All right. Take it. All right. I don't know if this is going to do me any good. Medicine for what? Nickvard borrows a mysterious book. Suddenly he stops talking to the scribe and falls ill. Nickvard could have got himself into a lot of trouble by borrowing that book. Nickvard needed medicine. For what? Nickvard should be glad he came across people he can trust like the two of us. But for us to help him, first you have to tell me what ails him. You never know when a secret you're keeping can affect someone else's. I don't want them for myself. It's for those poor wretches by the gate. And what will he think of Lord Semine? He might even fall out of his favour. Do you really want that on your conscience? I'm not here to chew the fat with you. Don't mess with me. I thought secrets were safe with me too. But it turns out I still have a lot to learn. From people like you. We have a bit of a different relationship, though that's likely because we're the same age. Maybe somebody tried to kill him, and you don't even know about it. You think he's suffering from rheumatism or something? Let me and Capon serve as an example. Of course. I truly respect your honesty. If you tell me what ails Nick Vard, what I know about others will be all the more safe. Just say it. He shat himself. Thanks anyway. Nick Vard didn't have time to run down the stairs, eh? Tell me right now what you gave to Nick Vard. What's wrong with him? Sometimes one has to lower their standards and try their luck a bit. I'm looking for Nick Vard. The scribe told me you might know something about him. God bless you. Well, if a nobleman's secret is worth so much, how about this? That'll buy you more than one book. Well, what can I do? Whether it's Nick Vard's illness or political machinations over the fate of our kingdom. Ah, sacra. It seems I don't. I'm in the service of Hans Capon, for example, and we don't really discuss things like that. With scraps. Can't Lord Semine afford anything better? You don't keep your secrets very well. I've got my hands on that medicine for Nick Vard. So you'll tell me then? And don't tell me it isn't just a little exciting to divulge something that only you know. And when the only person who wants to get to the bottom of it comes to you, you keep mum. With one of them in jail, while the other mocks them through the bars. I'll give it a try. Ask his eye. You have a wife? Where is she now? Right. Are we going to see Zizka? Why didn't I just let him hang? Well, at least I know what to do now. I'm starting to regret it. You don't know shit about my family, so keep your mouth shut. Will you take the cannons? Do you know where to look for them? I already pissed him off once.
That's a crock of horse shit.
Give it a try.
Right, so I'm supposed to look for a scrawny, drunken loudmouth.
So Adder can't be far from Miskovitz.
We could use a band like that.
I've got to go. Are you sure? I'm in a sticky situation, and I need a few men in case things get out of hand.
Why her? So, what are we going to do?
Why do you hope you're wrong? Not a thing. So what now? We can't search every inch of Kuttenberg. Listen, I want to ask you and Adder a favour. A man of many debts and drinks. Wait for us by the mill on top of the hill between Horshan and Miskovitz. God, why are you punishing me? Well, if that's what you say. So you're a mercenary, cutthroat, swindler, drunk, and on top of that, a philosopher?
You know what? We shouldn't be talking about this. All right. I hope I won't get slapped too. And how will it help us find them?
I don't know what to do. I still haven't found Janos, and I don't know where to look for him. I'm not frowning. I just didn't think it was funny. No, I'd gladly laugh if you said something funny. Why don't you go yourself? Or... You'll see. We tried to capture him, but he ambushed and captured us instead.
How are they trying to fight Sigismund?
Well, maybe it won't be necessary in the end. But if the going gets tough, there can be no hesitation. Is that clear? Not much. There wasn't time. I had to get him out of the pillory. Why? Matthew and Bahuta aren't coming back, I'm afraid. I'd rather go with you. Just in case. Earlier, you mentioned a bunch of peasants taking up arms against Sigismund.
The foxes in the hen house. Oh, isn't that just fantastic?
Kubienka, I don't know what to do. I found Janos, but now the trail's gone cold, and I still haven't found Adder. What about it?
Aye, I've changed my mind. We should join forces with them. Now, if Zizka doesn't agree with this, I won't go behind his back.
If we save his neck, he better damn well.
I wanted to ask you about the rebellious peasants.
A slimy Hungarian baron is trying to fleece a young Czech nobleman out of money. How's it going?
How did you learn their secret password?
I feel like I've known him for years. I'm not frowning. That's just how my face is.
Well, I hope I won't be making a fool of myself. Password? What password?
Why not? It'll make the digging go faster. Isn't there any advice you can give me? Just tell me you didn't throw those hand cannons in the water. What job did Zizka give you, Kubienka?
What am I supposed to do with it?
You nearly got killed just now, yet you're stirring shit again. I see. But if that's our only lead, I have to try. A few more stupid jokes and I'll plug your gob. But it won't be with booze. And he's looking for men to stop the Hungarian bastard. So you sprang to mind. Why didn't he tell me? And how's it looking? But if I get wet, that's all right, eh? Any pretty ones? How come? What happened? I'm glad the mill remained in one piece after that battle in the ravine. Do you know his name?
in case I bump into him. Your father didn't exaggerate that much. Godwin has a weak spot for drinking and girls to this day. All in good time. Just pull yourself together first. Maybe things will work themselves out by then. It was fortunate that he was there then. No, but, I mean, I don't know what he was like when he was younger, but when I met him, he was a solid bloke. And he still is. Such is the lot of elder brothers, am I right? Keep an eye on the younger one, and intervene if something should happen to him. I'd better leave to let you rest. I hope you feel better soon. I'm sorry if I disturbed you. Did your father teach you all by himself? Well, he hadn't been home for 20 years, but you're older, aren't you? Anything I can do to help? Do you need me to fetch you anything? Martin was wrong about Godwin. He's not like that. When Godwin came up at home, what did Martin tell you about him? Aye, that's right. We haven't really been properly introduced. How did it feel to meet your brother after so many years? How are you feeling? Godwin said you took quite a beating in the battle. Just don't try to do it on your own. You barely got away before. And how? And what was your father doing all that time? What? When? It seems all the smelters are, well, dead. Now I just need to find Vavak's key. Have you seen it? You'll get Vavak in hot water. He might be away, but he's still the mint master. Think about it. Vavak's gone, and if we succeed, Sigismund won't have any coin to pay his army. Most people here have never even heard Italian anyway. That's all you need to know. We just need you at the council. Vavak was stealing from the town. Calm down, for God's sake. I hope so. That pair watching the door let me in. So it's processed similarly to steel for smithing. So if the silver goes missing, it'll be on him. And he'll get hanged. Me and a few others want to rob the treasury in the Italian court. All right. But your life depends on nobody finding out about this. All right. Well, all right then. Herman the ore merchant confessed he and Fett had agreed to cover up the purchase of 10 corves. I have my ways. Why's that? We'll get into the church council meeting as the legate's retinue. They say the head smelter Volkmar is behind the whole thing. Paul's yakkers only extracted 30 corves. Apparently they were in no mood to work after what happened to their mate. Master Buresh is angry with me and won't talk to me. Unfortunately, Master Buresh is dead. He also said even the regular smelters knew about it. We have a bit of a problem. I'm the one asking questions here. The question is whether I can trust you. We'll free all the lords held captive at the court. Are you really not going to let me in? He'll go back to Hungary without appointing a new mint master. That will be your chance. Samko told me that his crew extracted 34 corves. So I see. What trouble, though? What's to be done? Damn it. I wanted to talk to Vavak about it, but me and you are going to have to sort it out. Count on me. And thank you. Only this time the risk is even bigger. It's not what it looks like. It just never came up. I thought all mines were owned by the king. Can any silver get lost? Surely you can't have just vanished. I talked to Frank. He says his men extracted 36 corves on the Feast of St. Petronilla. By the way, I've had the honour of meeting your brother, Peter. Fett came clean about putting false numbers in the book, and that he did it because the smelting works owner ordered him to. Christian, who owns the silver that's mined here? How much do the mines pay to the king? How many mints are there in total? If you help us get the silver, we'll give you a fair share. Who's responsible for the smelting works? Who's responsible for the mines? Who owns the mines? Who makes money from all this? Who checks the royal share? Where should I look in the smelting works? Where is Vavak? We just need a little help getting inside. That's what I need Vavak for. But he's not here now. I know how it sounds, but we've got a good reason and a good plan. Believe me. We work at the Royal Mint together. Is that clear? How are groschen made from the silver? I don't know. I need to get a couple of people into the Italian court unobserved. He was a great help to us at Suchdol. Shit. How long has he been gone? What are you actually looking for here? What are you doing here? What happens in the smelting works? What is this path of silver anyway? Some of them will dig a tunnel into the court cellars from outside. That's how we'll get the silver out. In any case, it'd be wise to have someone at the meeting who can make sure the legate doesn't do anything stupid. Buresh is running a secret mint. We'll make it nice and clear to the Cardinal that he'd be wise to cooperate with us. We'll be keeping an eye on him, of course, but it'd be better to have a local on hand as well. And while he's gabbing on in the meeting, we'll get to work in the guise of retinue. Did Vivek take the Mint Master's key with him? Has no one been looking for him? And that would be your job. Yeah, very droll. So will you help us or not? And if our plan works out, he'll be up to his ears in shit. What about the other 2/3 of the profits from the king's mines? And what are you doing here?
More blood here. Some of the thieves must have left here with nasty mementos. Here too. He was bleeding quite a bit. Is that blood? Trail of blood again.
You know how you were talking about the fist-fighting bouts you hold here? I'd like to try my hand too. To Zhelyov, you say? I found the place where we can harvest saltpeter.
God. Here we go again.
I'm glad.
What a load of nonsense.
And if I beat your hands, would you send me to Zhelyov? I could also use those groschen. So the search for saltpeter was for nothing?
Well, good luck with that.
So can I join in?
So, what about your potion?
Let's hope it works. You just head out of Troskovitz towards Apollonia, carry on alongside the road, then head off it at the right spot. I hear you let your hands fight each other. Could I have a go too? Why are you just standing around drinking and not talking to anybody?
Well, Miller, it seems I defeated all the hands you have here.
Wait, what do you mean? So there won't be any Gollum?
After tasting saltpeter, I think I'll take a break from my work here at the mill. Tell me then.
Sure. Why not? Of course. Winning some coin would be nice.
No, thank you. That's not exactly my thing. I found it on my own in the end, with no help from anyone.
Ugh. I think the experience has changed me forever.
Crazel, focus. What else do you need from me?
Crazel, aren't you a bit drunk?
You're staggering.
Near Kopanina, you say? Maybe I'll go and have a chat with him.
If you say so. If you say so.
What's the purpose of the pen beyond the stream? And what's in it for them?
Yeah. And I hope I never have to do that again.
Not yet. But I think after all the training here, my chances have gone up. Hensel told me. He said I can join if you allow it.
What side effects?
In Zhelyov? Yeah, I've had a few bouts there too. I don't know. You seem to be staggering a bit. The innkeeper in Zhelyov might have mentioned something about it.
I'll skip it, thanks.
Eh?
The gravedigger Ignatius drove me there himself.
Thank you.
Thanks. How's it going with the Gollum?
What are you going to do here, Crazel? I thought you didn't give a damn about weddings and such.
What should I do?
Only it's not a pit, it's 3 piles of earth.
I paid it myself. It wasn't that much, and I even won.
Well, can I join in?
Why here? At the wedding?
And apparently it's working very well.
And how did you figure that out?
And can I try too? And does it work?
What about all the niter? The life essence?
Have you thought about not drinking? Wouldn't that be easier? What kind of potion?
Nice. And peaceful.
Well, the main thing is you survived in one piece, Kozlik. What's the matter? Maybe another time, when I feel like talking to a swindler like you. I've got a job for you. An acquaintance of mine has got into a conflict with a Hungarian baron, and I want to help him. I found myself in a sticky situation, and I could use a few tough men like you.
That sounds interesting.
Where is it? Tell me what you know right this instant, or I'm going to lose my temper.
I know somewhere you can hole up. Help me, and I'll pay you back.
You must be goatskin, eh?
I don't have that much on me. There's no way I'm giving you that much.
I'm not that desperate to know.
I don't have that much on me. I don't have that much.
Good.
Big difference.
Where's this map, then?
Does this gentleman have a name?
I wouldn't be asking you if I was, would I? I'll be going then. But don't think you've seen the last of me.
So you're telling me you don't even have the map?
Do you know where I could find this, Samuel? How much do you want so you can disappear in peace?
Right, let's have another chat.
I'll be going then. And you should disappear. Now you've got somewhere to go.
Thanks. You've been a great help. Aye, but you're thinking of the band that used to be there. Now it's my comrades who have it under their thumb. Just tell them Henry sent you, and they'll let you stay a while. I don't know these mysterious folks you're afraid of, but I'm here, and they aren't. I'm starting to lose patience. Well, I could help you with that. I know a lot of people. Getting you out of town won't be a problem. So if there's anyone you should be afraid of, it's me. Know what I mean? Called himself. So this angel is back in heaven now, is he?
I'm going. I reckon I've helped you enough.
I've been asking around about you.
Just some information.
That's all.
Here you are. But you're going to talk, right? Coin shouldn't be a problem.
Sneaky bastard. jumping people like that. Now, forget it. I'll smash your face in instead. Wait, you wouldn't be Goatskin by any chance? I've been looking for you as it happens. See? Hey, you're Goatskin.
All right. Here's the coin.
I'll give you something if you want, but first we should talk.
I don't have any.
I heard you were spying for some nobleman. Is that true?
See? That didn't hurt now, did it? I'm all ears.
What do you think? Looking for you.
And what went on there? Tunnels. Secret passageways. Stop blethering and tell me where it is.
I reckon you can rest easy. Don't worry. I'll find you. Here you are. Now, don't make me regret it.
And you call yourself a spy? Enough to get by, you say? I'm not giving you that much.
Right. Out with it. That's the last coin you'll get out of me.
But I found you. So you're not hidden anymore.
I'm not interested in any Samuel. I want to ask you something else entirely.
A treasure map?
You're yanking my pizzle, aren't you?
What god? What the hell are you talking about?
I have a couple of questions for you, which will help me find your stash, which you say is somewhere underground, and I don't even know what's in it. Christ, what a load of guff. If I don't find anything, watch out for me.
Oh, Christ almighty.
How much do you want? Look, Goatskin, just because I was nice to you once doesn't mean you can fuck with me now. Goatskin, there's another thing. What about those things you stole from that scholar? You know what I mean? Goatskin, spit it out. If you help me, I'll help you. If you help me, that is. What exactly did he say? Did he speak about him in a good way or a bad way? What people? Who is this Samuel you're so afraid of? Who the hell is Samuel? Where? Off you go. Let's get this straight. You want me to pay you to tell me a secret? I'll give you something, but only once you've told me where I can find Goatskin. I get that, but do you think they'll just forget about it? How long do you intend to hide? I reckon I know what I need to know. Now clear off, since I've filled your purse for you.
Oh. Would you be Goatskin by any chance?
Have you ever heard the name Liechtenstein? That can be sorted out.
Oh, clear off, will you?
Secret passageways. That sounds like bollocks to me. What's in the stash? What is it you did as a spy? What happened to them? The owner wants them back. What if I contributed to your sudden departure? That'd loosen your tongue, wouldn't it? What do you have to offer me? Walk around underground? How are you going to teach me? You said you were going to pack up and go. Do you know the Devil's Den?
Jesus wept.
And there's another thing. Those things you stole from that scholar? You know what I mean?
Well. Look who we have here. You must be Goatskin, eh?
I feel like I've been possessed by a demon, and it's driving me to kick your arse.
What now? I talked to Betty.
It's been quite a while since I've stood at a forge.
How's trade? The plates here. Is that your work?
Well, I could maybe help you in the forge.
I'm a blacksmith too.
That sounds interesting. Thank you, blacksmith.
Well, it depends. Usually 4, but once there was a 3-legged foal born in our village.
It doesn't matter. He's a lord and I'm a commoner. I'm glad. She's been through a lot. He'd certainly be happy to hear that.
I've already been there.
So you were just wasting my time?
I finished hauling the sacks. What now? I'll be going then.
So, I don't know. I suppose I'll go and see what I can find to do. So, what about Victoria? We'll see about that. Nobody makes fun of me. Brave and just. Everything a knight should be. Every day I learn something new in his service. A great life lesson. I know. I messed up. Sorry. Damn. I haven't. Tell me about it. I've straightened bent nails and knives and saws till I couldn't see straight. The war took my parents. I was left alone.
She told me you always open it with some implement. I'll gladly do it if you tell me where to find one.
You said you have a brother. Well, if you really don't have anything for me, I'll just idle around then. I'm still not really sure of myself in the forge. Could you show me again how it's done? Word around the village is that something terrible has happened to you. Really?
About that horseshoe?
Well, not really. It seems she's afraid.
Well, if you lend me some tools, I'll take care of it. 4. She didn't.
I found out what happened to Victoria.
She's not able to open the spice chest. I noticed you've got lots of armour all over the fortress. More armour than men who could fit in this place.
I spoke with Victoria. She's all right.
No, you told me to bring it and show it to you. Moody and frivolous, with a taste for wenches and booze. And it's always me who pays for his cock-ups.
Do you think you could repair my things before I head out? I think she'll be all right. Can I help you with anything? Frenzel says you're looking for iron. Could you give me some advice on where I might find some scrap metal?
Maybe if you fixed it, she'd stop bothering you.
Thank you very much. You're lucky I don't have the time to deal with you.
I'm supposed to help out around here.
I have my lord, and that's all I need.
Folks don't take care of things, and then they're surprised. Fanka the cook sent me. Where can I get materials? Where exactly is my bed? Oh, really? I can't wait.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Here. My pa was a blacksmith. A respected one. But a horse has 4.
Henry.
Nothing yet. It seems there's no talking to this hermit.
Not yet.
Just like that? You aren't going to help me?
No, you're right.
She's an awful harpy. But I promised to help her.
I'm sorry, but I don't have good news. She died.
It's nice to meet someone from the trade. I'm also a blacksmith.
I'm very sorry. May God be with you.
I've learnt that it's important to be what your lord wants you to be.
Sure. How's Victoria?
Well, I'd say there's plenty of work to do around here. I'll gladly help you with something. I'm a blacksmith too. Even if I don't look the part right now.
I hope things will be better. I reckon the villagers used to give her a hard time.
Aye. You need a furnace so hot that sparks fly. Then it's a lot easier. Hold on. I'll go down there and help you out. The work will go faster with an extra pair of hands. As it happens, I do.
I'll see what I can do. I'm back.
About Fanka, Master Blacksmith. All right. That sounds like something I can't do without.
One.
All right. Whatever you say. I just wanted to help.
All right, thank you. I'll look into it.
All right. How many should I make?
All right,
but I was told not to go there. What can I do with the items I've forged?
What's new around here, blacksmith?
I'd like to ask more about that sword.
But no one went out to look for her.
But, well, the thing is, I've never forged horseshoes.
I'm done looking for them.
Well, I have the feeling there's more weapons and armour than you'd need to go to war. And what's your lord like?
How is he now? Blacksmith?
I don't feel like talking about it.
I just might. Here you are. You want a little too much. I could get used to this.
I heard you stole a rare manuscript for Sedlet's monastery.
Lord Pisek said we could have a bath here.
Thank you.
What am I to do with you? I'll take it. I want to buy that book from you that I was talking about, but I don't have any more right now.
That's a bit much, don't you think? I don't have that much coin right now.
He's been lying here a long time.
Here's the coin. Here it is. This has to be the place. But the bones aren't here. Shit.
Great. I'd have a drink with Hugo in a heartbeat. Would you be willing to sell me the map instead? Sorry, but a map is of no use to me. Let's play for the map.
The wife's plan didn't work out so well.
I'll gladly play for the map.
Not really. I'll come by another time.
I see you've got a dice table here. Fancy a game?
Where did the skeleton come from?
I'll be back.
Is it normal for a skeleton to sit at the table in this tavern?
I sure do.
Tell me.
I want to buy the map after all.
Just a broom.
Probably one of Vostatek's.
Sure. It was all right. Why don't you look for the hoard yourself?
She's lost, and I'm trying to find her.
Actually, why not? I could stay for a little while.
Another one? This'll be the 7th, I think. I'm not a fish.
Do you know where exactly it is? Do you know what happened to them?
Thanks. Why did I even ask? You know what? I should be going. I'm sorry to hear that. But I don't think you did anything wrong to anyone.
Sounds pretty boring.
Do I really have to try to convince you? What else should I have done? It felt more like you were hitting me with a mace than your bare hands.
I haven't had time for it. I've had other things to deal with. I don't have time just now.
Come on, you can tell me. What happened with Sarah's brother? Help bastards like them. I'd help them to the grave. There.
That's that. I reckon I've beaten every fighter in the region. So I got sent to you.
It seems to me like you're running away from something.
Did you say Mead? I've already talked to them, but they didn't help much. You know what? Not this time. I have to go now. I don't have all that much time. Sorry. Just treat me and I'll be off. You just don't seem like someone who'd spend his days weeding gardens. I'm sorry, but I can't stay. I have to go. Why? If she's in danger, I can help her. Well, they got what they deserved. They were asking for trouble, not you. Let me guess. Sarah wanted revenge. Come on, Bajana. The poor girl could be in danger. Well then, I've enjoyed talking to you, but I'll be off now. Aye, definitely. But I reckon I should get going. Isn't it a bit of a lonely life? Well, that's your fault for living in a hut in the middle of nowhere. Did you get into some kind of trouble? Don't worry. I'm sure I'll find her soon. Aren't you afraid they'll come here? Do you think he'd go and steal leftover food? Have you seen a stray dog around? I thought he was dead, but he's likely still alive. I didn't challenge you for money. Take care. Oh, they say herbalists have green thumbs, not fists of steel. Do you know who she was so afraid of? Do you have any idea where they might have gone? Not yet. This matter shouldn't be rushed. You pack a hell of a punch yourself. For a herbalist, that is. His days are numbered. He just doesn't know it yet. Aye? And what benefits? How come? What do you mean? Well, I don't know. I've never met a herbalist like you. I'm looking for Marika, and I heard you know her. I promised to help her father, the voivod from the nomads camp. He's worried about her. All right. Let's not talk about it anymore. All right. Thanks for your help. Thank you. I think that's all I need. Don't worry. I'm working on it. Thank you. I'll try to find her there. Give me time. The less you know about it, the better. What? Her lover? What happened? What made you move to this lonely place? What would you do if someone like that came to you? Jesus, woman, stop hounding me. I'm doing what I can. Well, at least tell me if she stopped by, or which way she went. In Apollonia? That's a long way to go. Oh, it's nothing. There's really no need. But if it's true what they say about you, you beat them all up, right? Or are those just rumours? Did that drive you into the wilderness? And you're more than happy to help them? Doesn't their behaviour bother you? Does that happen often? Oh, Sakra. Do you have any idea where else he might have gone? I reckon there's not much else I can do but wander around the woods hoping I'll run into him. Bocek is truly hopeless at archery. Somebody's a real lousy shot here. You know, you're right. I'll be right back. I have everything I need. Let's go and do this. I'm ready. For anything. I'll wait with you. How about we knock back a few cold ones in the meantime? We have everything. So, what now? I don't have that dress, but I'm working on it. I have this dress for you. It'll definitely look good on you. I have this dress for you. I have that sleeping potion. I'm back. Can we go now? I'll come back later, all right? I'll come back in the evening, all right? And where will I find you? Fine. So, what do you say? Do I look like a rich merchant? And in the worst? A bit too much for me. So it was Adam who sent you. So Betty was right. Adam tried to badmouth her. Very well. Is that why you're here, sir? To see for yourself if Adam was right, or if Betty was up to it? Aye. But you know what it's like. You're welcome. I hope you'll fulfill your side of our deal now. Well, I don't know. I didn't mean to. I got carried away. Can't be helped. And next time, don't resolve your disputes by combat. Damn it! What was that all about? I know everything I need to know. Damn it, Hermit! What was that all about? Yeah, you're right. Let's hear it then. They sent me after you, but I'm not your enemy. I can help you. Let's talk. Wait, Hermit, what are you doing? Wait, Conrad. It's me, Henry. Yeah. I just want the sword. That's all I care about. What's going on here? Thank you, but no. On the run, you'll need the money more than me. I talked to the widow, Margaret. I did what you wanted. We made a deal, didn't we? Are you the local hermit? Well. You looked half dead last time. Feeling better, Hermit? Thank you. I won't say a word. Don't worry. I don't know what's going on here. I just want to talk with you in peace. Everything seems to be connected to old Ambrose somehow. Tell me more about him. But...
Get lost. Give it back. You know what? Keep it. You'll never amount to anything like that. Is it really worth it? Stealing? Don't fuck with me. I know it was you. What about family? Is there no one who can help you? Are you fucking kidding me? Keep what you stole and get lost before I change my mind. Consider yourself lucky. And don't try that shit again. But take my advice. Stop with the pickpocketing, or you'll end up swinging from a rope, except for a dirty thief. Is that clear? Never again. I can live without it. You robbed me right now, or I'll... How about trying your hand at something more honest? You want to be a pickpurse for the rest of your life? What's so hard about it? And so poorly that I noticed right away.
I tried, but we had a bit of a disagreement. He beat me up. Now he won't talk to me. That'll come in handy. That's that. Let's try something else. I'll challenge you to a duel then. Here. Have it back. Here you go. What now? So all I have to do is challenge you? You said yourself that practice makes perfect. Unfortunately, Herman the ore merchant is dead. I'd like to try that last technique again. I'd like to go over it again. It just happened. They did. I mean, I made them. It's just as we thought. The trail leads to the smelting works. He did. It's as we thought. The trail leads to the smelting works. Aye. That's exactly what I told him. I did it. Here you go. Unfortunately, Foreman Fett is dead. It didn't work out. Neither Fett nor Herman would talk to me, so I didn't get anything out of them. All right. I'll keep that in mind. I don't know. I wasn't there. I've no idea. He must have had an accident. No more. Can we try it again sometime? I talked to Herman, the ore merchant. The trail really does lead to the smelters. I talked to Herman, the ore merchant. I talked to Fett and Herman. I talked to Foreman Fett. Fett is a brute. He gave me a walloping. Fett and Herman are both dead. Aye, I did. I'd rather try takedowns. It's as we thought. The trail leads to the smelting works. Done. I've got it. Look. Thanks, but I've got to go. What about other techniques? No. Sorry. Yes. How about someone else? How could I prove myself to you so that you'll teach me the master strike? I don't know exactly where it is yet. Rosa told me that I should look for the entrance somewhere in the woods here, around the fortress. Grosh says your husband got into a fight with someone from Horsham. Hold on. I know that concoction, and it's no laughing matter. Don't worry. I'm well equipped. I'm not going on a search for a witch's amulet. Hold on. You said the stone helps its owner in a fight. I'll give it back to Tomlin. It was he who first found it, and the stone is rightfully his. Look, if I'm to help you, I need to know what you're going to do with this stone. If anyone else makes it, it could end badly. You really think this Thunderstone can help you? I'm with you there. Well, you don't have to worry about that now. Take the stone. I hope it helps you. I can't say yes until I know what's going on. No, I'm not. But then again, it seems like there's always someone trying to kill me. I'd say I could really do with this stone. That would only bring you misfortune, instead of the protection you want. Tomlin found the stone. It was meant to be his. So please, never ever try to brew this yourself. That's why he told me. So you'd be sure I really did come from them, and this isn't a trick. So you can go there and pray. I'm sure it'll help you with your troubles. So I said to myself, it would be better to have the stone to protect the house of God, for all good Christians. If that really is the case, thanks for the advice. I'll just have to give it a try and see what happens. That passage is secret for a reason. The less you know about it, the better. I hear you're having a hard time. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. Lord Ruthard told me about a secret passage that will take me there. I've changed my mind. You really do need it. So here it is. I've decided to keep the stone. Rosa Ruthard told me I should first look for an old chapel. Do you know of any around here? Think nothing of it. I was glad I could help. So let's leave it at that. Why are you so desperate for this piece of rock? Actually, that's true. You need the stone's power far more than he does. All right, I'll give it to you. What I need from you is to get a fresh horse ready for my friend. A fast one, for when we get back. The Ruthard sent me. Tell me, and I'll see if there's anything I can do to help. I got the Thunderstone, but I decided to give it back to Tomlin. I got the Thunderstone. My apologies. I'm merely repeating what I heard. So how are things between you? I grabbed it when he wasn't looking. Well, I won it from him. Yeah, that will come in handy. Hold off on the thanks. Johann Parler, the master builder, is constructing a magnificent cathedral dedicated to St. Barbara in Kuttenberg. Look, this Tomlin seems pretty handy. I'd have to be daft in the head to fight someone like that. Well, what with everything that's happened because of it, I thought it was for the best. Of course Tomlin's not going to give birth himself. What are you talking about? Of course I'm not going to give birth myself. What are you talking about? So how the hell am I supposed to beat Tomlin when he's got the power of this stone on his side? I don't know what you want of me, but I really don't have time right now. Sorry, I can't do it. It's really for the best. I have a feeling you want something of me. I don't want to get caught up in any witchcraft. Hold on to your money. I'm sure it'll come in handy for you at some point. I'm sorry, but I have more important things to do than run around chasing amulets. I've found the Thunderstone. I've got to get into Malashov to free a friend who's held captive there. Actually, you're right. You better have it. You're right. I owe you that much. I have Tomlin's stone for you. I've got a few questions about this Thunderstone. He sends you his regards. And he asked me to remind you that he's still paying for masses for your family, as the two of you agreed. And when I asked him about it, he got angry with me and said I should ask you. Well, I can't turn my back on the Blessed Virgin. That's plain. You can count on me. Glad to have been of service. All right. That makes sense. Sorry for my stupid question. All right, I get it. Go to church, petition a saint, or go on a pilgrimage to Prague, perhaps, or to Regensburg, Rome. You know, about that Thunderstone, such concoctions should only be prepared by a properly trained apothecary. I'll just make a quick note so I don't forget. Not sure I'll ever muster the courage to try it, though. It's here in the woods, not far from the fortress. I had my work cut out finding the entrance. It was very carefully concealed. It's supposed to be bloody well hidden, so I'll have to dig my way through to it. Of course. The last thing I want is to endanger you unnecessarily. What does the Thunderstone look like? You were right. I really have changed my mind, and I'm going to help you to get the magic stone you need. As I say, the stone belongs to Tomlin, and if he won't give it to you, neither can I. I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be better to handle it a little more like a good Christian. Grosh told me over a few beers that you had a thing with someone from Horshan, and your husband got battered because of it. Sure. I'll pass that on to him. All right, you have yourself a deal. I'll go to Horshan and take on that Tomlin fellow. Well, it's not going to be easy, but David defeated Goliath, didn't he? All right, I'll help with your trouble. It's all right. Keep it to yourself. What is it you need? Thanks. I think I have all I need to know. Save your thanks for when I bring it to you. Thanks. I'm obliged to you. Thanks, Hashtal. I'll consider it. Is there anything else you can think of that could help me? Thanks. It never hurts to have a bit of coin. Thanks. That sounds, let's not say dangerous exactly, but definitely fascinating. What can these stones do? What is a Thunderstone? What? How so? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you want me to fight Tomlin and win the stone for you? I'm planning a certain enterprise. Something that the new lord of the castle certainly won't be happy about. I was taking care of some business with Hannah at the stud farm when I heard you needed someone with a stout heart and a strong arm. I think I understand now. But what about your husband? Couldn't he take care of it? Especially when there's another way. What if he were to just lose the stone? These things happen, don't they? I see. Now it all makes sense to me. So that's why your husband fought him. Well, I understand. No offence, I just wanted to look at all our options. And the Ruthards promised to pay for the horse if it comes to any harm. That would be wise. And I need you to get fresh, fast horses ready for me. And he needed the stone to protect the building. And if he wouldn't give it to you himself, it wouldn't be right for you to get it against his will. Oh, fuck. You know what? Forget it. I saw a thief. Oh, God damn it, I'm sure. Theft. Who can I report a crime to here? Who can I report a thief to? Who can I report a crime to here? So where do I go? All the way to Suchdal? I've always wanted to take a look at your chapel. I'm a great admirer of the master who painted the altar there. You could say I don't give a shit about him anymore. For example, the etymologies of Isidore of Seville, the writings of Abbess Hildegard of Bingen, and the Herbarium de Horis Sanitatis, De Materia Medica, and others.
I reckon it was just rats. Ugh, that's some army. This'll be my first time seeing a real demon. If I actually see one, that is. Real-life demons, eh?
Our hair can often tell a lot about us. Physicians often underestimate that. That's the way. Oh, and I'll get you a herbal potion. I know exactly what will do you good. I noticed, sir, that something is troubling you. I could help you.
I'll try the water from the apothecary. I reckon the holy water is more likely to work against demons.
Take it after every meal. And don't forget, a good diet, and do not get upset.
There shouldn't be a problem anymore.
Definitely. It will balance your humours, sir. Drink it for a month at least, in small doses, morning and evening.
But it didn't exactly end well. You knew? Why didn't you warn me?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Ah, of course.
I'd never think such a thing, sir. I'm sure you have lots of work and little time. I didn't mean to bother you. Sorry about that, sir. That's good. It's a sign that your humours are back in balance. But you have to keep taking the medicine, otherwise you risk another collapse. Oh, I understand. It's a difficult subject, and I'm a bit anxious about it myself. Nevertheless, although I don't have a degree in medicine, I have learned a few things. I would expect so. And what did he recommend?
I'd rather not stand against hell itself.
So, a lot of roasted game. I'll be going then. So, Master Chamberlain, are you feeling better? I have exactly what you need, sir.
All I did was walk around and pour water on the floor anyway.
Species de keep it, sir. Looks can deceive. As it happens, I've read many Latin and other texts. Surely you haven't got any worse.
Good. I don't think I could stomach much more of your company.
I don't have the necessary equipment. Of course, sir. After all, you're the most senior man here at the castle. After Lord von Berghoff, obviously.
I didn't fight Lucifer like Sir Otto, but even so, the demons should leave you alone.
With your permission, I'll examine you, sir.
You said something about a priest and an apothecary. Should I pay them a visit?
Does the name Nick Vard Libak ring a bell? I'll go and get something for you.
Let's get to the heart of the matter. Just tell me what needs to be done.
Seems to me you have a lot of grey hair. The main thing is a strict diet. No fatty or heavy foods. In other words, nothing from the banquet table.
He apparently overestimated his strength while, on his little excursion.
I don't have the required remedy, but I could brew it. I don't have the required remedy. And unfortunately, I don't see how I can brew it here. Tell me, sir. Tell me, Master Chamberlain.
Unless you're planning to accommodate me in the dungeons, I'm not interested.
Sir, about those health problems of yours. Sir, I'm afraid you have a stomach ulcer. If it's not treated, you could even die of it. Sir, I might not look the part, but I've read a lot. I've got something for you that could bring you relief. Sir, medicine isn't enough. You also need rest. Otherwise my potion won't have much effect. Master Chamberlain, if you don't tell me, I can't do much to treat you. Master Chamberlain, I'm here as a practitioner of the medical arts. You can rest assured that whatever you tell me will remain between us. Sir, I want to ask you something.
Lord von Berghoff has my admiration, then.
Really? So you're taking it quite seriously. And has it worked?
Please excuse him. He's been through a lot, as I'm sure you understand.
I apologise, sir.
I can still smell that stench everywhere.
Your eyes are all right. Do you have ringing in your ears? You know, school. I was studying. Well, books. Learning. All sorts of different kinds. Well, some with pictures. Well, I was given the job of hauling sacks of charcoal, and now I've nothing to do.
Nick Vard is lying dead outside Trotsky Castle walls, where the guardhouse privies are.
Only I don't have the apparatus for that. And also, I could use some medical literature.
I didn't see or hear any of them. Maybe you just have some bats in the belfry. Is there any work around the castle I can help with? You're welcome.
One vagabond isn't the same as another, sir. It can be hard to tell the difference between beggars and us students from Prague, but we have a bit of knowledge. Couldn't I go and pray in your chapel?
I think you owe him a proper apology.
The greatest Christian physicians recommend healing in both the material and spiritual world. Well, I'm no expert, but I could interpret that dream for you. But don't worry, I'll just have a look at you. You don't have to lie down or strip.
Find someone else. I don't believe in those. You mean horned ones? From hell?
I believe your stomach juices are out of balance, sir. I think I could pray for your health. A word to angels to ask for their intercession can work miracles.
Could you arrange for me to be able to go wherever I want in the castle, without anyone chasing me out?
You have to eat boiled white meat, poultry or fish, lots of vegetables, and gruel.
Don't be surprised. My lord doesn't take kindly to those who insist on putting a rope round his neck.
You've got a lot to do.
Oh, you're right, sir. I'm just a lowly vagabond. Besides caring for your mortal coil, the well-being of your soul shouldn't be neglected, sir.
Seems like you're in a good mood. Ulcer's not troubling you anymore.
Anyway, I'll examine you and try to make a diagnosis.
Anyway, the job is done.
Prague University, of course. So far, I've completed the Septem Artes Liberalis, and I'm getting ready for the Quadrivium.
I'm glad I could help.
I'm here to gain experience. Our professors encouraged us to travel the world, but I ran out of coin and things went from bad to worse.
I've still got chills down my spine thinking about those screams.
And another thing. I don't want to bother you, sir, but I have a question. As you wish, sir.
What did you do about it in the past? I reckon this isn't the first time you've had to deal with it. Remind me, what's the deal with those demons? How long did they fight? And what kind of armour was Lucifer wearing? Did Lord von Burgov sustain any injuries? You want me to get involved with hell itself?
As you wish, sir. You're quite pale and rather sweaty. All right. All right, that makes sense. A university. With professors. Sir, I'd recommend that you take this digestive potion to settle your stomach. Yes? What? All right.
How many do you think there are?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm grateful.
What about your, let's say nighttime activities?
So what needs to be done?
What do you usually eat?
So what needs to be done?
I understand. I see. But that's no obstacle, is it? Although the Holy Scriptures call on us to be chaste, even a saint can sometimes sin.
I took care of those demons. Demons?
I'm sorry, sir, but you have all sorts of symptoms. I'd advise you to rest and keep calm. Unfortunately, I can't change the causes of your condition, but I can help you with its symptoms. I think some herbal potion for the stomach would bring you relief.
Well, unfortunately, all too well, thanks.
At least tell me more about it.
I must have got mixed up and left that remedy somewhere. I think so. But I was told to stay only in the outer courtyard. I wouldn't want to get in trouble. Yes, like the common folk. And another thing, you mustn't get angry. Under any circumstances. Yes.
I'm ready to scour the castle and try to chase those monsters away.
It's just that no one else told me what to do, and I don't want to be idle. And these attacks, have you noticed whether something sets them off? Good point. And you have a very nice chapel here. Did you get advice from anyone about it? Have you tried anything for the pain? Do your hands shake? And now you ought to go and lie down, sir. And does it get worse in autumn, when it gets colder?
And I've never seen a real demon before.
Is the pain like someone stabbing you in the belly, or more like pouring hot oil down your throat? Does it hurt all the time, or does it come in waves?
I've no idea what you're saying, but never mind. I'll be off.
Adder?
What are your thoughts on Giuseppe? Right. What do you make of that chabber?
What's your next task, Adder? What you doing now?
Oh, he sounds bold. But that poacher is innocent. Here it is. Hope it's good. I'll be going.
Understandably.
Actually, I just remembered. I've got to help someone else up top. And did he succeed? In getting in, I mean. No, but I'd be glad to learn. I could help you with that.
I think I can, actually.
Yeah, but I'm not actually allowed inside the tower.
Sure thing.
No, blacksmithing is more my field. By the way, would you happen to know how I can get up top in the Maiden? I'll hone it a bit more then. What does that mean? I was told to come and ask you for a job. What was Binyek after in the castle? I want to pray in the chapel. And they don't want to let me in. Indeed. You don't mind building a scaffold for an innocent man? And then the execution would be postponed? Would you happen to know how I can get into the Maiden?
Isn't he always?
And isn't it all the same whether he hangs or gets crushed by fallen timber? So what about the Voivod and his honour? So what's new at the camp? What about the Voivod and Marika? So what about the prophecy? Did it come true? Any news about Marika? Why did you quarrel with the Samine villagers? Why did you quarrel with the Samine villagers? Why did you quarrel with the Samine villagers? Tell me something about Tibor and Gazer. Tell me something about Tibor and Gazer. Tell me something about Tibor and Gazer.
I'm looking for Cumans. They're supposed to be camping somewhere nearby. I heard there's a Cuman camp somewhere in the area. Do you know where it is?
What do you know about Marika's disappearance? 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 What happened at Semine? Why did you quarrel with the villagers?
If they dare try that even on a man of faith, nothing else will help. My God. What did you say to it? But anyway, like I said, I was told to sprinkle water.
Did they bother you too?
I don't think pouring water on the floor will be of much help. Maybe the locals should start drinking the water, instead of whatever booze is making them see things. Whew. That sounds horrifying.
I heard the castle is haunted by demons again, Nicodemus. Forget about riddles, Clara. You want me, don't you? Spill the beans then, or your taste steel.
You're gonna need sunflowers then, aren't you?
All right, Missy. Enough sweet talk. I've got everything. Now tell me what's so important that you couldn't tell me back there in the glade. There's something fishy about this fortress, so tell me what you know, or you'll be sorry. All you have to do is tell me what's going on here. Or will it have to be the hard way? You promised you'd tell me something. It was a pleasure. Sorry, but I really can't right now. I'm on an important mission, and sorry, but I don't understand the riddle. I'll give up. Why not? Quite the opposite. You're pretty and...
Listen, I need some quick advice.
I'll help you with the plans. I think I'll manage. Does Sir Yaramir treat you badly? In that case, you'll need sage and chamomile. Maybe some poppy or marigold, am I right? Well, sunlight's good for you. And sunflowers are full of sunlight. I don't have time to go skipping through meadows picking flowers. Look for flowers in a meadow. Do I look like a bee to you?
For dawdling? I can. Can I give them something to eat? What about bleeding? Should I bandage the wound?
We can go now. I have a bit of free time, and I don't know anyone I'd rather spend it with. The only petal I see here is called Clara. Sure. I'll be glad to help. What do you need?
What's the proper way to treat a wound?
A riddle? Why? All right. I'll be right back. Today's your lucky day. I think I have what you need.
What should I do about a fever and headache? How should I treat a burn? What should I do with a vomiting patient?
Want to find out? I know quite a bit about herbs, I think. So just tell me what's wrong with your lads, and I'll come up with a remedy. What herbs do you need exactly? That's enough for me. That's enough for me. Why should I use a perfect block when I can do a master strike? What's better, the master strike or combos? What's better, the master strike or combos? Why should I use the master strike? Why should I use a perfect block when I can do a master strike? Why should I use the master strike?
I only helped you because Michael asked me to. Oh, damn it. I came here to help you, but you're just pissing me off.
All right. I was happy to help, but you owe me one.
Give it a rest, fella. I don't want any trouble, and this isn't worth it.
Very sure. I have to find him. He owes me for the work I did. Oh, that's nice and all, but I don't suppose you'll pay me for it, will you? I did some work for him, but he disappeared just as he was about to pay me. I did some work for him, but he disappeared just as he was about to pay me. Very sure. I have to find him. He owes me for the work I did. What? Morticius is dead. What? Morticius is dead. So, I spoke to a ghost. I had to tidy up all the bones in the chapel and arrange them into pyramids. Well, yes. I'm looking for the keeper of the local chapel. His name's Morticius, a wispy fellow. Speaks in verse. I'm looking for the keeper of the local chapel. His name's Morticius, a wispy fellow. Speaks in verse. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? But I spoke to him. He wouldn't stop babbling in verse. But I spoke to him. He was always babbling something in verse. I've been having my fair share of adventures. You seriously mean nothing interesting has happened of late? If I happen to be passing, I might just stop by. Well, take care of yourself then. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Tell me more. What else have you seen? Thanks for telling me. Thanks. Hail, my friend. How have your travels been?
Do you know Kozlik? Clever little fella. Surely he managed to get out alive.
I squeezed that goat skin, in a manner of speaking, but he knows nothing about Liechtenstein. He works for some Jew.
It can't hurt to ask. Maybe someone there knows about him. I mean, I'm sure they don't see nice women like you very often.
Nothing. It's just common manners that people introduce themselves to others.
Well, I don't know. Going out of my way to get jumped in this town doesn't sound like a great idea.
That's exactly what I think.
Even a cripple on the brink of death can kill you, if he waits till your back's turned and sticks a knife in it.
It occurred to me maybe you and I are a bit alike. I think I found that goat skin fella. I think I know where he might be. Is there no way you could let me in? I have an acquaintance in there. Really? Didn't you lose a comb by any chance? We'll steal the Prager's cannon and get rid of the commander of the entire camp to boot. We'll steal the Prager's cannon, get rid of the camp commander, and Crow will destroy their whole stock of powder. Did you know him? You know I was locked up? Oh, for such an uncaring girl, your interest is a bit suspicious. Not a thing.
So goat skin in the hole in the wall. I reckon I remember that. I'll go and check it out.
I don't know or care. I have to find medicine for Captain Thomas. Otherwise he'll die and my friend will be executed. I don't know or care. I was sent here by the Chamberlain. He wants me to help him with his stomachache. You're not the only one.
Only I don't know where to look for him. All I know is he's hiding out somewhere between Hradec Quarter and the horse market. That's a long story, and there's no time for it. I'm going to look for that beggar.
Well, if it's too wild even for you, maybe I should be worried. I really don't know, but I'm in quite a fix, and you look like someone who could help me. I was about to ask you the same question.
Hard to say. Maybe me, maybe Zizka, or one of the other men. But he'll live.
Sometimes I ask myself what me and Capon have got ourselves into.
Now look here, I was just being polite. I'd happily take on your men.
Well, for instance, I could take something here. Well, forget it. This is going nowhere. So if he's older than me, he's not that young, eh? I'm no clueless boy either.
I'll be on my way.
I'll get going now. All right. Thanks.
So, have you found out anything about Liechtenstein? Hey, my lovely. Zizka told me you found something out about Liechtenstein.
Aye, he got shot in the arse. I tried stopping the devil from doing it. But he's better than me.
I hope you're right. Of course I'm afraid. If I wasn't, I'd be dead a dozen times by now. He told me to go on ahead. He said he has to prepare the horses first.
Tell me what I need to know, and no one has to hear about it. Well, let's just say we both go where we shouldn't be going, and take things that don't belong to us.
I'd say the girls from our village would do a better job of defending the place. I better go and find Zizka. The Margrave is expecting us. I better be going. The Margrave is expecting me.
They let me out. I have to work off my sentence.
I only remember that diabolical shot. Nothing after that.
Because we're birds of a feather. Because I could make plenty of trouble for you with the Chamberlain. Why, do you think?
Why?
I thought you might be in a similar situation.
He's here to gather information about the enemy for Jobst. He said he'd be along in a while.
You're looking at the Prague Regiment's newest recruit.
Your grandfather was right. A castle with a weak garrison is no good for anything. But your men...
I'll be careful. Don't worry. The Chamberlain sent me. He needs something for his stomach.
He might know where they're holding Capon. What happened at Nebakov? After the Pragers took the fortress, Istvan asked us about Liechtenstein, and we revealed to him that he's here. Istvan sent Eric to tell von Burgov about it. His life might be in danger because of us.
My word. Thank you.
Decent. My, what a compliment. I look forward to it.
Well, it took a bit more than talk. Well, for example, I lost everything. I have nowhere to go back to. I have a father, but I barely know him. The Devil's Pack is like my family now. All right, sorry. Don't you at least want to know what it means? Well, you look like you know your way around here. Maybe you can help me.
I'll do my best not to get us mixed up in all that.
Actually, I'm not sure. But when I mentioned Liechtenstein, he looked at me pretty strangely and said we'd talk another time.
Look at it like this. You could have helped us get Dry Devil out of trouble instead.
Don't forget, I might be slaving here today, but tomorrow They'll get fed up with me and they'll probably kick me out by morning.
Do you know if Michael, the adjutant, survived?
How did you know that?
Well, working in a tavern can't be easy for a woman like you. I didn't know that. Do you want to talk about it?
Any idea what'll happen next?
Don't apologise. It's not your fault.
Only someone looking for Liechtenstein goes missing there from time to time.
No, whatever he's like. I had some adventures with him.
I'm not stupid. You've no business here. You're snooping around in the surgeon's stuff and God knows what else. It could land you in trouble. I'm looking for something.
Do you want to come with us to see Jobst?
Can't deny. It really is a delightful sight. I'm not afraid. I'm just wondering whether it's a good idea or not.
No, that's all right. Thanks. No, I don't know her well, but she was very kind to me.
Oh, I'm all right.
I'll be glad to, but I don't have time.
No, not at all. I thought...
Do you think Mikesh survived?
Do you think he'll want revenge?
I have to find Zizka. The Margrave is expecting us.
Maybe.
She was really kind to me. Oh, my God.
You look so pretty. Sitting there, on that bench, meaning he's young. Well, there's quite a big difference between you and me. The guards don't pay much attention to me. But you, I'm not looking at your cleavage. I have some news about Liechtenstein. I'm still not sure who you are.
Does this place have a name? A beautiful woman. Does anyone harass you?
Just say the word and I'll take care of it.
I see the owner's got a sense of humour.
No problem. But I'm not sure it'll be a fair fight.
Unlike the local garrison, I have real combat experience.
But you've got to do something crazy occasionally if you want to achieve big things, don't you?
So I have to go to the Jewish quarter. That'll be interesting.
Kat said some soldiers of his have gone missing. They had with them some charter they can't leave without. He sent me to find it. Well, we're in the surgeon's chambers. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff here that would be of use. We both know you're lying. The question is, why?
I have to admit, the soldiers here look pretty fearsome. I wouldn't want to come up against them in battle.
Yeah, I do. Not yet. It seems he's hiding out because someone had him beaten up recently.
He's a young noble from Jobst's council. His family have domains in Moravia and Lower Austria, and judging by how important it was for Istvan to find out where he is, he's a real thorn in their side, and they're out to get him.
I found that Jew who hired Goatskin to follow Ruthard. Samuel, his name is. Sounds like a nice place for a romantic evening, eh?
That's saying something. Well, trying to get sense out of drunken wretches is quite a skill of mine.
Of course.
I know you weren't there, but maybe you heard something. You know what goes on, right?
Sure.
If it'd make you happy.
What animals?
Are you asking me if he's right in the head?
How? I know a thing or two. So, do you believe me?
How do you know?
As you wish. And now I'm sure you'll be very happy to help me. What's your name? What's your impression of the Lego? How does he look?
I know it might be hard to believe, but I'm rather glad I don't attract every pickpocket in the neighbourhood. But anyway, about Liechtenstein. Anything new?
I couldn't do anything. I'm Henry. Me? I'm just cleaning here. I need help.
That's not good. If we don't find Liechtenstein, we won't find Sir Hans either.
I'm looking for medicine. For Captain Thomas. I have to help Captain Thomas. I'm looking for some medicine for him. La tua bellezza mi abbalia. La tua bellezza mi abbalia. That's definitely an interesting point. But tell me.
All right. That sounds promising. You'll have to tell me more about the sinning part. That sounds interesting. Do you remember how we were tortured in Trotsky?
Thanks. You look pretty decent yourself. You make it sound like things were different before with Zizka.
Well, we did what we had to.
Thank you.
That's all.
What?
Physically, it depends how you look at it. He got shot in the arse.
What? Say, how goes it? Are our captives harassing you? What do you think about Malashov? We were damn lucky.
What is it?
What? I'd like to tell you something.
The Margrave is expecting me. There was this healer called Clara there. Well, at least you don't have to go to confession. Gambling is the road to hell.
But he'd sure as hell care about how you talk about him. Deviant isn't a name that some lowly maid should be calling Lord von Burgov's right-hand man. And you'll still be here. So it'll be on you. For sure someone saw you coming here.
It was nothing. But Liechtenstein's on our side. At least I hope he still is. You never know these days.
Oh, come on, you know what I mean.
But, oh. What is it? To tell the truth, I may have been in a few battles, but fighting isn't really my thing. Well, it's only to be expected after all. That's true. And you've spoken to this goatskin fella, and you reckon it's definitely Liechtenstein?
And you are? And you think I believe you?
But I suppose now I'll never see her again. And that he robs someone every now and again. But I can't search every single house there, can I?
And sometimes not. So, to the point. And what if there's nothing interesting for me in there?
And what rewards would you have in mind?
And what were you doing at the pond, then?
Sure, why not? If all you need is someone folk won't recognise. Free wine. I'd be a fool to say no to that. Ugh, are you sure that's wine you poured me? This tastes like... Well, how should I say it? I'd rather find a different way to pull the wool over Havel's eyes. That's not it. So do many noble delicacies. And they're still delicious. And you want me to break in? I understand, but it seems a bit too dangerous. That's too bad. But what can I do about it? How's the winemaking going, Casper? Did the sulphur help you in any way? Well, it's not the best wine I've ever had. But it'd do at a pinch. I'll be going then. I'll get right on it then. You want me to be smellier? I don't see how that could make a good impression on him. Aye, I've changed my mind. Aye, ask away. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to risk becoming the enemy of a powerful family just for a book. About those wine troubles of yours. All right then, I'll try to get it for you. But I'd rather think it over a bit more. Oh, I'm sure your wife wouldn't mind if you asked an old girlfriend to return a book you lent her. Forgive me, Goodman, but this isn't a job for me. It sounds a bit suspicious. No offence, but I'd rather not. It doesn't matter. I'll find a way to get the book back. Didn't you say you're married? No, I'm not. I have to say, I didn't expect that. You're right, it has a real bite to it. Maybe there's another reason. The miners in Skalitz used to say where there's sulphur, it's easier to breathe. Healthier air. You wanted to ask me something, Goodman. Do you have any idea what this secret might be? It looks like wood chips soaked in sulphur. It stinks a bit. I'm sorry, but I really don't have time to chat. Where did you say I could find her? The book might come in handy. Can I borrow it? I'm back, and I've got the mysterious monastery incense. I almost forgot. I have the seedlings. If it's awkward for you to go to her, I'll sort it out. About that book? Sure. I'll be looking forward to it. I meant your business troubles. I'm Henry. Do you really think Havel would just tell me the secret? You don't even know if he actually knows it. Or it might just be a rumour. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Best of luck to you. What are you doing here, Goodman? I am. I wanted to ask about that business with the monastery secret. A secret? Well, just the job for me. I'm a bit of an expert when it comes to secrets hidden in monasteries. That won't be a problem. I've drunk so much wine I know all about it. Right. I understand what you want from me. But if it's a secret, it won't be easy. Just so we're clear, I don't want to steal anything. You're giving it away for free. Is there anything I could do to help you? So, what is it for? What's the truth then? And what have you tried? A caravan attacked so close to the city. It really isn't very safe around here. I'm just curious to know how they treat prisoners. Do they allow prisoners here in the camp to go to confession? Be they friend or foe, it would be cruel to deny them the chance to confess before God. I'm just curious about what a poor prisoner might have to confess. I'm looking for Baron Laszlo Farkash. Could you help me? Thank you, Father. I will. Are there any prisoners here? I noticed a shield of the Lords of Lipa here. A warhammer, if you've got one. I don't want to pry, Michael, but Sir Yaramir said he had some luck with horses. That sounds interesting. Lord Capon is always getting up to something. I don't know. Trotsky is so big, I couldn't guess how many men there are there. It must be worth a fortune. But von Burgov said Sir Yaramir isn't all that wealthy.
I wouldn't mind having relatives like that. You gave them what for? That's the main thing. He's calling his loyal men to arms, to fight back against the bandits running rampant in the region. Swine, eh? That's sensible. I understand. I accept your offer. I'd fight for Lord Capon any time and any place. It seemed to me he has plenty. Several dozen men. Well equipped. Let's do it, Michael. You said the same thing about the horses. Hold on. Hurtle said they're poachers, but Pelzel said it was by Nebakov Pond. Now, the Lords of Liper are a large house. Among them, Capon is pretty insignificant. A mace, or any old bludgeon. I never looked into it. Hold on. You said the same thing about that armour. Hold on. Pelzel told me in the stables that you took them from some bandits you killed. That's for their lordships to know. Not me. Some sword will do. He's got some, but definitely less than he'd like to. That's why we're here. I've got ears, but I don't crouch at keyholes. I'm not in the mood for a duel. He won't get a game out of me. I'd love to have a game. You were right. That's nobleman's business for you. You're right. Lord Capon's honour must be defended. You're right. Life's too short for boring stuff. Well, if you ask me, von Burgov wants to strike at the bandits, so he's putting an army together. Where did you come across the bandits? If my eyes weren't deceiving me, I saw these peculiar long iron things, and some strange crushed charcoal. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, I saw some black powder and these strange long iron things. Well, if there's one thing Lord Capon taught me, it's that noblemen's affairs are never dull. One of the most significant in the Kingdom of Bohemia. One day he'll inherit several castles and a lot of wealth. Sure, but what did they do? What were the relatives' names? Hurtle said there are some poachers here. Hey, I couldn't help noticing you've got enough armour here for a small army. His escort. I give advice when he asks for it, but mostly I take care of his security. A good fight. An honourable. All right. I won't believe another word Pelzel says. Let's do it. Give me an axe. Give me a longsword. Who are they? Well, I suppose he wanted to show respect to Lord Yaramir. So he didn't send just anyone. So he just invented the bandits, or what? I can't work out how it could have ended up here. Lord Capon's honour has been defended.
Good to hear. That's exactly why I came to you. That old stonemason died. Or maybe he found what he was looking for. Thanks. That's why I came to you. Poor fella. Must have died in his sleep. At least his search is finally over.
Come on. Crawl all over it. And bite to your heart's content.
Given your position, you'd be better off being on good terms with me and my masters than with a grubby thief. That's quite a lot. It's not worth that much to me. Now it's my turn to play dumb. So you won't say who she is? Or where Goatskin's holed up? Another bathmaid? Some vagrant? Look, I'm not looking for him for the hell of it. I have certain intentions. I'll be going then. Hey, it seems you lied to me when I asked you about Goatskin that time. Thanks. Here you are. So, tell me, where can I find Goatskin? Tell me where he is, and I'll get him out of the city. I'm sure you won't mind getting rid of him. Why? Goatskin would do the same for me. I hear he has a sweetheart here at the baths. Have you heard about that? We were working together for a couple of years, and I want to help him out. He's in deep shit. He doesn't have it on him. We hid the loot in case we got caught. Not that honourable. We did this merchant a few years back, but they got onto us before we could divvy up. Where's Goatskin? Each of us scarpered in a different direction, but the loot stayed with Goatskin. I'm in disguise. To fit in. It's good you're covering for a Goatskin. He's badly in need of it. Right. Knowing Goatskin, he won't tell me where. He ain't stupid. But he'll agree to us both going there. I'm looking for a fella called Goatskin. You wouldn't know anything about him, would you? That much? I don't have it on me. I have some more questions about Goatskin. Supposing I left you a few groschen, and you ought to know I'm acting on behalf of some rich and powerful men.
It's not worth it to me. I'd rather keep it. You? I don't like the sound of that. Let's see what you've got. I'll be going then. Here you have it. I heard some interesting things about you. Well, I get the feeling you're actually proud of it. Why not? All right, save the pitch for someone else and hand them over. I brought you those horseshoes. I mean, horseshoe. Don't worry. I'll get it for you. Not so fast. I heard that rosary belongs to the wounded captain. I could still buy the stuff from you, though. I have that rosary for you. It's very nice. Take it easy. No need to lose your temper. I'm looking for something. Something that would, so to speak, open doors for me. Yes. I need them. Here you are. Sure. I wouldn't want to be rude. Naturally. Maybe another time. Not on me at the moment, but what about those lockpicks? What did you do before? Not quite. I'd also like to know if you still got any tools. Who did you lose it to? Isn't there maybe something I could do for you in exchange? Do I get something for those horseshoes? What about that service in exchange?
Don't you want to dig the last hole yourself? Don't tell me you've lost your way. Ugh. What a stench. Can we get back to searching for those weapons? Cheers. What about us? I didn't find anything there. You can take all of it. I won't be drinking. I'm starting to feel like shit. I was a fool to think this would be easy. Won't you give me a hand? It'll go faster if you help me. So you're digging the next one? I wasn't even there. Wait. As you can see. What's going on here? What do you mean?
Interesting idea. I like it. Have you forgotten your last encounter with a boar? Wenceslas is the true king, and siding with him is a matter of honour. This shouldn't be about trade-offs. Sigismund is a usurper who's harming our land. Nah, von Burgov doesn't know me from Adam, if you ask me. I was thinking about our mission. What do you think of our prospects with von Burgov? Your knowledge of these parts is impressive. You didn't answer my question. I'm glad you feel better. I feel a bit better. Like I belong somewhere. And can do something big. And Henry of Skalitz? And why am I here? What does he have to gain? Really? What do you want me to advise you about? He's as full of tales as an old fishwife, and half of them sound very unlikely indeed. I agree. He seems quite likeable. I'll believe it when I see it. I honestly can't stand him. What do you make of this Brabant fellow? And he's got a score to settle with Sigismund, like we do.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late. I ought to have a word with Hans.
I'm glad to hear it. Think nothing of it. But watch out next time. I won't hold back. I'm with you on that, noble sir. Thanks. A generous master is a good master. That's a piece of blacksmith's wisdom. Thanks. Where did you get so much coin? Back! Go back! Burn down 2 of Sigismund's villages for every one of ours he burned down. And a dozen for Skalitz. Did you distinguish yourself in that battle? Vokala? Vokla... would you mind if I just call you Brabber? Actually, I agree. We were supposed to win von Burgov over to our side. And instead... Actually, almost nothing went to plan. But... at least I finally got revenge on Istvan. Aren't you overdoing it a bit? We don't have the resources for a mission like that. That would be excellent. If the king were to return, the nobility would definitely support him. Sigismund would have to withdraw. That Horsten got what he deserved. Believe me. Brabant's right. The war must be won. By whatever means. Stop. Pleased to meet you, Sir Vacula. True. Not everything went according to plan. You're right, Hans. We must find allies and put a stop to it as soon as possible, so we can save as much as we can. Jobst is hatching his plans. Soon we'll kick Sigismund out of this country, and I think the bold Sir Hans will still have a chance to prove himself. Go to the horses. What's troubling you, Sir Hans? What's your plans, Sir Baron? Brabon? At least we know now that von Burgov was just hoodwinking us, and has no intention of standing against Sigismund. But what would you do now? Sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I'm right behind you. You didn't need me. They took it pretty well. I got to know a local girl. And what a time we had. I noticed the fortress is well supplied with ammunition. I'll tell you everything, but not here. Please, trust my judgment. They're pretending to be his garrison. And you didn't speak to Nebak, but to their chief. Are you an expert on fortress construction? Hearing you spout wisdom is entertaining. But not enough to make me forget my ass is sore. A bit. The journey here was good, and I hope the journey back will be the same. I bumped into those 2 bastards who were looking for us at Bojana the Herbwoman's place. I went shooting with the locals, and showed them how it's done. I'm only following your example, sir. I agree. Although, The Lord of Perkstein can also act pretty haughty at times. I'm wondering what von Berghoff will have to say about it. We'll meet up at Trotsky. Of course! He was very furtive about telling me. And then he scarpered, before anyone could accuse him of telling tales. I understand. Forgive me. I wasn't myself today. Sir Hans, they have enough for a small army. Not just a few mercenaries. I did some riding. The locals have this race here. Ready? I'll be right with you. Exactly. There's loads of horses here, but they can't explain where they got them from. Exactly. The horses. I did some asking around. He said Sir Yaramir never had such a big garrison till now. The mercenaries arrived a while ago, at his invitation, they say, but he hasn't seen any sign of Sir Yaramir since. But last time, our whole company was wiped out. This time there's just the two of us. And you're in light gear. Let's go and see Lord von Berghoff. Wait, that's not all. Wait, I'd like to explore a bit more. Pelzel, the fella who looks after them, said they took them off the bandits they killed. Not yet. Just a little longer. I apologise, Sir Hans. I let things get out of hand. I apologise, Sir Hans. And I saw some very strange things that make no sense at all. Everything about that fortress is damn fishy. That's just it. And I've never seen anything like it. Well, the fact that there's lots of men and armour. For such a small fortress. Ah, fuck him. We're here on account of von Berghoff. I have a feeling he won't be giving him a pat on the back either for the way he treated us. Don't worry about it. I took care of it on behalf of both of us. I wouldn't want any nasty surprises or tight spots. Nah, don't worry about it. It's water under the bridge. But not so loud. Not unlike the ones our company had. No, I think she's fine. Besides, according to him, Sir Yaramir is a lot older. Grey-haired with a full beard. I found the real Nebak in jail. I swear to God it's all true. We have to disappear as quickly as possible, before they take us captive as well. We had a disagreement, that's all. Who doesn't sometimes? You're the closest friend I have left. I agree. Thank Christ they didn't take you prisoner as well. Michael, the garrison commander, challenged me to defend your honour in a friendly duel. Happens to the best of us. But you can rely on me. Always. As you command, sir. You're right. That's only proper. You know what? You're right. Let's go then. You're right. I'm sorry. Not on account of us, no. But Pavlena hasn't turned up for a long time. So she's worried. Well, not on account of us, no. But... well, it's a complicated story. And not a pleasant one. On the other hand, he was only doing what von Berghoff told him to. I'm still responsible for your safety, after all. I'm here, Sir Hans. Let's go. We can set off. I'm ready. Fucking hell, Hans. You can be glad you're alive. You bet there is. The whole fortress has been taken over by bandits. They attacked it and took Sir Yaramir prisoner. Aye. Whenever I see him, I feel like giving him a smack in the mouth as well. Aye. I had a great time. Sure. Let's go. But Michael said that Nebak inherited them from some relatives or something. I'll just take one more look around. Seriously. So I can breathe easy. One of the local villagers was very keen to talk. They've got a lot of armour here. They've tried to hide it, but there's loads of it. Sure. I can't help you with that. I played dice with the locals. All right. You have my sympathy. Your wish is my command, sir. Enough for a small army, I'd say. Down in the tower, I found a shield with your crest. In the tower, they have these strange irons on mounts. It's a good thing we're almost there. Thanks, Hans. Give me a moment. I need to check it out a bit more. You could put it like that. What happened? I know it sounds odd, but... there's something fishy here. I've got a bad feeling about it, and I want to find out more. I had a great time. That's nice and all. But I'll be glad when we're back at Trotsky. And you have my word as a blacksmith that I'll stand by you. Even if it isn't always easy going. But I had a bit of a look around in the fortress. There's a couple of things that seem fishy. I left their rider so far behind, it'll keep him up at night. Aye. You're right. Another thing I noticed is that they look a lot meaner than normal lads. And black powder as well.
One of Sigismund's cronies. He was causing havoc around Ratai. Like that Radzig is a supporter of Wenceslas, that you and I met in Ratai. It was my fault. I was supposed to keep Sir Hans safe, but I failed.
Well, it was Sir Hans's fault. When they refused us entry to Trotsky, he went straight to the tavern and made a scene.
Isn't Zizka a bandit too, though? You can't even imagine it, Your Grace. That might not end well. My ma used to say when two different people do the same thing, it's not the same thing. Well, if the same applies to the ginger fox, I'm all for it. Well, no one let him go this time. He's dead.
Your health?
But I mainly told them things I was pretty sure von Bergov already knew. I just thought something up. We were ambushed while bathing in a pond, and then we fled through the woods. So we really looked like a pair of beggars. We were ambushed, and we only just got out of it alive. And we didn't get into Trotsky. We met outside Trotsky, in rather complicated circumstances. Sir, that's a generous offer, and I appreciate it. But it's not what I want. Forgive me, my lord, but how is it possible you don't know? Well, to be honest, Lord Capon didn't really look much like a nobleman. Well, I beg your pardon, Margrave, but I have the feeling you already know everything. Things went wrong right from the beginning. We were ambushed, and we lost the letter. I don't know. It all happened so fast. That's all that happened, sir. An unexpected guess. Well, I don't think he expected anything more from a simple servant of Lord Capon. I think it's some Jan Sokol of Lamberg. We crossed swords. I can only thank God we didn't kill each other. I have to rescue Sir Hans. I made a promise I'd protect him. Well, you should probably know that Istvan Toth was working for von Bergov. In fact, that's why we're here. We were following von Bergov's trail. By the time we finally arrived at Trotsky, he'd already long since made a deal with Sigismund. Not only for him, sir. I may be just a bastard, but that doesn't mean I'm used to begging at castle gates dressed in rags. I'm really sorry, sir, but... well, they tortured us. It's Lord Capon, Your Grace. I came to find out where he is, and rescue him. I have no idea, sir. Although it wasn't me who told him, von Bergov did get certain... information.
Get good and drunk, lads.
About Liechtenstein. That he's in Kuttenberg. And what he's doing there. Well, they had to. They gave him their word.
Aren't you all on the same side?
What?
Go home.
I can. Well, they asked questions, yes. But I was counting on that, and prepared myself for it. I understand. It seems complicated. Well, it wasn't the best circumstances to meet Zizka in. They sent him to the Trotsky region to cause problems, and our paths happened to cross. Lord Capon and I were lucky to get out of it alive. But no one at Trotsky believed that we were messengers. Well, unfortunately, they got, certain information out of me. Bergov had no interest in our message. It was nothing really. Just a bit of trouble on the way. But I made a promise, sir. But Lord Liechtenstein, what if they killed him because of us? Everything went to hell in the end, and we ended up in a dungeon. Or at least I did. They took Lord Capon away. But of course he didn't tell Sir Hans and me anything. And on top of that, he used us to do his dirty work.
Damn it. I don't have that much. Damn it, what are you blabbering about? You'll be sorry for that whoreson remark. So tell me, for fuck's sake, where the bloody banner is. So, are you gonna stand in my way? Or will we come to an agreement? What's the problem now? Here you go. Now, where's this Hensel? I hear they play dice here. I fancy a game myself. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, Sacra! And who the hell is that now? And you couldn't have told me that before? All right then. I'll find him. Goodbye. What, you couldn't have told me that before? Fine then. Goodbye. I'm looking for St. Anthony, and something tells me that I'm in the right place. I can offer you a good deal. Foreman Vlach sent me. He wants to come to an agreement with you. If you're the leader of the Saints, I've come to see you. All right. Never mind the dice. I'm more interested in a sacred thing. I'm not going to pay you anything. Where is that standard? I'm not going to pay you what you already got from Hensel. Spit it out. Now, let me explain. I'm here in a matter of faith. You're right. I'm washing my hands of it. You and Vlad can figure it out yourselves. I'll offer you some money if you tell me where St. Anthony is. The winner takes all. I want to know where the St. Anthony is. The Striped Tony's Standard. Where is St. Anthony? The Striped Standard. I'm here about St. Anthony. Tell me your price, and we can have this settled before you know it. I'll find him, though. Goodbye. With a good horse, I might be able to catch up with him. If I find out you lied to me, I'll be back. What if I bet against you at dice? You're St. Anthony against my groschen. I don't care what your deal is with the Tonys. I just want to make Vlach pay. I'm tired of beating around the bush. Let's solve this man-to-man. It was strange how those dice kept going your way, Preng. Fine. I'll pay you. Thanks. Maybe you'll be lucky next time. And now, for the payment. That idiot gave me an advance, and I'm fine with giving it all to you. Then I'll get the rest out of him anyway. And who the hell is that now? What? Have you had enough? I'm not interested in your affairs with Vlach. People pay me to solve their problems. I'll put it plainly, Preng. What do you know about St. Anthony? But if I find out that you lied to me, then I'll come back here and I'll break your legs. Do you understand? And who the hell is that? And who the fuck is that now? All right. You can count on me.
What? What's a chavo? What am I supposed to do? A curse? That sounds more like a job for you. All I can do is pull teeth.
Where is that?
So you know what to do. Fine. Then pour the water on a dung heap, and the curse is gone.
All right, then.
Well, I won't catch a rabbit with a sabre in my hand. And I can't kill a horse or a cow quietly with it. I'd end up in a pillory. I hear you got a job for a blacksmith.
She's hiding out with her sweetheart, Bahush. She's all right, but he's in a bad way. Why does it have to be me who goes to get him?
I've been thinking about the curse that's been plaguing your voivod.
What are you talking about?
I think I could do that. Well, so how about dog's blood? I don't know. I still don't like it.
I'm not sure I want to get involved in your family affairs. You wouldn't have any idea where they might be holding Tibor.
Do you have any work for a blacksmith, perchance? I reckon human blood would be best against human magic, right? Some kind of moonshine? A sip of that can do miracles. You don't expect me to go and kill a man, right?
I found your daughter, Marika. She sent me to you.
I could cut off the head of a chicken or something. That should do, right? What? Who wants to kill him?
She asked me to get something from you that would help him. He's delirious with fever, and his wounds are starting to fester. Marika really needs the Voivod's amulet, but of course he doesn't want to let go of it. Do you know where I can find his body?
I can forge a sabre, aye. But why should I be the one to kill something with it? The Voivod can do that himself.
It's all over. Did your prophecy come true? The Voivod sent me. It's about Geza.
I still don't know. I don't like this very much. I don't know. Dealing with curses, dipping a sabre in someone's blood. I don't like it at all. The blood of an innocent virgin might work against the curse, right? What? Who wants to kill him?
What exactly do I have to do?
That leaves maybe a dog? Should we fight again? Here you go. No, I get that. But why are you fighting for money? Oh, I don't have that much. A musician and a fighter. You don't see that every day. Come and fight. You're right. I'll come again some other time. Where are you headed? I'm just fine. Don't worry. So, what about that fight? Damn, you got me all right. You've won your coin fair and square, Yura. I love Smithian, but I have a lord I must serve. So war, eh? It's a shitty thing. All right, let's wrestle, because I'm quite sure I'm the better fighter. Anyway, I must be going. Goodbye, Yura. I don't have the time. And I'm out of coin now anyway. You're right. I much prefer swinging a sword than forging one. Definitely. Here you go. Are you a blacksmith? You put up a decent fight, Yura. I'll remember that levering trick. You deserve a clobbering for how poor a judge of people you are. Glad to hear that. From one blacksmith to another. What are you doing here? Where's your anvil?
It's the 8th bell. I need to hurry.
Strange. I'm getting goosebumps all of a sudden. Will you manage all by yourself?
She's gone missing, and I'm trying to find her.
I'm as conspicuous here as a bishop in a brothel.
We've just made up.
so I shouldn't piss Capon off straight away.
There's no going back. Thresh him like a sheaf of wheat. Kick his noble arse.
He didn't take either the coin or the books. So it wasn't a thief.
I'll try asking around then.
I'll have a look in the forest. I might find something else.
Oh, damn it. And when did he leave?
I found out who's responsible for Roman's death. Sigismund's messenger has probably set off from Sedlets by now. I don't have much time. And no sign of Sigismund's orders. Women's dresses. And they said there are no women here. Was Barton lying to me?
Iron? Just because I'm not dressed up in my Sunday best doesn't mean my father's not a noble.
I should have ditched those songsters ages ago. Why did I even get involved in this? Could it be I'm not the only one looking to make mischief here? Was someone trying to steal something? Or perhaps I'm not the only one who's looking to make mischief here. Is it possible this had nothing to do with simple theft? Could it be someone from the farm? Might there be some truth to the stories? But would he kill someone for coin? Could it be from that chest?
Fuck it radiator, X, wriggle pepe, vulva, feferoni.
Greetings. It appears that the townfolk hired a few mercenaries for protection, but apparently that didn't turn out too well.
Well, I suppose you could weld it, but then a blade like that doesn't last. Too damn brittle in the joint. In the first fierce fight, it'll be in pieces again.
It's like with that Trotsky hunter. I have the worst luck with people. Oh, damn. They've seen me. Could this have fallen out of the cart? Bloody hell. This hasn't been here for long.
God damn it. Menhard isn't going to like that.
Damn, that hurts. Can you do something about it? Oh, damn it. That sword isn't here. Now what? That herdsboy really did see something. And the trail leads into the rocks. The herdsboy was right. I actually found that black horse. Damn it. I don't have a torch. Oh, damn. Poor girl.
Whereas, if you kill them, no one will know about it.
Nothing. How is that possible? Unless Emran played me for a fool.
Blood again.
Forget that. You'll get drunk again.
Aha. So this is most likely where they used the lockpick. And the lock looks scratched. Maybe someone tried to get inside without a key. Interesting. What are you doing here? And where's your master?
Let's go and find some pretty girls.
Trample him into the ground! You're a knight. Isn't mercy an important part of the creed you were born into? But no beer for you, gamey. Nothing of the sort. My real father is Sir Radzig Kobyla.
And the main thing is they took that damn standard.
To rescue a damsel?
You deserve to die for that murder. And you will!
No one's ever been taken in over a bit of dirt. No one's ever been arrested over a bit of pig's blood. From now on, the entire pasture belongs to Takov. Procek could discount the ale in celebration. Capon will give me a bollocking for this. And rightly.
You deserve to die for what you did. One for Moravia!
Who are you praying for?
How did you end up here? What exactly happened to you?
I have to get back to Franzi soon. There's a dreadful stench coming from that hole. He asked me to give you his thanks for all the help you've given them.
You'd have to be mad. But what Svatya did wasn't so terrible. The sword was found, no one was hurt.
Give up, son! Give it up!
To pay this beautiful damsel a compliment. That's allowed, is it not?
I took them down quietly. One at a time. Did you forget I sorted things out with the folks from the Nomad camp? I got rid of Robber Baron Gules and his gang. You have peace in the region thanks to me.
Hey, you animal!
We didn't agree on anything. And forget about Mishka. She had no time for either of us.
Listen to me, loudmouth.
It looks like that. And there's a lot of you.
It looks like they dragged that poor wretch further. I have to find out where. It looks like it must be pure silver that's going missing. It looks like it fell off when they dragged him into the woods. I have to find out which way they took him. So Grozov owes Chertan money. Sakra. It was certainly no accident. It looks like some kind of notes. Like a diary.
I reckon I could whip up 4 of them, no problem. But they follow the instructions of Royal Hetman Radzig Kobyla.
Knock him out of the saddle!
Oh? Why was that? There's nothing here. I reckon those two really are innocent.
You're turning all the heads today. They all envy Alder. And he knows it.
when it pleases him.
Almighty and merciful God, our Father.
Well, I didn't manage to get them all, but I don't think they'll be forgetting my visit anytime soon.
All done. We can get going. Confess to everything, and nothing will happen to you.
I took care of everything. Here's your share of the reward.
All the delivered ore is here in one place. Nothing suspicious. All three drowned. Sends shivers down my spine.
Oh, you'll understand when I kick your teeth in. Well, I gave him quite the beating for it.
Oh, he must have lost more than he could afford. They probably suspected it. Why else would they go with him?
Better go and hide behind your counter. Go back to your stable, loser.
Mutt! I was afraid you'd been eaten by the Praggers. I reckon nobody could steal anything from here.
Water. Here you go.
Well, I like to travel light.
The howling of wolves. And it's getting closer. I mean, I'd be happy to go and find your horse, but you'll have to deal with the wolves on your own.
Oh, you make me sick. You've got reason enough to hurt Pavlena, and I think we should go and see the bailiff about it. Do you have any idea who you're mouthing off to? You haven't heard anything more about the attack on Nebokov, have you?
You know that sword rightfully belongs to Menhard. You must return it.
Now, you know what, Wojtek? You can kiss my arse. Maybe I should read it again first. I'll stop by another time.
You know what? Get lost.
I know everything. I know you buried Roman's body in the woods.
We are here by the order of the Lords of Lipa. Release Sir Hinnek, and you won't be harmed.
You see? I told you a ride would do you good.
I see I came just on time.
I did, but he's dead. I found his body in the forest.
That's all I need to know.
I don't have any more questions. Thanks. Actually, children who die unbaptized aren't damned. I really am Sir Radzig's bastard.
Why do you think I approached you like this?
Is there really no way to make it happen? Can't you send someone with me to help?
You didn't ask.
Well, these lads were no soldiers. It couldn't have ended in any other way.
I discovered this contract in the mine.
It's between Sir Taras Mura and some Father Richard.
I amuse every girl in bed, as is right and proper.
I ought to go and see Rosa. She'll be expecting me. I'm already regretting this. We'll be there soon. Don't worry.
Shouldn't you slow down? The night is still young. Maybe Older will come back and you'll have duties.
I'm here!
I've been here for ages. I reckon Sir Hans will be getting impatient. I've been here too long. I have to get back to Franzi. I don't have much time left. Enough said. Jezek is waiting for me.
Don't worry, boy. Nobody's going to eat you now.
Now just to open that gate.
It's all right now. You can come down.
He's in the devil's den already.
He nearly got hanged in a neighbouring village.
You'll be at peace now. A torn piece of clothing. Might it belong to Pavlena?
Go. Flee while you can.
Be quiet and run. Quick.
They have all the authority they need.
And anyway, you'll burn in hell forever for what you did.
Needle him!
And there are the baskets Pavlena came here to sell. They were here for sure.
I do have some information about it. The sword was taken from you at Master Menhard's request. To be honest, I couldn't tell you. But however it started, they became close.
An all-white hide? What sort of animal is it from?
Well, that really is disgusting. Take it easy. I don't want to do you any harm. I just wanted to know what really happened with Pavlena and Roman.
Show that wretch!
Show these wretches that a knight knows more than war and death.
Show him how we do it in Rattay. Show him what hard work means. Sell him a good battering.
I'll pay. It's a reasonable demand. So you haven't seen her?
Oof, that isn't half heavy.
Oh.
Ugh, I made it.
It was Straw, the farmhand. When I confronted him, he attacked me, and I had to defend myself.
Well, you did a terrible thing. Now, the most important thing is to rescue Pavlena.
Oh, it's bloody hot. And it stinks.
In Bohemia, we have a saying. Not even chickens scratch for free.
I found a corpse by the woods, along the way to the cemetery.
That's not true at all. There's more of us. Many more.
Tell me what you did with Pavlena, you fucking idiot.
You call yourself a night watchman? You and maybe one other might give us a bit of trouble. but the rest will crush like flies.
Are you looking for Roman? All those years in the earth haven't treated it well. I hope I can fix it.
You know very well why. You show me your sword, I'll make a replica and bring it to Thomas and tell him it's the original.
Have you got something against Pavlena?
You can talk.
Are you the one they call Straw?
It won't budge. Something's holding it from inside.
You bastard! Where's that sword?
You? A poem?
Your master is in a better place now, Horsey. But what do you say we ride over to the horse dealer, and I'll claim you for myself?
What was so urgent that it couldn't wait until morning?
Not this way.
How the hell am I supposed to get out of here?
Not this way. I have to get to Adder. This isn't the right way. I need to get to Suchdal quick. The third toll. I better get moving. The third day is half over. I hope Katz can delay the trial a while longer.
Maybe it was canker. Gule said canker was robbing people in this gorge.
Maybe Godwin found something. I should go and check up on him. Maybe Godwin had better luck. I should see how he's getting on.
The grass broke, he fell right in, and covered his ass in shit.
Grozov will have definitely sent a report to Sedlets by now. I should hurry. Now that's what I call steel. It may be broken, but there's hardly a trace of rust.
To see that coward get a proper beating will be enough of a reward for me. Thomas is a half-wit, and above all, a coward. No such man deserves a sword.
So much blood. They attacked him here. I've already met this Jezek fella. But tell me more about him. Oh, really fucked up this time.
This window with the beam.
This isn't a good idea. Someone will see me, and that'll be the end of our plan. That must be Mikush's hat. This must be Sir Valentine. And he has a sword. Maybe I could just forge one like it, since the real one is nowhere to be found. This is surely Pavlena's. A piece of her dress.
Sakra! They're the fellas who were sniffing about at the herb woman's place. What are they doing here, though?
This is Sir Hans Cape on a Perkstein. He could have you pilloried for a month for talking like that.
And damn, maps of hiding places. Bakovets really was involved in some shady business. That's a fine bow. The poacher must have made it himself. This is going to take a while. That was the last time. I swear, now I'm going to leave you here and go to Jezek. Unfortunately, this is all that's left of that famous guild sword of yours. I can't do this without a spade.
That sounds like a good idea.
That means the rider can't be far away.
You didn't what? You can't blame her after what you pulled.
Christ. Letting myself get beaten like that. What a disgrace. This looks like some kind of contract. It must be important if he locked it away. I'd better leave the wine here. We'll never get to the bottom of that now, though.
I can do poetry. Like I would believe you. Is that some Moravian dance?
Dobravka? Where is she?
Oh, for God's sake. That horse and robbed me.
That's not all that bad. Why not get a bit of fresh air, right? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, I don't think that's likely. Pavlena left all her things at home.
We'll see about that. Depending on how things go. That can't be all.
Nah, that wouldn't cut it.
Does Pavlena wear it? Or did someone leave it here? This doesn't look good.
Nah, don't think too much about it. You've had a bit to drink, and that can make all sorts of things come into your head. You'll have a clearer mind tomorrow.
I don't know. I didn't ask. But I reckon he'll have to hide out somewhere.
I don't know. But she looked really scared when I found her.
I couldn't tell you, sir.
No. But enough about that. You said you were in the tavern with Yakesh.
Don't worry about it. And keep your eyes on the road. That's none of your concern. Just drive.
God in heaven. This really is the axe.
I can't betray my friends. That was easy enough.
No, nothing like that. I'm just helping her mother find her. She's worried about her. She's not interested in our buffoonery anyway.
That has to be that Ford Pint was talking about. I should take a look around here. This must be Mikush's hat. This must be the place Dushko was telling me about. This must be that basket of silver Zdena was carrying with her. She wouldn't have just left that here. Those must be the poachers I'm looking for. Well, that still won't stop me from hanging Sixer's banner here.
Right, yeah. So, you were in the tavern with Yakesh, and...
You let those poor bastards pay you, but when they were in need, you ran away.
Are the soldiers really so lax? Or could there be more to it than that? Those are our things from the camp.
I made a fool of myself once again. Damn it.
Is that all you have in store?
That's the hide. Now to bring it back to the huntsman. That's awful. But what's it got to do with anything?
That may be true. But the most ruthless killers and bandits in the land are hiding in these woods with me. This must be the guild sword. But that bastard broke it.
That's one serious lock. There must be something important inside. That grave is in a very strange place. And a bit small.
Well, it clearly used to be a beautiful axe. But all those years underground have taken their toll. That's not important. The main thing is it's turned up undamaged.
That's not important. The main thing is I know what it means, and hopefully it'll help me in my work. Thank you.
This place would be great for a water goblin.
So, this is the road to Billany. Oh, what a mess. Is that coming from the mine?
Jan's not going to be happy about this. You mean one that rhymes? Like, darling dear, bring me a beer?
That was pretty cheap, peddler. Ugh, that was embarrassing. I'll be the talk of the town. I might be able to catch up to him.
That could be this deer hunting ground.
That's an odd horseshoe. It doesn't seem magical, but those spikes look useful.
What a sight. Sixer's stinky brays hanging proud.
Can't be overlooked. That looks like a merchant's wagon that's been ambushed. That must be the unfinished cottage Varel was talking about. That must be the Elsa I'm looking for.
I reckon these aren't the orders.
No. But thanks anyway.
You're talking about the dead soldiers, aren't you?
The gob was right. They really are the ones who ambushed me and Capon. These are our things.
That doesn't sound like a good idea. A bride is supposed to be chaste, fragile, pure. What does that Pelzel eat?
But now I am a lord, my dear, with a pitcher full of beer.
This one drowned too.
The knight's been guarding this place against demons.
Ugh, that stench of fire.
That poor dead soul must be his master. Even in death, he didn't want to leave him.
The sword. Yes, I took it at Menhard's request. I'm sorry about that. Oh, Christ. That was some whipping.
Whoever got it was supposed to go to the place marked on it.
That fella earlier said he was missing a pig. If he went looking for it, he might have seen something.
That fella must have been watching us the whole time. He must have been part of the group that ambushed us.
Ah, what a diabolical stench. If you don't have too much work, that is.
Damn. Now I can see why no one found the large quantity strange.
I can see why you'd want to get the whole village up in arms against her.
You see, nobody took care of you. Now you lie here, abandoned and defeated. I can't leave now. What if they hang Janos? Oh, I can't leave now.
Not now. Now to get the horse, and it's off to the Pshitok Tavern. Now for those stupid bloody orders.
I can't leave now. I can't leave just yet.
Now just to find Hensel and that damn stang.
Oh, I can't leave now. So Zizka's men.
It doesn't look like an apparition, Gerda. One thing's certain. It was definitely no apparition. Someone really did come to see the hermit. But it wasn't the devil.
So there's nothing to prevent its return to you now. So Zizka's men had a camp here. Let me guess. Pepik is a horse? So don't expect Vieta to come back to you again. After all that.
That leaves Istvan's chambers.
So you two idiots decided to kill Pavlena? Is that how it was?
Oh, so you two just ambushed that poor girl? Where is she now?
Answer!
So you haven't seen her?
So you still blame her for it? If you don't surrender, we'll shoot you to pieces. We'll kill the rest the old-fashioned way.
It's pretty small, too.
I've seen cases just like this one. A fella fell from a tree, broke his leg, and was dead by nightfall.
Now, save your bullshit for someone else. I'm done listening to your tales. Where's Pavlena?
A strange horseshoe. And these spikes. So the horse doesn't slip on wet ground. Clever.
Oh, come now.
Look at yourself. I've never seen a prettier bride in my life. I spend all this time chasing you, and you die in your sleep. I won't leave you here like this. or prepare the burial your faith demands.
This isn't how you imagined things would end for you, is it?
Split his seams! I've already taken care of everything. Thomas was most pleased with the replica. But you know, I've been thinking. So the camp commander is a serious gambler.
Show him what you got on offer!
Istvan's chambers. Maybe I'll get lucky. It looks like I'll have to find Mutt myself.
Thanks for nothing. You ought to be a bit more concerned about the death of an innocent man than about the reputation of your kin.
This doesn't look like Sigismund's orders. This must be the blue crayfish the fisherman told me about. So this is the water goblin's hut? Well, that was something.
So it was true.
Well, each to his own. Looks like the fight's been postponed, eh? So you'll lure the guard away from Moose's tent. I scratched your back. We'll just go for a little ride here. So this is how they crush ore in bulk. A corf here, a corf there. So this is where you're hiding the cannon. Well, not for much longer. So this is where Chertan lives. Then we'll split the money half and half. What'd you say?
I'd rather settle it without bloodshed.
So this is where the horse led me. So Svatya threw it in here.
Let's have a look at it then.
Oh, Christ almighty. You haven't started poaching again, have you?
So it really was that magpie that took it. Nowadays, you can't even trust God's creatures.
All right, Pepik. Let's go and see Vostatek. So, Sir Hans. Just a few more steps, and we're in the passageway. It really is here. That must be the old stonemason's silver. There. The portcullis is up. Now we'll finish off the rest in the courtyard. Halt! Not another step, or...
Speak up! Well, you know what then, Sir Authority? Get stuffed. I was trying to help.
I hope that wasn't a mistake. Aye. Crime doesn't pay. So where is that sword? So that's what the map led to. I suppose the water carried the chest all the way here. Now you're back together. So you shut yourselves and ran away.
Are you a night watchman or a sleepwalker?
Am I crazy or what? I was supposed to go and see Jezek, and instead I'm faffing about with a horse.
I'm here then. You said in the alehouse that you could do with a helping hand at the forge, didn't you?
So I made a mistake. Big deal.
I found Kvieta. I was in that graveyard and found Valentine's grave, but no sword was there. We should get out of here, don't you think?
Well, one drink can't hurt, can it? Let's go then. Let's go. The bailiff can decide what to do with you.
All right, boy, we're here. I'm sure your master is waiting for you.
All right.
I'll try.
All right. I'll sort it out with him myself.
But there's one condition. All right, then. Fine. A quarter, then. That should be enough, eh? All right. The sooner we stop arguing with each other, the sooner will the sword fighting hall function properly. Fine, then.
Keep the sword and go.
All right, then. Here we go.
So how's the mine, Vlach?
Well,
Any better?
so, Pavlena, what have you left for me?
How did it go at the abandoned hunters' camp? How'd you like Devil's Den?
So you could just let it be, right?
I won't give up without a fight. That's it! Send him galloping!
From now on, the entire pasture belongs to Zheleov. Olbram will be glad.
Here, eat up. It'll get you back on your feet.
This'll do.
Here you go. Down to the last groschen.
The medal's not here. There's nothing here. Fuck, that bastard really tricked me. I won't stand for that. This is where the chest must have been before the water washed it away. There's still something left. This is where Svatova took the handcart onto the meadow. The inheritance can't be far.
This is where the mining accident must have happened. There aren't any orders here. There's nothing here.
I shouldn't be here. It'll just give us away. A trail of blood. I should see where it leads. They say the spectral horse appears here at midnight. Well, we'll see.
The hermit lives somewhere up here.
Here they are. I found them. Here's the coin for the new sword.
This must be where Kuba, Matthias's brother, is buried. Together with the silver axe.
Here's your share.
There's so many nails here. You won't miss just one.
Here it is. Here it is. Just like Svatya said. Here it is. Don't worry. There's nothing wrong with it.
Here it is.
But who threw it in here, I'd like to know.
It's a waste of time looking here. This is where Gerda saw the apparition.
This is where Mikush's family lived.
His ledger is bound to be interesting.
This blood trail leads to where I found that corpse. It must have been dragged from here.
That's Catherine's. That's Catherine's. Could the Cuman I killed have been her stalker? That's Catherine's. So this is where the Cuman who won't leave her alone lives. This skull is rather small. And all these toys.
That blood is absolutely fresh. Mother of God. Ugh. And the body's been munched on by a pig.
All right, give it here. I'll take care of it. He took an arrow in the leg, and he's bleeding. Punish that lordling!
His breath stinks.
I wouldn't ask too many questions if I were you. She's gone. Anyway,
Do you oppose the will of the royal hetman? Cut him to pieces!
Fucking piece of shit.
Go for it! Ruffle his mane! That's the way, gamekeeper. Along with an apology for, Menhard's break-in. A fight? No way.
I'm trying to find out if it's somehow connected with Pavlena's disappearance.
I hope Teresa doesn't find out about this.
I hope they didn't leave.
Could it be some secret murder?
I hope Rosa can aim well. It's probably a good thing that Kunzlin isn't seeing this. Maybe I'll have better luck in the scribe's room.
The conciliatory cross. An old memorial to some unfortunate event.
The conciliatory cross. A memorial to the unfortunate death of that young man.
did you hear that?
I heard you could use a helping hand at the forge.
I hear you're interested in Pavlena. Can I ask what happened between you and that midwife, Bojana?
I heard he somehow got mixed up with the butcher's wife in Pshitaki. I heard a priest once talking about some place called Crimbo or something. It's like hell, only the colours are different.
I promised to help the miners. I should go back to them. I promised to carry those sacks.
Dead end. Fuck, I don't want to die down here.
Rape him! To make the acquaintance of the young damsel. If she's willing, of course. The 6th bell. Half the time is up. I'm branded.
The map didn't lead here, but it's possible it washed up over here.
The magpie didn't bring the medal here.
I'd bet Sir Radzig's sword I've seen that good-for-nothing before somewhere. I'd bet Sir Radzig's sword I've seen those two good-for-nothings before somewhere.
I can't go this way. The legate mustn't suspect anything. The 7th bell.
Let's see if I find any other clues.
Farewell forever. Marvard.
Clothes. If she planned to run away, she'd have taken them with her.
I found it in that chronicle of yours. It wasn't easy, but we can finally put an end to all that endless fighting.
Sakra. That's the fella who was sniffing about at the herb woman's place. What's he doing here, though?
Oh, damn it. There's nothing here. Could it be by some other bush?
An abandoned cart.
Oh, Christ. Oh, is it morning already?
Damn. That was a close shave.
Damn it. I'm going to get myself killed, all for a stupid sword. Oh, damn it. You really worked me over. Oh, Jesus. His helmet's completely stuck. I can't get it off. Fuck. How's this going to end?
Oh, Sakra. This is impossible. I can't tame this mare.
Shit. Wait. I don't have anything for you.
Oh, damn.
I really took a beating. Would you take a look at this?
Oh, Sakra. Who's got an axe to smash our way in?
Ah, damn. I should turn around. I'm going the wrong way.
Damn, you're right. Wait a moment. I'll take it.
Oh, damn it. Conrad wanted to trick me and flee.
Sakra. It's suspiciously quiet there.
Kurva!
Oh, Sakra. All right. I'll take a closer look.
Oh, damn it. What have I got myself mixed up in this time?
Damn it. I don't think I have enough money.
Oh, shit. It's not here. This certainly isn't the murder weapon. It's been here for some time.
Me, Kubienka and Zizka freed him. The bailiff's son took it. Cape on! Hands! Christ, I have to go to him!
My arms are all sore. What a disgrace.
Rosa? Could you... Rosa! Come on. I'll escort you home. I changed my mind. That man licker is a pretty important person.
and I don't want to go up against him.
Roman? Who's he?
Roman is dead. I found his body by the woods.
What was that about a misfortune with Ludmilla?
It seems he was, playing hide the sausage with the Pshitaki butcher's wife, and the butcher wasn't too forgiving.
Don't you remember how I brought in Otter and Straw? I could have gotten Yakesh involved.
Right. That should be all the armour. I'll take it to Jezek in Pshitok. Well, that should be everything.
Hey there, Pony.
Easy. Quiet now, horsey.
Tell me something about yourself. We barely know each other.
Let's say I'm not a great supporter of Sigismund. What if we were to help each other out?
Let's just say that if you don't watch out, you could lose it. I said no. You'll get nothing.
A crossroads? And I'd say it's quite some way from the village. I'd rather try takedowns. I think I'll leave the nail where it is. I've already gotten more involved than I should have. Be careful. There are a lot of wolves in that forest. There may be no bodies left.
Should have brought a horseshoe for luck.
I better search him.
Oh, I wanted to congratulate you anyway, so...
A poacher's dagger.
Filthy peasant hands. Do you know how many books I've read? And I never fold corners.
I'll ask you again. What's your problem with Pavlena?
The bell's ringing for Hans the 5th time. The 2nd toll for Hans. Capon is really taking this mission seriously. I probably should too.
Shh, I'm freeing you. Go straight to the Devil's Den. Dry Devil is expecting you.
The first bell. Another 11 to go. I don't really know the camp. Could you show me around?
Because I can't get it right. I really don't plan on dying here, and especially not before you do. Do you understand me now?
It's set for 2. Freshly eaten.
You're no lightweight. Sorry, sir. It won't happen again.
Sorry, Pony. I just needed to borrow you for a moment. But soon we'll get you back to your master. There's nothing more here. Sorry, but St. Barbara's is more in need of good luck.
I searched Roman's house.
Why'd he steal something so stupid?
Why did you drive them out of Troskovitz? What happened?
Why would anyone kill Chertan anyway?
Why isn't he on the ground yet?
Why's that?
But why did it leave the road? Christ. That's Pavlena.
Christ, there must have been a fight here.
Oh, my God. The mill hands. Oh, Jesus. Who's this?
I hope for your own good, this isn't going where I think it's going.
God's wounds. The horse. It really is here.
I found Pepik. The bandits had him, just like you said. I won't mix it up again.
I've come to free you.
I'm here to rescue you.
I've come for the horse you stole from the huntsman.
I swear, if you puke on me, I'll break both your arms.
I've brought you a weapon.
I will. Stop fucking around and tell me where that sword is.
That's right. Feels like you broke all my ribs. I heard he deliberately rushed the ceremony.
She said some skinny fella had given you a beating.
There's a guard posted outside Moose's tent. I need to lure him away for a while. So I thought...
You won't let a night watchman beat you, will you?
I can't leave here with the wine, though. Well, I'm not going to force her.
A certain Thomas of Colleen wanted me to steal that sword from you. No one should be above the law. Friends. The two of us. I wouldn't count on it.
I ask that you bless my brother, who has died in this mine. And may your holy angels save his soul from damnation.
Used as a weapon, maybe.
I need some help. I'm looking for Pavlena, a girl from Zhelyov.
I need you to lure the guard away from Moose's tent.
Lost hold of the reins, eh?
I need to translate something from Latin. You're an educated man, aren't you? Would you help me? There's something I need your help with.
I'll tell you later.
I'll meet you back at your place. I'll head over on my own.
We'll meet at the Devil's Den.
The pleasure is all mine.
Listen, that leg of yours doesn't look good at all.
Listen, if you tell me everything that happened, it'll go easier for you. Listen,
send him to eternity!
Her mother sent me to look for her. She hasn't come home for a long time. She hasn't been home for a long time, so Bozhena sent me to look for her. When she left, she was heading here.
Menhard sent me. He said you still have the sword-fighting Brotherhood sword, and it belongs to him now. I'm Henry. The Dry Devil and Zizka sent me to find you. I'm to tell you they'll be waiting for you in the Devil's Den.
A damaged statuette of St. Mary Magdalene. Certainly stolen. She's got unfinished work here.
Nothing at all. I nicked Pepe right from under their noses, and nobody had to die.
Didn't he at least tell you when he'd be back?
Well, to tell the truth, I wouldn't want to cross you. It doesn't seem like a good idea. Unless someone else gives him a kick in first.
Yeah? Go on.
May God grant you peace, Sir Jan. In death, at least.
A trapdoor? It seems it leads down into the bowels of the earth.
I'll ride with you. We wouldn't want you falling off that horse along the way. He's waiting outside. Come on. Oh, judging by the trophies, I reckon this was a poacher's den.
Well, I think they deserve mercy. And if you don't agree, I won't serve you anymore.
A horseshoe from the ghost horse. Exactly like the executioner wanted me to get. Well, almost exactly.
I found your sword.
I'll take a closer look.
You can thank the devil and Zizka. They sent me for you. Hold on, damn it. I think I changed my mind. It would be pretty low of me not to split it with you.
Wait a moment. Start from the beginning. What do you mean she killed and damned your son? Hey, wait! Surely you're not going to kill them?
Wait a while.
Hey, this is a boy's cap.
Wait, I've been there already. I found blood and signs of a struggle.
I must go back and get Janos.
A lockpick. Maybe the murderer used it to unlock the powder store and then got rid of it here. Why would anyone throw away a lockpick here?
After all this, I can't just let you walk away.
He'll be needing stitches!
It doesn't look like someone scattered the powder by mistake. Was someone trying to steal something? Or were they planning something bigger? Well, not long now, and it'll be ours.
Fresh plaster, cross on the wall. That'll be it.
Oh, God.
What the hell is this brandy doing here?
I won't make it to the council assembly at this rate. I better not forget about that council assembly. The city council will be convening soon. I better get a move on.
I shouldn't go too far from Trotsky. I don't want to miss the departure for Semine. Oh, damn. The seal isn't here. Somebody got here before me.
Those aren't Vavak's men. I smell trouble.
I'm sure I went the right way. They've got to be around here somewhere. Where the hell are they?
They must be around here somewhere. A dagger and a pool of blood. Shit, that must be the one Chertown was stabbed with.
Nice. It's almost like the place I used to visit with Bianca. Nice sword. I'm not surprised they're fighting over it. To make the same won't be easy.
Pavlena's gone missing, and the way you talk about her, I'm getting the feeling you might be to blame. Well, Pavlena's gone missing. Do you know anything about that? And Pavlena's on friendly terms with him? I'm trying to find Pavlena, Bozhena, the herbwoman's daughter. Do you know her? I'm searching for Pavlena from Zhelyov. She comes here selling baskets. Do you know anything about her? Hugo the hog herd saw a farmhand, Straw, carrying a spade there.
Pardon me. It's noisy here.
I got a few of them, but we'll have to take care of the rest, and quickly. If they find those bodies, the whole camp will be in uproar.
The lords are playing soldiers, and it's the ordinary folks that suffer. Just like in Skalitz.
Oh, good grief. What on earth are they eating to shit this out? God almighty. And what did you do with Pavlena?
My God, so many corpses. Jesus.
This must be Roman.
Oh my God. She killed herself.
Lord von Burgov still hasn't arrived. Sir Benesh and his 3 companions, Frenzlin Click, Joachim, and Paishal, hereby agree to protect the inhabitants and property of Messeles. That drunk owes me something. Now's a good time for it.
Could it be Gazer?
No, Sakra. I don't have a torch. Goliath even gave me one. I need to get the gamekeeper home before I start asking questions. I don't know if the gamekeeper will want to talk to me. He was quite pissed off last time. The gamekeeper won't tell me anything, seeing how he's dead. What the fuck is this supposed to mean? Before I untie Gazer, I should find out from Tibor where we'll bury him.
Wow. Well, I only got to know my father recently. He's the royal hetman, Sir Radzig Kobyla.
The question is, why did Bakovets keep it?
Could you treat me, please? That fella laid into me like a battering ram into a gate.
I healed that poor wretch that you battered. So the bailiff is letting you go. Sorry I didn't realise right away. I apologise, sir.
Hit him over the head, Hans. Get out of here right now before we get really pissed off. All right, I'm ready. We can fight.
About the rebels' camp.
About that book.
He said Matthias carried Kuba's body up the hill from here. Up to an old oak tree.
They must have seen our arrival from here. Zizka's men must have seen us coming from here. You can easily see the road me and Capon arrived on. You can see our camp from here.
The guards must have seen something from here. If they weren't drinking, that is.
Forgive me, sir. I must have misheard.
I'm sorry, Ambrose. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Oh, eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon him. May he rest in peace. Amen.
You are the giver of gold, silver, bronze, copper, tin, iron, and all ores and metals. What could it be from?
They'll be talking about your justice and mercy throughout the land.
This is the place the innkeeper was talking about.
I heard something about that. Why did you drive them out back then? I'd rather not talk about my family.
Is it because of Lord von Bergov?
Why isn't he here yet?
What the hell is your problem? You said you wanted to reconcile with Menhard.
What the hell are you talking about? Who are you, really?
Oh, Vostatek would be surprised.
Not yet. But something might have happened to her.
Ah, excellent. Here's that garden.
Now, how do I get in? Something like that.
See how easy that was?
Let's go, girl.
You see? I knew it wouldn't be anything serious.
Well, we'll see.
Well,
It was too late. I couldn't save him. I'm sorry.
We'll get to work straight away. All right?
Well, sorry about that. I know I shouldn't have done it, but you wouldn't have found the border without me.
Come on, gamekeeper. You can't do that.
Well,
Thanks then.
Well, I didn't understand a single word, but I'll take it to heart.
Hold on. I had to buy your freedom.
Well, I don't know how you'll like it, but I brought you the repaired sword.
Aye, I confess. I've had a tipple. Well, if you say so. You probably know him well. Fine then. If you don't want my help. Aye. I heard about that famous fight of yours. Aye. I heard about that fight of yours. I don't need to check up on that. Could this be Janos Uher? Oh, nice view.
All right then. I'll help you find him.
Well, I can feel it in my bones. Something's coming. Well, I'll just have to go back there and try asking Preng nicely. Or to Wolfram.
And what are you going to do about it? Run home and whine to Ma?
Does it matter? And what do I get out of the deal? And what if I refuse?
Well, there's no one there, but Pavlena had been there for sure. The table was set for 2, and I found the baskets that she sells too.
Oh, nothing much. A couple of Sigismund's soldiers went out hunting, but ended up as prey. Nothing of interest. There's nothing here.
None of that. You asked me to watch you.
There's nothing here. Moose is definitely not to blame.
Nah, don't worry about a thing. I'm not paying anything. If anyone should, it's Menhard.
Did he... everything's here. Nothing.
Shut up! Or I'll put a hole in you so big you'll be able to see Kuttenberg through it.
I'll have to go back.
It's no use trying to wriggle out of it. I have a witness. Don't try any charades with me. If something's happened to Pavlena, you'll pay for it, here and now.
I can't run away now. I'm no coward.
Look on it as an opportunity.
Well, your leg could rot and fall off by the time I return. It doesn't look like there's anything interesting here.
Don't you know the baths are closed? Who are you spying on here?
Do you know anything about her? Do you know anything about her? Do you know anything about Pavlena from Zhelyov? A young girl. She comes here selling ointments, baskets and stuff.
Do you know where to find some more food? Do you know where to get some food?
Do you know if she's been here in the last few days, Master Bailiff? I'm a bit worried about her.
I don't know. But Kvieta doesn't want anything more to do with you.
I don't know.
I don't know who it is, but it looks to me like murder. The corpse was dug up by pigs. Have you seen a young girl selling baskets here? Her name is Pavlena. Have you seen a young girl here? Her name is Pavlena. She wears a headscarf and sells baskets. Have you seen Pavlena around here? A young girl from Zhelyov. Sells baskets here sometimes.
Have you seen Pavlena from Zhelyov? She comes here to the village sometimes.
Have you seen a young girl selling baskets here? Her name is Pavlena. Have you seen a young girl here? Her name is Pavlena.
She wears a headscarf and sells baskets. Have you seen Pavlena around? She's a girl from Zhelyov who sells baskets here sometimes. I'm sure you wouldn't kill anyone out of wickedness. Tell me how it was, and I'll testify for you.
You wouldn't know where to find some food.
Pin him down! Well, it's just that I found a couple of interesting things in your tent. Isn't there something you should tell me?
If I go away, Janosch will soon be hanged. Oh, my God. I hope it's not too late.
I don't want to repeat myself, but that was a great race. No, you're right. Let's make an example of them.
Yeah, this is definitely Peter. They left no stone unturned.
The only one surrendering will be you.
Any idea where they might have gone?
I can't believe I used to be afraid of you. And that you haunted me in my nightmares.
I can't leave Samuel here.
I can't just leave these people like this. I can't just leave Sir Hans on his own.
I got a bit messy at a pig slaughter.
I can't just scarp her. Sir Hans is counting on me. I can't leave without paying and leave Sir Hans on his own here.
I can't leave without Samuel.
I can't just run away from my work. I can't just leave them there.
No need to whisper. It's safe outside now. Aye, so I'm a bit dirty. So what?
I shouldn't have left you, Sam.
You do better guarding a hen house.
I shouldn't leave Capon on his own. I shouldn't keep Sir Hans waiting so long. Well, you're quite welcome.
You're welcome. And my name's Henry. I don't have the time to help you anymore. Will you stay here for a while?
I don't have a spade.
Aren't the beds soft enough for his lordship? She didn't pack up her stuff. I don't think she was planning to be gone for long.
I don't like where you're going with this.
Someone's playing dice in there. Must be the Saints.
Someone washed off some blood here.
Don't blame yourself. Those lads would have taken up arms with or without you. You did the right thing.
Someone buried him here.
Somebody untied the horse and led him along the path.
Someone must have killed him and buried him here by the woods. And then the pigs dug him up. Someone ought to shut that nasty mouth of yours.
I'm no thief. A few groschen are not worth a guilty conscience.
What sort of person do you think I am? I'm no fraud.
I've got a pretty thick skin. No offence taken. I'll need to get a spade first.
First, I have to settle our debt.
First you let the whole village burn, and then you return to steal from the corpses. I will not permit that.
I'm no good at it.
A grave? No, I mean a particular girl. Pavlena.
But she'd make a nice soup. Something is definitely there. But without a light, I can't see it.
A little thing like that, and it cost Grozav a fortune.
Something seems fishy here.
I don't mean to scare anyone, but I reckon it's going to come down hard.
I'd at least leave you a groschen for that commemorative coin. But I reckon that'd just make you angry.
Leave it off. Mishka's not interested in any poems.
Don't worry. He'll be back soon. Nobody would leave a pretty girl like you alone for long.
But don't think I'll just let that go. I immediately jumped him to bash his face in.
I'll wash up the first chance I get. Don't worry. I was just headed to the baths. No, it's not hard, but it takes a long time, and that's something I don't have a lot of right now.
No, I really can't now.
You're doing a good enough job of that without my help. I just happen to be passing.
No, not that. It just seems like everything's spinning.
No, I can't go this way now. I could give the game away. No, this wall is solid.
No, I didn't find anything like that. They must have stolen it.
No, it's pointless. It's pointless.
No, I don't want to be reminded of that day.
My name's Henry. I'm here with Posey.
No, just a friendly warning.
It's just making my whole body ache. It's just making my whole body ache. No, I don't have anything for you.
Nicholas, I want to make a donation so you'll teach me. Never mind a man like Roman. I found that priest. He's dead. I found a cap there. A man's cap. I don't suppose Pavlena would wear something like that.
Our things. Great. And István's keys. But no sign of the orders. Well, at least I found the most important things. Did you forget I helped you catch Crazel? I didn't have to do that.
It occurred to me that we could make a deal.
Smash his gob! Give it to him! Let him have it, the dandy!
I made it to the top. Now to survive the trip back down.
Here's to you.
I'd probably have done the same in your shoes. There's something engraved on the lid, but it's so dark in here I can't make it out. I should take a closer look.
Go off and cry to your ma. I'll stay here with Mishka.
I won't let you rob me blind. I can get better things for that kind of money. To hell with the halberd. Let's go.
Me?
What are you playing at? A farmhand belongs in the pigsty.
Do you think anyone would want to harm Pavlena? Do you think anyone here would want to hurt Pavlena?
Think of your liquor. Crush him like a grape.
Can I ask you about something first? Why? One of them could live on the farm with her husband, couldn't she? Lots of fellows would give the right arm for a place like this. Can you help me?
Could there really be a gateway to hell here?
I must tell you something. It's about your sword.
I have to hurry. Sir Hans shouldn't travel alone. I won't save Ada like this.
I have to help them.
I'll look further along this path. I have to find the painted chest with the charter, and then make myself scarce.
I've got to help them. I must get to the fortress. Quickly.
It can't have been long ago either. The food was still fresh.
Something terrible must have happened here.
She had to go. She got sick. Probably too much wine.
He must have been the one who buried the body. My pa was a blacksmith. He taught me his trade since I was little. He wasn't my father by blood, but he took me as his own from the day I was born.
My father was a swordsmith, and not just any. He even forged swords for the nobility.
My God! See, mine is trained for it. He's fit for a king.
Oh, Jack, don't touch the merchandise until you've paid the going price.
Right. And now she's gone. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe it was a bit different.
Maybe you thought you were only doing your job. That you were on the right side. But that doesn't matter now.
Maybe they just went for a stroll.
Maybe a dog's?
Maybe it's better that way.
I could use some of these myself. Maybe I better go and take a look upstairs to make sure there's nothing going on there.
I should go to confession.
Plague pits.
Moravia is behind you!
That makes two of us. My head.
They might know something about that ambush. Farmhand Straw did it. I confronted him about it, but then I let him go.
Could you show me round the camp?
A blue crayfish?
Never seen one like that before.
Shut your hole and give me that sword, or I'll take it the hard way.
I'm new to the camp. Could you show me around?
A lovely tale. Funny one. But I've already been at the rubbish heap, and there's no sword there. I really don't care. That's your business. I just wanted to see what your reply would be.
I talked to Hugo. He saw Straw the farmhand carrying a spade.
Get to the point. Where's Pavlena? Talk. Quick, before I change my mind.
Master Nicholas, I'd like to learn swordsmanship from you. Master Nicholas, about your Brotherhood sword. It's a place for souls who haven't sinned, but haven't had original sin washed away by baptism. The local huntsman might be interested in this. A mighty rock between the sandstone guards. That fits. But what does give one's heart to God mean? She was supposed to be selling baskets here. Do you know anything about her?
Don't worry. I had everything under control.
I was supposed to leave a replica in your tent so you wouldn't notice.
I had other plans for you. Well, at least I don't have to get my hands dirty. I should try and find out who's herding those pigs. Maybe they saw something. I should get a move on finding that murderer. Time's running out.
Zizka and the others will most likely be here by now. I should go and have a look. I should get back to the fortress.
I should go back.
I should go back to the others.
Better try harder. Otherwise I'll soon give myself away.
I should go back there. I promised.
I should go and meet him by the horses. I'd better take a look in his chambers upstairs.
I should go and look what's on the other side.
I should ask Drat.
First, I should settle the unfortunate business of our bill. I should haul those sacks first. I should finish the job first.
I should wait for him at the stables.
I should bury her.
Do you have any idea how many there are?
You're right. It wouldn't be right to leave Pepik here. You're right. Thanks.
Had enough? You've had enough, pal. Give up. Had enough.
This trapdoor should be closed, shouldn't it?
We have it.
We have a little problem.
My ma was a commoner, so she couldn't marry Sir Radzik. Fortunately, his loyal subject Martin took her in and raised me like his own.
I have a really bad feeling about this place. I'm supposed to serve the wine, not go wandering around the building with it.
I'm supposed to give you this ring back.
I still have work to do.
I got your soup like you wanted.
I brought you the sword you wanted.
I've got a couple of questions before we go.
I'm more interested in those thieves.
You're swinging that thing like a peasant! Has Pavlena got any friends here? Acquaintances?
She's got unfinished work there. She weaves baskets.
Oh, Angela, my dear, I swear I've never seen such a lovely pair. People like you disgust me.
The bandits wouldn't draw a map for this.
Oh, damn. Ugh, it's pretty deep. If Ranyak was unlucky, he could have got stuck in there.
Oh, God. You sure didn't go easy on me.
Oh, fuck. Ah, what a disgrace. I need to get out of here.
A dagger in a pool of blood. Jesus, that must be the one Chertan was stabbed with.
I should hurry to Adder.
Oh, Kurva. What got into him?
Onwards! Idiot!
God damn it. Ah, my whole body's numb. Oh, Christ, there's nothing here.
Christ! Is that Peter?
Blood. This must be where they killed him.
Blood.
Blood. I hope it's not Pavlena's. Blood. And a lot of it. But no body that I can see. Maybe I should take a look around. Blood. And quite a lot of it, too. A beautiful horse. Black as charcoal. It ought to be somewhere around here. Ah, finally. Here it is. A wagon in the Prague colours. Could the missing soldiers have holed up here? But why? A wagon in the Prague colours. This must be the missing soldiers. And I reckon they won't be too pleased to see me.
Who can you hear? I won't make it to Adder like this.
If only I'd managed to do more for you.
I don't know, but I'd like to try it. Holding on to the grass, he squatted over the pit. Why don't you be a good lad and leave us alone for a while? A vagabond I might be, with my pitcher empty.
You're a joke. And that's all you can do to amuse Mishka.
If I leave now, my friends will be offended. If I give it to Mutt to sniff, he might catch a scent.
I must stay. If we come across some busty lass, she's mine. Got it? And you can have the rest. Do they hurt when it rains?
Ever since I was little, I dreamt of becoming a knight. And I always believed it wasn't just about fighting and killing, but also mercy and defending the weak. If you let them go, they'll spread the word that Sir Jan Posey almost executed them for looting.
If only you knew how much trouble you caused me, friend. If I had Mutt here, I could let him sniff it. Oh well, never mind. If I could fix it, it could still be of use. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't really important.
Oh, if Bernard saw you now, he'd cry.
When did your son die? Whoever did this has no scruples.
But who else knows about it?
Who could have taken him? We're in the middle of the woods. There's nobody around.
Who? The herdsboy wasn't lying. And you don't smell of brimstone. You're just an ordinary horse. Where am I? And where did all my things go? How did this get here?
Where exactly?
Where should I start?
Where the hell's my... Where? How? Where are they? Where's the hermit's grave?
Where in the rocks?
Capon! Where the hell is he? I have to go to him!
Where is Pavlena?
And where did Emaram even get it?
The sword should rightfully belong to Menhard now.
A fountain? Where does the water come from? Here, in the middle of the city. Where does it lead?
First, I have to set Janos free.
Where now?
Where will you go, now that you're free?
And lo and behold, where might this trail of blood lead to? I'll need a spade for this.
They're dead. Down to the last one.
You ready?
Are you sure?
Where exactly did she go?
Yeah. I basically grew up in the forge.
Have I really stumbled upon hell itself?
I'm Henry. I trained as a blacksmith, and I'm not ashamed of it. Let everyone know that today you will be defeated by Henry the blacksmith.
Yes, that's the one.
I did. I managed to save Otter, but he's the only one who survived.
Aye, that sounds different.
I see. She lives in the woods now.
That's just it.
Yes, I have it here.
Aye, I swear.
Yes.
Aye, dead as a doornail. He was crying in pain, saying he wanted to go home.
My name is Henry. Her ma sent me to search for her.
My name's Henry.
I'm here with your brother. My name is Henry, and I'm talking about the sword you have hidden in the tent. I hear it's called the Absolver.
Her name is Pavlena, and she sells baskets here sometimes. Do you know anything about her? Now, you know what? It'd be better if we forgot all about this. I don't want to get mixed up in anything.
Jan's not gonna like this.
Henry! Here's Henry!
Oh, there's powder all over the place. One spark and the whole store will be blown sky high.
Jezek's sure to be happy.
If I leave, Janosch is done for.
If this is how they all guard this camp, we could torch the place to the ground and no one would notice. If this is how they all guard this camp, we could torch the place to the ground and no one would notice.
If you sell as well as you fight, you might as well close up shop.
Thank God my mother didn't live to see this.
I'll take another look around here. Maybe it's somewhere nearby.
I can't leave just yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Any idea where he might be?
Not yet. Not yet. I've got work to do here. I wanted to ask you something else about Pavlena.
But there's a lot more of us. And we have armor. And firearms.
I'm more interested in what secrets it conceals now. Just have to be careful with the lock.
Just like that? Yeah, I've got no use for it. I'm happy with the weapon I have.
I'm going the wrong way. I need to turn around and go back to Stuchdal. I'm going the wrong way. They took Ada out of the village.
The 11th toll of the bell. The last before the execution starts.
Ride carefully.
It's bad. When I got there, the camp was ransacked.
Aye, that's me.
It's Roman. Someone buried him there, but some pigs dug him up. It looks like murder. I heard you banished her from the village because of some mishap with your wife.
He's a whoreson. But he tricked me. I'll give him that.
A young ginger fella. Maybe someone from the village? Is this a meeting place? Or an ambush site? I don't care much for this weather either. There's a lot of blood and other traces.
There's quite a few of them, but they haven't noticed me so far. So we still have the element of surprise on our side. Posey is waiting for my signal.
It's done. They're all dead. You can come out now. It's done, Sir Taras. Your watch has ended. It's over. The Mad Knight is dead.
It's covered in blood.
I'm on it. Rest up in the meantime.
Now go. You can deal with your own conscience.
Sure thing.
I can get started right away. All right. Let's do it. Of course I didn't do anything. I was set up.
Of course. The cart's empty. The horse nowhere to be seen.
Yes. Right. Thanks for the advice. Can we get on with our bet?
How come the guards didn't see anything from here? I should ask them. It smells like death in here.
So this Yakesh is your kin, is he?
What messenger?
What kind? Old hag. Who are you talking about?
How's it going, Francie?
How is it that women throw themselves at you?
How the local lads bring their girls over here.
Oh, I don't know how you could have survived, Vranyik. How can you be so sure? I thought you were going to make the town's maidens bend over, not the other way round. Chin up, my friend. They say you make your greatest art when you're at your lowest.
What does Pepik look like?
Mixed up. How?
You want it? You've got it.
I know. I promised I'd leave you here, but I just wanted to take one more ride. I knew there was something odd about all this.
I did all the work. You were only sitting on your arse the whole time.
I would. I think he really loves you. During the ceremony, he was gazing at you like an apparition of the Virgin Mary.
I'll go take a look. But if you're playing games with me, heaven help you.
So you'll take me on?
I'll go with you to the Devil's Den.
I don't know, good wife. I'm just saying what I found. Actually, I have two fathers.
I must have misheard. I apologise.
Not yet.
Ink. This must be the scribe's chamber.
Feces ondatri in regule opa clove ferrero.
You'll end up with a long face.
Even if I don't know what for.
Well, I'll be... It looks like the White Roebuck wasn't alone after all. I should really ask the huntsman about what's going on here.
I have chills running down my spine.
A grave? Here? This isn't hallowed ground.
Cutthroats who murdered and pillaged their way through the kingdom. Your weaklings don't stand a chance, my friend.
Raises like that would please any woman.
Good luck, good health. May you soon have a healthy son, and later at least 2 daughters. And may...
Good girl. Now, let's go back to the stables.
I'll help you! Oh, I feel so much safer now.
Pass through the Hall of Forest Kings, hidden deep from hunter's gaze.
Oh, there's something lying over there. I hope it's not Mutt.
Let's hope they won't be back.
It's a pretty big house for 3 people. I reckon they had a lot to be jealous of. Nice. Whose silver might this be?
I don't know why, but I get the feeling you were asking for it.
That wasn't bad at all. No, not here.
It's possible. I'll go and see Roman.
A map with arrows on it. A map with arrows on it. Like she got up and went straight out.
Yakesh already told me he had her driven out of the village. I only knew him as a bitter old grump who always borrowed stuff and conveniently forgot to return it.
Not a soul around. Very odd.
So you haven't seen her? You're about the same age, I'd say.
Maybe I should go and take a look around his office. Interesting. A heavily loaded car recently passed this way. I think it's getting cold.
I bet Sir Hans has already left. I fucked up badly, I reckon.
I'm done here. And Capon probably is too. Could that mill be hiding something? Why would someone put a nail in a tree?
I think it's getting cold.
The soil's still fresh. Someone was digging here recently.
My real father is Sir Radzig Cobbler. But he wasn't the one who raised me.
Feels so strange in here. A horse? What's it doing here in the woods?
I reckon I should take another look around Chertan's tent. This'll probably be poor old Hensel. It didn't even bury him, the swine.
Fresh soil. Someone was digging here recently. Feels strange in here. And they smell so lovely. I need a torch.
I'm looking for this girl from Zhelyov. Pavlena, her name is. I'm looking for Pavlena from Zhelyov. A young girl, pretty, weaves baskets. Have you seen her? I'm looking for Pavlena, the basket seller. Do you know anything about her? I'm here looking for a girl from Zhelyov. Pavlena. Have you seen her?
I'm looking for a young girl who's gone missing.
I'm looking for Pavlena from Zhelyov. She went missing after heading here to Troskovitz. I'm looking for Pavlena from Zhelyov, Goodman. Have you seen her? I'm looking for Pavlena, the daughter of Bozhena from Zhelyov. She comes here selling baskets and other items. I'm looking for Pavlena, the daughter of the herb woman from Zhelyov. Do you know her? I'm looking for Pavlena from Zhelyov. Have you seen her?
I'm looking for a young girl named Pavlena. She's missing.
I'm looking for Pavlena, the basket seller. Do you know her?
Mind your own business, eh? You'll be better. You'll see.
Hensel who?
I'm Henry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm supposed to tell you not to wait for her. She's not coming back. I'm sorry. Maybe that's exactly why.
Hey, look. The ruins of a cottage. Probably wasn't even finished.
Look, Wojtek. Why don't we just leave Miska alone, eh? Oh, look, this is pointless. I'm no good. And we're both just wasting time.
A grave under the tree. Overlooking the valley.
Hey! I won't let you talk like that about my mother, you asshole.
Listen to me carefully. In the woods around us, we have dozens of archers and crossbowmen.
This could be the rock from the story. I'm on the right path. Could this be the pier from Zdenyek's story? Well, there really is an old oak tree here. But what was the rest of the story? Something about smashing the axe on a rock.
Well, I've done a few stupid things, so I reckon I deserved it. Look, let's just ride in silence, all right? Hey, I think I feel a little off. Look, I'm not feeling too great. Don't pay attention to me. I think we got off on the wrong foot last time.
This must be that priest. Dead and robbed.
Look, I've got a plan. Are you still looking for help at the forge?
Ah, here's the damn nail. Right in the middle of the pasture. Olbram and Procek won't be happy. I've been doing a lot of thinking about Chertan's murder.
Hey, you. What are you doing here?
Well, I could. And why not? If that'd make you feel better. I've got something for you. I brought you the hunting sword. I was in the graveyard and I found Valentine, but there wasn't any sword there. However, I did find an engraving.
Christ. Hey! Fuck!
That won't be necessary. I've been in his tent, and he already has a couple of poisonous plants there. Don't you trust me? After all I've done for you, I finally found the damn border between the Takov and Zhelyov parts of the pasture.
Are you serious? They need me in the fight.
He's hanging by a thread. Woof woof, my friend. Woof woof.
Ugh. That tastes like puke. Ugh. That was fucking disgusting.
Ugh. It really does smell like hell here.
Hammer him, merchant.
Fecit ordinem in regione ope clavi ferre.
Well,
Fuck it.
They didn't get far. I didn't help them much.
Oh no!
You can barely stand on your feet.
2 sandstone guards. Just like in Gable's rhyme. Dushko might know about their favourite spots.
Isn't it more important that the Takovites and Zhelyovites finally made up?
Get a grip! It's a sword, not your cock! You're not wielding a pitchfork now!
I'll take you back to Yezhak, but you have to be quiet.
I hope the bastard didn't have those keys on him.
I hope her revenge was worth it to her.
All right, that's enough. Spare me the details. Enough already. Enough.
Yeah, quite a bit. Christ. This is awful.
Oh, shit. I apologise, sir. The deal was that I'd carry you here.
All right.
I'm looking for a girl who's gone missing. Her name's Pavlena. She lives in the woods near Zhelyov and comes here selling baskets and remedies.
She will. And rightly so. All right. I'll help you track down the horse.
Fine. I'll go and take a look.
Take a good look at me. Let me tell you, friend, you're not the brightest in choosing your victims.
All right, I'll find him. I can't carry you all the way home on my back. That's good news. But I'd still be careful if I were you. You don't believe me? We'll take a look.
All right. It's time we went our separate ways.
Good ride. Great race.
All right. Thank you.
A lot of time's passed. Sir Hans's meeting is most likely over.
Oh, Dopperdelle! That horse and robbed me!
Shit. There's no way through. Oh, damn it. I really fucked up this time.
Oh, fuck. I killed him.
Oh, God fucking damn it. Everyone will recognise me with this brand.
Damn. Charms from the dead. What is that gravedigger up to?
Michael? What are you doing here? George? Is that you?
Nah, I wouldn't worry too much about it today. It doesn't look like a flood.
But it looks like he hasn't been here in a while.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, but actually I'm a bastard.
Thank you.
9th bell. Only 3 to go. The 10th bell. I don't have much time left.
Yeah, Catherine was right. I'll never get such a massive cannon out of here. I have to get Katz to move it out of the camp somehow.
Go! Before I change my mind. Thank you for telling me about it. You have my condolences.
Give it Hinek of Kunstad. I won't say it again.
Sew it up, Taylor! Let him have it, laddie! Feed him a fistful of oats! I'll give you one more chance. Tell me everything you know about Pavlena.
I will give you 1/10 of the reward. Deal?
But where did it come from? Maybe it rolled down the hill?
More blood.
Look, let's get this straight. We both know we'll be done with you in no time.
The 4th bell.
What?
So Lord von Bergov has arrived. About Lord von Bergov. Why isn't he here yet?
What? So Benesh and his men are mercenaries? And shit ones at that.
What? What? Speak slower. I can't understand you at all.
She's pregnant. How do you know?
But why?
You two look so happy. What was in that drink?
What's this I see, gamekeeper? You didn't hold out for long.
What do we have here? A bag of silver.
What's that there?
Hey, there's someone up in that tree there. If I don't help him, those wolves will eat him alive.
What's this?
What the...
Jesus. I'm apologising to a horse.
What the devil is all this junk in his pockets? He was certainly no knight. And I almost fell for it.
Oh,
Fuck. What the hell? Who built anything here? Crime or tragedy? Tough to say. That's supposed to be in a church, not here.
shit! The drawbridge! Damn it!
Oh, what the fuck am I doing? This isn't the right way.
What was that?
Sakra. If you want something done, you have to do it yourself.
I didn't even ask you. What actually happened at Semin?
Oh,
What happened to you? You're all beaten up.
what in God's name happened here? I wonder what happened here. No one will ever find out.
What the? What'll you do next?
I wonder what happened to the neighbour's boy. Maybe he managed to escape with his life too. Maybe.
What are we going to do about it? What can you tell me about Pavlena?
What if some more wolves show up? What if I released you? Can you make a run for it?
Maybe I can get you out of here when no one's looking. What? You did a terrible thing. But now, the most important thing is to rescue Pavlena. Now get the hell out of here. Run! Both of you should be tried justly for what you did. I'll take you to the bailiff and leave the rest to him.
What exactly did you see? Sigismund really withdrew with his entire army. Who are they? And where did they come from?
So, who is this Pepik, anyway? What's this Jezek like? And what do you mean about him having his eye on Pavlena?
Fuck. What is this place?
Have you heard anything new about the attack on Nebukov? Do you know when von Burgov plans to attack Nebukov?
What is it, boy? Is this where the shoe thief lives?
What?
What? Oh, damn it, you don't speak Czech. What are women's dresses doing in a camp full of dirty charcoal burners?
What?
Clean shot. He didn't suffer much. Ah, poor fella. Looks like he drowned. Oh, poor horse. It wasn't killed by the dog. Someone must have mistreated the animal so badly it died.
You wanted your soldier? Well, here he is. I'd like to ask more about Pavlena. I was wondering about that grave beyond the farm. Who's buried there? I'd like to ask you more about your son, Yaroslav, if that's all right with you.
I'd like to get better with a sabre. Do you have any advice for me?
I'd like to ask more about Pavlena. She comes here to Troskovitz selling baskets and ointments, and she didn't come back from her last rounds. I came because of the arguments between Takov and Zhelyov.
I just want one thing. For you to give Thomas a good thrashing.
I want it to be known that Henry of Skalitz defeated you. You want to find Miroslav, don't you? Let's not waste time talking. I understand your pain, but it wasn't Bozhena's fault. She saved my life when I was wounded and lost in the woods. She's a good soul, an honourable man. Blood isn't everything. You know yourself. You'll find husbands for your daughters, and you'll be glad to have them take care of you in your old age. Like it should be. All about that brawl you were in the tavern. All about that brawl you were in. So I don't think you'd start another one down by the stream. All about that brawl you were in. Besides, he didn't think you'd be capable of killing anyone. They go to a place called Limbo. In Latin, Limbus Infantium. What do you think?
Time's running out. A second day is almost over, and Musa is still in danger.
Otter is the only survivor. I treated his wounds. He should be fine. No one survived. I'm so sorry. That's why I'm here. Otter is the only survivor, but he needs to be treated. Were you even invited?
I mean, you were with her all this time. Alone.
So I'll ask you straight up. Do you know anything about it? Do you want to hurt Pavlena to pay Bozhena back for the death of your son? I'm back from the camp.
I went there, and there's nothing there.
I had a look down by the water, and something bad happened there. I had a look in Pavlena's place in the loft.
God knows what scared her so much. You wouldn't happen to know what it might be. I'll have to go pay a visit to the local gravedigger.
I will fight on behalf of Sir Jezek. So let him call me Henry of Holotlavy. It'll be better that way. Go with God.
Jesus.
The fuck is going on here?
Oh, that's strong. How can you drink this stuff? Christ.
I don't have a good feeling about this place.
It's cold in here. God have mercy. I'm sorry about that.
I see. Božena's daughter for Yakesh's son. Božena's daughter has gone missing. And I get the feeling from what you're saying that you're not exactly unhappy about it. I'm sure Božena didn't want to hurt your son. She was trying to help.
God, a wedding dress? And with old dried bloodstains?
Oh, God. So heavy.
Oh, fuck. Why me? But God have mercy. The 12th bell. It's the end.
Ah, my God, this is hell.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I have no idea what you're talking about.
A white roebuck? Same as the one they skinned.
They can't do it alone. I can't just leave without my lord.
Try puking on him instead. Go back to your booze. Now, get back to mucking out. Go back to your dung grubbing.
I have to go back.
Without a torch, I can't make out the engraving.
Not for this. And without my help, you won't save your brother.
No medal.
I talked to the innkeeper, and she confirmed everything.
Bastard. He deserves a good smack in the gob.
Those definitely aren't the blacksmith's hands.
Hey, Posey, don't waste words on them.
Crone and maiden standing behind the gate. That was in Gable's riddle.
Come on, let's get it over with.
Fuck you, Vavak, wherever you are.
At least that's some proof for the gamekeeper.
With a bit of luck. And it's, I think, underground, or in Prague.
I was hoping to find you both here. Sir Older as well.
Yeah, it doesn't take much these days, that's true.
Looks like we've got company. And not welcome company, I reckon.
I should probably report you. But I've got a much better idea. I suppose I really do need to find some job.
I suppose I should try looking somewhere else. Maybe I got the wrong place. I reckon I should go to Samuel's mother and talk to her about Martin. I won't get another chance.
Aye, that's her.
Valentine himself could not tell the difference.
It looks like she's all fired up from your sweet talk. Did your ma teach you that?
But there's nothing special about it. It's the kind ordinary soldiers carry. Trying to find its owner would probably be futile.
On the lid of his grave? I thought that since I couldn't find the sword, I'd at least forge you a copy.
Well, you know him. That bastard can fight.
I reckon that's Canker's handiwork. His camp is just down there.
But there's no seal here.
But this is really important. Well. So the watchmen were boozing instead of watching.
But I found the border.
What? What good would that do anyone?
Well, I know, it's not the original, but nothing better came to mind. But I don't have any groschen to spare right now. I'll come by when I get some. I want to make a donation to the city, as you say. But I'm afraid I don't have enough right now.
I did, though.
But I've got a feeling I saw it before.
But I'm sure Jezek can't wait to see you. Let it rain. It makes everything greener. Washes people off a bit. I searched everything. But I saw an engraving of Valentine with his sword. I could forge you something similar.
But I feel quite hungry. But you better watch out. I'm not done with you yet.
So what do I do now? But what should I do now?
What the... this fucking brand hurts like hell. So that's why the men didn't see anything. They were drinking. Damn it, that hurts.
I want you to go to your wife. That poor soul's been looking for you all over Semine.
Gotta get away from here.
Christ, my back is killing me. Damn it.
I'll find Mutt without you, you stuck-up Lord of Perkstein.
Those robbers couldn't have got far.
And it looks like it wants me to follow it.
A gross. And we have armor, hammers, and cannons.
Have you seen her recently? Is Hurtle really your best horseman? And that he did it for all the common folk who had their roofs burned over their heads because of the likes of you. And you know how?
And do you think this Jezek might have done something to her? Like abduct her because she scorned him?
And one day your livelihood will pass on to your grandchildren. Nothing ends.
And that's day 3 wasted. I have to see cats fast.
Aren't you worried about bumping into some of von Bergov's men? They might recognise you. And you want to save the king? And that could end very badly for you.
And this one also drowned. And that stink.
And now back to the miners, so they don't think I blew them off.
I can't leave you here like this. And that's how the lords of Sukkot left end.
Just the harness. And a trail of blood over here.
Ah, here it is. Florian's ring.
Would you be?
Oh, Sakra. I hear voices. Sakra.
How come he's buried there and not at the cemetery?
Bring his soul to eternal glory through our Lord, our Saviour and Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
And later, when they died, Sir Radzig took charge of me. So actually, I have two fathers.
It's written here that someone is supposed to come and take his place. But who?
And the sword is back with its rightful owner.
Ah, shit. Ah, fucking Brand.
Ah, and I mustn't forget about the city council.
And where might I find this Jezek?
What? Who'd you give it to?
And anyone who hears about it will think twice before trying anything similar.
But where it ended up after that, I don't know. I'm sorry about that, too.
Where'd you go for those rides?
And we're back. So you see? You're not so wild.
Ah, I fucked up. This brand burns like hell.
So if he wanted to escape, he had to crawl between the boards. But nothing is certain until I make sure.
And he wanted me to count the winged figures.
There it is. 2 whole days gone. I have to go and see Katz as quickly as possible before Musa is convicted.
And may I know it? Or is that impertinent? Can your horse carry you, even with an injured leg, without tossing you about?
And I'll never forget what happened here. I don't think anyone will ever believe me. And I'll never forget what happened here. I don't think anyone will ever believe me.
I didn't think they'd start the ceremony without Lord von Bergov.
It's done. No one will ever know it's a replica.
I understand. Here's an expression of my goodwill towards your brotherhood.
What about your other children?
And now what will you do?
What do I do with this stuff now? I suppose I could give it to the priest, or return it to its rightful owners.
And what will we do with Thomas? Will you report him to the commander?
But what can we do in the meantime?
And what if Yakesh had something to do with it?
Well, what if you borrowed my horse? He can take you home just as well. And that's another day gone by. If I don't do something, Musa will be executed this time tomorrow.
Wow! He just went out of style.
They raped her and then strangled her.
I don't think I'll be laying down any time soon.
It must be something else he was after.
Give him a basket full of pain!
You can see that mill over there from here. They've been chopped to bits. This hurts like hell.
Come now, dry your tears. What's the matter, eh?
That'll come in useful. Thanks a lot, Emmeram. I appreciate it. What's this about? Accusing me like that? I know, but our deal was clear. I'd help you get rid of the Germans, and you'd pay me for it. Forget it, Butcher. You wouldn't have enough for that. Take it easy, Emmeran. I pinched your sword, yeah. The question is, what to do with it now? That's all a matter between me and Menhard. So don't stick your nose in where it doesn't belong.
You broke it! You bastard!
Hey, Emmeran. Menhard is planning to trick you. And it just happens I know what he's up to. It'll look like you put it there as a challenge. They'll get what they want, because you won't be able to back out of combat with them. No deal. I'll tell you nothing.
Well, go ahead and try!
So, Emmeram, it's all taken care of with the Germans.
Look, Menhard wants me to steal your Brotherhood's sword and display it on the town hall. Thanks, Emran. We're quits. And that sword is really nice. I'll go and see Nicholas. So, do we have a deal? Yeah, of course. I wouldn't want anyone thinking I'm a cheat. I heard Master Hammersmith Crondall got a seat on the city council instead of you. Tell me about your sword-fighting brotherhood. Well, there's only 2 of them, so the third one will be... me.
No question about it. He took Arne down in a jiffy.
That won't happen, though. Now, I've done my part, and you can do what you want about it. Just don't forget about our deal. And what will you gain by that? So, what am I supposed to do? No, it's all true. But if I tell you, I want something in return. I want to sword fight with you. You can give me an honorary membership, even though I'm not a citizen. Now go to hell, Emeran. You've got nothing on me. I don't know what you mean.
You're not worth getting dirty.
No. Coin up front, or there's no deal. No, it's still there. Yesterday I gave your old woman a taste of it. Wasn't worth the effort, though. Don't worry your head about it. Me and Menhard sorted things out.
Menhard's plan is to hang the sword on the town hall. He wants to force you into combat, because it'll look like you put it there as a challenge. Menhard's plan is to hang the sword on the town hall. That's already been done. He wants to force you into combat, because it'll look like you put it there as a challenge.
Menhard is setting you up.
Yes, just as we agreed.
Yeah, you're right. Jesus, calm down. It's just talk. And anyway, you started it. Yeah, but throw in a few groschen, too. It wasn't easy finding out what I did. Sure, I've done my part. I'm not doing any more. You know, that's not such a great plan. What if Menhard and Arn beat you in the duels? What use will I be to you then? All right. I agree. All right. I understand. Right. Let's go to Friedrich and tell him everything. He'll deal with the Germans, right? All right? Deal. All right. We'll have it your way then. I'll tell you what Menhard is up to, and once you're rid of the Germans, I'll be able to fight with you, and you'll pay me some coin. I never slept with his daughter. I just made it up, so you and Friedrich would leave us alone. What you haven't figured out is that right now, I'm giving you a chance to pay Menhard back. But it'll cost you. I want the right to sword fight here, even though I'm not a citizen, and some groschen on top. Well, we agreed on coin, but you're right. The sword is fine. We'll leave it be. Besides, I heard you soak your meat in water overnight to make it weigh more. So I'd say you're counting groschen more than I am. But thanks. Maybe I'll borrow from you sometime, since you so generously offer. But we agreed on some groschen too, remember? Ah. So you want me to steal your sword? And I see I was more convincing than I imagined.
Easy, easy. The bailiff is letting you go. Go to the Devil's Den. Dry Devil is waiting for you there.
That's not a bad idea. So, take care. And give your brother my greetings. Well then, I'm glad to have met you, Sir Knight. So, farewell. Maybe we'll meet again sometime. Thank you. But it was nothing, though. It was no bother. And what are you going to do next? I trust you're done with robbing. And what are you going to do next? I trust you're done with robbing. Are you out of your mind? You know I don't understand a word you say, right? Best keep your mouth shut, human. No question about it. I'll do that. Absolutely not. You attacked a band of hardened mercenaries. Anyone else would have paid for that with their life, but not one of you was killed. With stuff like that, you're playing with fire. Not Andrew. You stole it from Tomlin, so the power of the stone turned against you. It's not easy pitting yourself against seasoned mercenaries. But there are other details I need to know. A military garrison was holding him in the ruins of an old mill. Some wayfarer in a tavern. Actually, it was quite by chance. I was wandering the countryside and I noticed the soldiers. You see? Now tell me where this camp of theirs is. You may have had bad luck, but that doesn't mean it's cursed. In Horshan. We'll see who batters who when I find the stone. Bloody hell. It's a proper mess, this. Kona up in Grund sent me to fetch the stone from Tomlin. The whole thing's so messy, I reckon it has something to do with the stone's power. You went up against 6 of them. That was pretty foolish, I'll say. And how come you ended up in their clutches? Be quiet. Tomlin over Horsham way told me you pinched his Thunderstone. You and some Hensel fellow. Let's forget that for a moment. What I really need to know is where the stone ended up. So Tomlin was right. It was you. Where's the stone now? So you better come clean before I let Tomlin beat the truth out of you. So if you don't have the stone, where is it? So I'm just going to go there and let what happens happen.
Thanks for the fight. You would be too if you weren't hammered.
You don't just lose something like that. And from what you said, it seems I don't have much choice, in a manner of speaking. He got shot, but nothing serious. So, from one lackey to another, tell me, where's the stone? I'll take a look around and see. Thanks for telling me. Who is this Andrew Ramhead? Where can I find this Andrew? Just tell me where they're camping, and I'll worry about the rest. Why did you want to kill them? Tell me the whole story from the beginning. I need to find a Thunderstone, and I heard you might know of one. After what you did to them, they just let you go. I don't believe that. Listen, it wasn't exactly by chance that I ran into Peter either. Can you hear yourself? Well, there's only one way to find out. Hang on. You've got Tomlin's Thunderstone. Hold on. I just rescued some poor fella not far from here. Peter told me what happened. I'm sorry, I don't really know why. Yeah? Well, there's a shred of mercy in everyone from time to time. I'll be interested in hearing it. Well, I'm all charity and heart, me. Well, there's nothing for it. I'm off to Suchdol, but I wouldn't be surprised. And since I don't think much of Sigismund's army, it just sort of happened. And this Andrew and his soldiers, what were they doing here? Stop your whinging. I was expecting a little gratitude for rescuing you, not this moaning. I have no idea. Watch your tongue. I'm no one's lackey. I don't want to bet. No. And not to repeat myself, but what I heard is you have a certain Thunderstone. Not to mention that this Hensel, the one with the stone, wasn't hit by a single arrow. But you were, in Suchdol. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But that'll be my concern, when I find it. Well, I'm thinking if I can find Andrew, I'll find Hensel. And then I'll finally get to the bottom of this shit with the Thunderstone. Well, I originally went to see Peter because I was on the trail of the stone. But I eventually found it with Nada in Suchdol. You were lucky to catch Andrew in a compassionate mood. I do. Here. How many of them were there? Relax. I'm getting there. Where's Stislav, anyway? It was brave of you. You wanted to do the right thing. I would have done the same. Are you sure it was luck? Are you alright? Are you alright? Yeah, he told me himself. He's fucking furious with you. Yes, I'm a lackey, as you say. And I'm not ashamed of it. Henry, I'm still curious about your Thunderstone story. About your little band. Just like that. You just didn't know how to use it properly. Who, by the way, is royally fucking upset with you. What I'm really after is the stone. So I'm not making any promises about Hensel. I'll manage somehow. But the whole thing's getting so messy, it's almost like the stone's power is interfering somehow. What Andrew? I didn't steal it from anybody. So I have nothing to worry about. I was looking for you in the village because of the Thunderstone you stole from Tomlin in Horsham. Sakra. That stone really is cursed. Hey, you're that Hensel fellow Andrew Ramhead took captive, aren't you? Well, they hid it all right, but not well enough. Well, I suppose you guessed right. Fuck me. That's exactly what I happen to need for a woman over Grundway. Thanks for the match, anyway. Thanks. I think I have all I need to know. Sound advice. Thanks. What about the Lord in these parts? I mean, there's a fortress here, so he must have plenty of men-at-arms. What happened after you were captured? From what I hear, Stislav made it out unscathed too. But what happened scared him so much he scarpered. What are you going to do now? No? I'm sorry about what happened to you, but I badly need to find that stone. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm missing something here, and it's not just the stone. So tell me, what the fuck happened? And you, go on. What happened with the stone? Still, it looks like I won't have any other choice. But if I find a way, I'll help Hensel. But by a lucky twist of fate, I found out Mlada had it in Suchdol. Clever. Take what you can, and stash the rest for later. And that's where they're holding Hensel. The one with the stone. Why doesn't the local lord do it? How did your assault go? And what about your expedition? And how, pray, do you expect me to do that? And how come you're not his prisoner anymore? How about I just kill them all? I'll congratulate the newlyweds and go. Von Burgov's not coming, so why stay here? Oh, kurva. I feel like shit. You don't have to ask me twice. The first round's on me. I can't right now. Sorry. But you'll wait for me, right? Let's have a toast to that. Hold on for a moment. You want to start drinking now? Isn't it a bit too early? I'll be going. I'll pray for Thomas. Well, that's a really long story, but I heard what happened to him, and I need to talk to him. Could I? I heard that priest of yours has the rosary. I don't think the bandits stole that rosary. I heard Kabat the groom found it tangled in the mane of Thomas's horse. Of course. I ran into him when I was begging along the road, and he gave me a bit of food. I wanted to thank him. Guard, sorry to bother you, but I heard you praying. I need to get to your captain. Kabat the groom and Father Nicodemus were playing dice for it. but I got it back from them.
Shouldn't he give it back? Is this the rosary you mean? Can I go with you? I'd like to pray by his bedside.
Yeah. I heard he won it from Kabat at dice.
It's awful what some people are capable of.
What exactly is wrong with Thomas? I understand.
I'd be glad to go and pray for Thomas. Well, I suppose he should give it back, right? And the Maiden Tower, which one is that?
What's with the beards? Well, I didn't recognise you with those beards.
You've sprained your ankle, dislocated a few toes, and bruised your ribs. I know it like the back of my hand. Maybe even better. I can try. But I found out he's probably hiding something from you. That Farkash is already burning in hell. I sent him there myself. Clench your teeth, and on the count of 3. 1, 2. For those ribs, you'll need something for the pain, and some bandages to keep things in place. I killed Laszlo Farkash. You're welcome.
They'll kill us.
Hang on. I'll be right there. I didn't tell you the whole truth. We know what happened to Peter. You wanted to use me and cheat Jan. I know things didn't turn out the way you wanted, but I held up my end of the bargain. I found him by the carts. His body. He was exactly as you described him. It was Peter. I saw him. He's a bit emaciated, but otherwise looks good. If I met him on the battlefield, I'd shit myself. That's all I can do. A band of mercenaries led by Benesh of Wartenberg have settled in the burnt-out village of Messalis. Actually, they sent me to rectify it. Actually, I came to give you back the things that were stolen. Did you really just take a bath when you were there? Things got out of hand in the camp. Just a bit of wine is enough in a hot bath. I've done it. The pain's not going away. It seems it happened a few days ago. Laszlo Farkash wanted to keep it secret to get coin from you. Are you going to be all right? We'll see if I diagnosed you properly. I'll see what I can do. You need something for the pain. Pity I don't have anything. Show me your ankle. I'll feel it. I'll do everything in my power. I did everything you told me to. But Laszlo barely let me speak. We have to pop those dislocated toes back into place. I'm not sure I'm cut out for such a task. I'm Henry. Just Henry. You must be Master Schindel. They sent me from the baths. Here. Drink this. It'll ease your pain. If nothing else, at least it'll kill the pain. 3. This should help your ribs and ankle to heal. Give it some time, and you'll be as fit as a fiddle. About that drugged wine, that's a pretty strong accusation. Are you certain you weren't just drunk? But it's not important. One of them they call Goliath. He's got the strength of 3 men. And then there's Hogg, who can eat for 3 men. Well, I've done as much as I can for you. Oh, that's good. Otherwise, you'd be in deep trouble. It looks like your bones and lungs are in good shape. Just a bit bruised. Well, what you just did was also befitting of a knight. That was close. Wait there for me to arrive. So, this is the end. So, a book, and did you say an astrolabe? And so? I don't think I've left anything out. So, let's go. But first, we have to send that boy to the camp. Something like that. So, that book by Oresmo, what's it about, actually? Let's do it. Clench your teeth. I'll have to take off your boot. I won't know anything until I do. I'll fix that ankle and those bruised ribs. Keep the bandages clean and change them once in a while. Got it, sir? He was lying to my face the whole time. Probably not. They won't ask many questions, and they'll gladly smash in any head you point at. I tried, but I couldn't find anyone. We'll have to manage without them. I heard you've been through some hardships. I heard that a hostage held in the camp died recently. I think it might have been Peter. Yeah. It's a shame I don't have any healing ointment. That'd certainly help. Damn. I don't have a single drop. Sorry. I don't know what to do about the ribs. Maybe they'll heal by themselves. You said you still need help. With what? Let's say I received a better offer. I'm glad to see you got to safety. Shh. The word is he died of a fever. That's what his fellow captive told me. The toes will be worse. I'll have to set those bones back in place. I'm just not a traitor, Farkash. I'm sorry. I won't do it. I'm sorry, Sir Jan. But this goes far beyond the work of a messenger. I'm sorry. But at least now I can see it. I'm sorry. But it's all over now. I'm sorry. But I can't take this job now. I'm sorry, but I don't have time now. I'm sorry, but I really don't have time now. I'm sorry, but I don't have time for that now. I beg your pardon, sir, but haven't I helped enough? Can I examine your wound? I've no proof he was murdered. Well, I must admit, you lost me a bit there. Could you remind me what this is all about? Well, with all due respect, sir, what surprised you so much? I'm not interested in what you want to tell me. Who am I supposed to go and see? Who is he? I'd like to hear more details. Hardly. The truth is, I came to these parts a short time ago. Laszlo said before we depart, we should send the boy from the inn to the camp. He delivers supplies there, and he'll give them a message. I don't know of anyone who can help us. No one killed Peter. Well, not outright, anyway. Peter fell ill while being held prisoner. Farkas wouldn't let the camp surgeon treat him, and there was no one else who could help him. Peter is dead. He died a few days ago. Peter is dead. I've sent a few men like him to hell already. Laszlo won't be an exception. Sir, a souvenir from a battle? I'll do my best. I wouldn't want to dishonour Peter. I found this on the cart. Here you are. I think after all that, I deserve them. They'll come in handy if the Cumans decide to get revenge. I'm sorry it ended this way. To your health. Of course. Here you are. Godspeed, Sir Jan. Have a safe journey. How many groschen could I get for it? Do you have any idea? Thank you for your faith in me, sir. I suppose I should go. Well, they robbed you behind the baths, so it does change things. Well, they both fight in the town's tournament, and they've beaten many a career soldier. I might know of someone. I'll ask around. What's it about? What is it you need? What's it about? Doesn't look broken. Maybe just dislocated? Well, we're going to have to straighten those toes and fix that ankle in place with bandages. You won't believe it. He suggested I join him to conspire against you. He even promised me a fat reward. Well, hopefully you'll be all right now. As long as you stay on the main roads, especially at night, nothing untoward should happen. Good luck. Now, let's have a look at those toes. Well, I'll see what I can do. Well, I can't say what the problem is, but I do know that it's not broken. You'd be crying like a baby. You see, it's sprained. That explains the swelling and pain. One bad step, and that's it. Very well. And after that, I'm sorry. I suppose I overestimated my skills. I can't really help much. No, I can't think of anyone. Before I met with Farkas, I had a look around the camp, and, you're not coughing up blood, are you? I didn't. Farkas wouldn't allow it. I bear news from Sigismund's camp. I wouldn't want to have you on my conscience. There's nothing to explain. We wanted to be sure we'd get out of here alive, even if you tried to trick us. I can't help you. I'm in a hurry. I don't have anything. Probably, yes. First, we need to straighten out those toes. The longer they stay dislocated, the worse they'll heal. Some mill, halfway between Horshan and Miskovitz. Better let him be. Once he finishes, you can say anything you want to him. This way, we're just asking for trouble. It won't be nice, but a little liquid courage will certainly help. No. Another captive told me. Hold your horses. I helped you out in your time of need, remember? No. I eventually convinced him to meet on neutral ground. Maybe I could find something. This would be perfect for Kozlik and Mikesh. The scrapes those two have survived are almost unbelievable. I can't think of anyone else at the moment. But maybe someone will occur to me. I think I found your things. I think it's time for us to part ways. I think a few clean bandages would do you good. It's a pity I don't have any. I need to fix that foot with a bandage so that it can heal. I thought I'd take a look for those things they stole from you. They might be broken. You might even have punctured a lung. In Sigismund's camp. What's he got to do with it? Can we leave now to meet with Laszlo for the handover? Perhaps it's the most sensible option. This means my work for you is done now, right? Can't we resolve this matter peacefully? It's in all our best interest, gentlemen. Could you cut it short? Someone from the guild might give you a hand. I'm sorry to tell you that your brother is dead. I probably know Master Menhard and his apprentice Arn the best. You should have seen his face when I told him I knew the truth. I know some people from the Kuttenberg sword-fighting brotherhood. Laszlo wanted to keep it a secret and take your coin by force at the handover. Laszlo Farkash's treachery is at an end. Footpads. The Kuttenberg butcher Emmeran and Linhard the cobbler are in my black books. Kubienka and Ada would definitely help me. Is anything besides your foot hurt? Take it easy. I won't harm you. I'm Henry. If we let him run, he'll soon try another crooked trick. Who beat you up? Where exactly does your foot hurt? They're a bit swollen, but it doesn't look too serious. Probably just bruised. There's 4 of them. And if you pay them, they won't ask any questions. Are you awake, my lord? Are you all right, sir? My name is Henry. Aye. Somewhere beyond Horshan. Near the hill with the mill on top. Yeah. But I can get you something to give you courage. And then I can rub some healing ointment on it. If you're to take his place, you'll have to try hard. I'll come back to you. I'll be back. Soon. I'd better have another look. Not yet. I was going to go and see him, but I thought you'd want to know the truth. I still need to take care of something. Now for those ribs. I can assure you, they're both skilled with weapons, and they never run from a fight. Just don't get your expectations up. This is just the beginning. It's been several days now. I couldn't do anything to prevent it. I'm afraid it's true. I saw his body, but I had to find him myself. Laszlo didn't tell me a word. It's true. I saw his body. I have the feeling I can now hang up my hat as a messenger. I regret to inform you, sir, that your brother is dead. I'm really sorry, but your brother is dead. I'm very sorry, but I discovered that Peter is dead. Jan Posey of Zimberg and his younger brother Miroslav. What does Peter look like? How do you want to do it? What do you mean? How did this happen? I'm already a squire in the service of another lord. I can't just gather my things and leave with you. But I'm trying to help. I didn't even know Peter. And now I'm supposed to stick out my neck for him? Even though it can't help him now? What was it that happened to you? Right. I have some book and this astro thingy. I've arranged reinforcements. They're tough fellas, and I'm sure you'll be satisfied. He even wanted the handover to take place in the camp, but I eventually convinced him to meet somewhere else. All right. Better look the other way. And clench your teeth. All right, then. I'll be going. Fine. I'll be going, then. Thanks. That's all. Thank you. But there was also this volume of strange verses. The rest is up to God. What exactly did they take from you? What happened here? What do you need? What do you need me to negotiate for you? What is that astrolabe, anyway? What's so honourable in this? What do you want to do? What do you want to do now? What should I know about Peter? A clean, tight bandage never hurt anyone. Well, it looks like you've dislocated 2 toes. I can tell just by looking. Do you want to try it dry? It just takes a bit of practice. Is it better? I understand you want to avenge your brother's death, but I can't stick my neck out for everyone who's suffered an injustice. Oh, I get it. The fire in the Alexandria library is nothing compared to that. I spoke with Laszlo Farkash. Everything is arranged, and it looks like he doesn't suspect anything. I'm not from here, but I know my way around a bit. God be with you. Sir, I'm Henry. Will you manage by yourself now? He's hungry for your coin. At first, he wanted you to come to the camp with the ransom. The brothers Posey and Tugbone will certainly make time for a battle against the Cumans. Your back hurts. You probably dislocated your toes. And I don't like the way that ankle looks. I'm not surprised it hurts. They're as swollen as if you've been standing barefoot in an anthill. Are you mad? It's bad enough that Peter's gone. You don't have to go the same way. Yeah. It'll hurt like hell without alcohol. I'll find some for you. They probably realised you were noblemen and hoped you'd have coin. I think I know someone who could give us a hand. Oh, come now. You defended the truth and the honour of your family and your brother. Your father can be proud. But if it's money you're interested in, well, what if that Hungarian doesn't release Peter? Aha. I understand. Aha. I see. What's that? That's the most important thing. The rest I can take care of. You mustn't put any strain on your ankle. It needs to be tightly bandaged. A healing ointment wouldn't hurt, either. And isn't that a little hypocritical? And where should the handover take place? And he lied to my face about it. What if Laszlo knows we're lying? How did you manage to escape? And what about the other two? And what about my reward? So why do you want to send me there? No, that's not it. Looks like the apples were too heavy, but the trail looks promising. Greetings, Vlak. Last time you said I should stop by. Do you have anything new for me? What's the deal with that miner's procession? I reckon Clara can hardly handle it on her own. I reckon Clara would appreciate my help. I'm a blacksmith. I can set bones. I can help you with those injured men myself. But maybe they'll survive anyway. It's up to you. It's not exactly wise to let them die. These two are noblemen. And if they survive, I reckon you'll get a fine ransom for them. So, you better let Clara go and see those prisoners, or I'll take care of you, too. Don't forget I beat your Captain Zizka in a fight. If you want to end up the same, I can go another round. Do you want to add to Clara's work? I'm afraid I have bad news. Those prisoners need treatment. You're right. It's none of my business. Do whatever you want with them. Enough! What's going on here? Everything's ready for escape whenever needed. The Roothards really left nothing to chance. Eternal praise to the Roothards and their ingenuity. Now I get it. Those boards were supported by beams to hold the earth above, so there didn't have to be as much of it.
Maybe that Pelzel will tell me where Lord Nebat got them all. That's a lot more than I'd expect here.
This must be the door Rosa was talking about. Hidden and firm. Really smart. An axe to deal with the supports and the planks at the entrance.
I wonder where Lord Nebat got them all. Maybe that Pelzel will know.
A spade and bucket to clear away fallen earth and free up the entrance.
Horses here, more in the stables, and a big corral with even more outside the village. My word. There aren't half a lot of horses here. And more in the stables.
I wouldn't want to fall down there. Fuck, that's deep. But if this beam is dropped onto those cleats, no one would break through in a hurry. Here are the iron cleats and the barrier beam, just like she said. It's a good thing they did it that way too, so I didn't have to dig as much. What's this door doing here? Could it be another of the Roothards' tricks? When Capon and me are escaping, we can board it up so they can't follow us. I reckon with this, any defenders could hold off their pursuers for quite some time. This will come in handy on the way back. Stop, noble sir. I'm no fool. I can see I closely resemble the sorcerer you're looking for. Deliver us from evil. Then Wenceslas and his brother can go to Rome to receive the imperial crown and put an end to this terrible schism. By Uranus, I curse you and all your companions. Did you deliberately say you're from the Roman Pope? Might that be because the Archbishop of Prague doesn't approve of your actions here in Bohemia? That was to distance yourself from Benedict of Avignon, wasn't it? There you'll find King Sigismund. You can persuade him to release his brother, the rightful king of the Romans. I'll prove it. You'll see. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Our Father, Lord of heaven, thy kingdom and thy will. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Forgive us our trespasses, lead us not into temptation. It's a sad time for the Mother Church when you have to stress your loyalty to Rome, even to a wayfarer in the middle of Bohemia. For your kingdom, I think it's time to travel around the region on a horse. Maybe instead of hunting for sorcerers, you should head to the Sedlets Monastery. You're definitely mistaking me for someone else, noble sir. You're a clever man, Adalbert. And you found who you're looking for. I keep away from all evil. I'm an honest Christian. What now? Will you set your dogs on me? Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Thy will be done. When the cock crows thrice, your health will fail, and the fire of St. Anthony will torment you. Amen. But I assure you, it's just a coincidence. Or maybe you've been misled by someone with wicked intentions. Perhaps it's a trick by the very sorcerer you're looking for. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Someone stole your horse and gear? How?
It was noble of you to stand up for the common folk. That's really bad luck. No matter. I have time enough. Why did you wager everything in the first place? Is it some kind of knightly tradition? Cut it short. Otherwise you might drop dead before you get to the end. No offence, but that was serious stupidity. You should never bet what you can't afford to lose. I offered, didn't I? So, where can I find this man? Well, the king certainly didn't pay badly. What went wrong? How could you fight for Sigismund? After all that foreign dog did here? Nice story, but it counts for nothing. A dead thief is always better than a living one. It's a nice story, but no excuse for ambushing wayfarers. Well, it's not pretty, but these people knew what they were up against. If they'd been honest, well, you reap what you sow. It could have turned out a lot worse. What did you expect? What if I tried to help you? I'll go to your commander and try to convince him to give it all back. You want me to feel sorry for a thief? Try that at church. I get that soldiers have to eat too, but that's disgusting. And you lost it all. And you lost. And how much money do you actually need? And how will I recognise your things? Is your coat of arms on them?
Poor Svatava is the only one who survived. You've done much evil. And why? Only to satisfy your greed. Keep it short, Crazel. I don't need to hear your life story. Keep it short, Crazel. I just want to know what it is you're doing here. I don't need to know your life story.
Find out. But how? They don't let just anyone into the mines and smelting works. I was able to find a hiding spot used by that old band of thieves. It wasn't easy, but I finally got that barrel of black powder, isn't it? You seem pretty bitter about it. Are you trying to lie again, Drat? Interesting. Did he tell you anything else?
You killed Mikush's wife and daughter. And Mikush, he just barely survived. The horror. You killed their only daughter, you brute. Your cousin. Are you happy with what you've done? You killed their only daughter.
I understand. But you weren't responsible. You've no reason to blame yourself.
I won't just leave things be. You'll pay for your crimes.
I've already passed myself off as a nobleman here, so it won't be new to me. He says he can offer enough groschen for you to buy 2 cows. Or a small cottage. I took that barrel of powder, and instead of bringing it down into the mines, I just ran off with it. It looks more like a crossroads in the forest. Come clean. All the foremen are dead. Every detail is important. I got it. I'm ready to go. You're not leaving here. You know, I've been through something similar. Sigismund's army burned down my hometown. Skalitz. I know Vavak's books are in the chest in the coiner's room, and you've got the key. I know reliving it isn't easy, but I'd be interested to know how the attack unfolded. I know how to end this whole unfortunate situation. Take what I said about rectification to heart, and leave here in peace. You were attracted to Vendula. You danced with her at the feast, and afterwards you couldn't stop talking about her. Did you know where you'd flee to? Thanks to you, he knew Mikush frequents the tavern. So why didn't he go and find him? To talk with him. There was a parchment in a chest describing what their symbols mean. Got it. I'm ready to go. That's all I need. I'll go and find your inheritance. That's all I need to know. I've had enough of you. Get out of my sight before I change my mind. I'm not wasting any more time with you. God only knows what Hank has done to Mikush. Are you trying to lie again? Aye. The beggars of Kuttenberg will feast better than the city council for a while. The guild's plan for the mines didn't work out. Certainly. Try and pray more. You must have asked him the very same question. So you know the real reason. Admit it. I'm sure you have something else. So you went to a university in Prague? The son of a miller? You're out of your mind, man. You killed everyone because of it. An entire family. That's a lie, Drat. I found this map on you. I don't think this spot somewhere outside the village is on it. You don't have any coin? I thought you had the whole smelting works. You're not Ambrose the Hermit, are you? I'm not interested in your excuses. You deserve to die. Your guards will be the appetizer, and then me and my steer are going to have some fun with you. I'll be slow and savour it. You suppose right. I won't give you anything. You must have had a real good mother for her to support you like that. The stakes in this game are too high even for you, Baresh. This is the end, Hanka. Mikush is the only one to survive from the family. This is the end. You murdered an entire family. It's no wonder, when you're as poor as a church mouse. And that's not all. The girl will get a beautiful red dress made from Tyrolean brocade. I've got it with me. And that's not all. Your girl will also get a beautiful red dress made of Tyrolean brocade and a perfume called Minta. And that's not all. The girl will get some perfume called Minta. I've already taken care of it. Nobody will be able to resist her. That's all I need to know. 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 Is that all? Oh, whatever. What do you do with it?
That was pretty daring of you.
I'd like to know where you're going to get your hands on some welded steel. You can never be sure about that. I'll leave you in suspense. These two jesters of yours stand no chance against me. They'll be dead before you can say damn. At the herbalist, you and your mate came to cover your tracks, didn't you? All that's left now is the final step. Getting proof that Vavak knew about it all. Give it to me, and I'll leave you alone. So he won a lot. So he disinherited your mother. What a cruel injustice. So that's about 100 in total. A nobleman this time then.
So they kicked you out?
Did you believe your dream?
So you became a miller?
So he wasn't happy? Did he have any issues with Mikush? Clara the healer is probably dead, right? So you agreed to help him. Now it's time to rectify things. You see, I found that buried inheritance. So Hanka wanted to get his hands on that inheritance the whole time. So he wanted to rob Mikush? Yes. Well, I've tortured people. I admit it. To disinherit his daughter like that, it's strange to say the least. Did he have a reason to do that? You look crestfallen. I've never known you like this. Well, you won't be for long, I promise you that. Once a real guard hears about this, you're finished. Take it then. Nice, lad. Farewell, Drat. So calm down and talk. Then why hasn't Sigismund heard about it? Right. I'll try to find out more about the Hermit's sword. All right. Take it all. We'll have to untie your hands then. What should I do? Here it is. You got your inheritance. I hope you're finally happy. Uncle, you say? His real uncle? Well, we all stand on the same side. Against Sigismund. But who's old and sick? I know. Drat told me you were attracted to Vendula. I followed the silver all the way to you. And on the way, I came across people involved in your little scheme. You're a smart fella, but you're still just a small fish in a big river. Someone must have backed you. Farewell. Damn it. Come clean. With the devil? Why would the hermit make a pact with the devil? Tell me one thing. How did you survive what happened in Messalis? I said, enough talk. You better go already. All he had to do was find and arrest Olda. The Burgrave made a terrible mistake. Well, it must have been horrible. But when you think about it, the Burgrave was in the right. Did anyone lend him anything? Because you met Mikush. Because you're just a hired hand. I'm sorry. That's not possible now. You sold out an innocent man for a handful of groschen. Sickening. Why were they trying to kill you? Why do they want to kill you? Why did you do all that work yourself? Why didn't your husband help? Why did you come to the hermit? Why didn't you help Ludmilla then? Why did he come to you? How so? Why did your father disinherit Ludmilla? Why didn't you run right away? Why didn't you help Hanker at least? My God, you've committed murder. None of what you told me excuses your crimes. It was the talk of the village, and all of a sudden a fella shows up here that knows Mikush. It must have come up. Maybe he even asked about it. Admit it. You told him about it. He lost his father after he got hurt in the mines. He must have been desperate. Did anyone else survive? Did anyone else escape from Nabokov? You've convinced me that you deserve that inheritance. They really didn't treat you and your family well. Exactly. I was thinking about your story. It seems you do have a right to that inheritance. They used to paint various symbols on houses. But these days, nobody really knows what they mean. He says if there's no silver to be had, Sigismund will leave. Foreman Samko is dead. Foreman Paul is dead. Foreman Frank is dead. Genuine. I don't get it. Well, I might have just saved your life. I need some proof in my hands. Something that proves Vavak's involvement in the scheme beyond any doubt. I need evidence against Vavak. I need evidence that Ulrich Vavak von Neuhaus is involved in this whole affair. But I still need that evidence against Vavak. But if you tell me what I want to know, no one needs to know about your involvement. I'll be as quiet as the grave. If he wanted to settle a family dispute with Mikush, he wouldn't have lured him outside the village for a chat. If he wanted Mikush to tell him where the fortune was buried, I reckon he wouldn't have asked him nicely. Continue. What right? Mikush died. You caused the death of an innocent man. On one condition. Wait, so you're saying he and Mikush were kin? Wait, they let you go? Just like that? Naturally. A group of city guards came to those mines. All right. It's a deal. I've already met Peter of Pisek, and I know he can be trusted. Let's hope the same goes for his brother. I'm no stranger to lordly plots. I know very well you wouldn't have come up with a scheme that big on your own. You've got no silver. And you call yourself a master smelter? I'm sorry. Maybe later. What are you going to do now? Chenyet was very happy when I gave him the documents showing their meanings.
You left your studies?
I'll be happy to make sure we don't. But this isn't about me. I didn't want to kill my own kin over an inheritance. What is the work of a miner about? What is the work of a miner about?
New life? What do you mean?
Well, something worth looking for, I mean. Something the soldiers might have wanted. Come on, tell me the truth. How did you get out? Well, I might have fought against your people. Aye, I remember you. You wanted to kill me and Capon, but how do we find it? All right, I swear. But it's never too late to change, believe me. Look at me. I'm just an ordinary village boy. Nobody will know. Nobody will be able to resist her. I've already got everything. Just say the word. I'm not going anywhere. Me? I just got lucky. I won't give you anything. No chance. Farewell, Drat. Start talking now. Did anyone seem particularly interested in his fortune? Someone who'd want it for himself and would go after Mikush because of it? I don't know what, but I have a hunch. She's responsible for all the petty crime in the city. I can't believe you weren't curious about their relationship. I don't believe you, Drat. It wasn't possible. And you yourself told me to act like one of them, didn't you? Don't tell me you and Vivek didn't exchange letters, for instance. But they will. I'll report you to the first guard I meet. Wasn't he afraid of Sigismund? Stop lying to my face. Out with the truth. Damn it, you have to know. Don't lie. Drat told me. Rubbish. Why would you keep something like that to yourself? Don't lie. I hear she danced with you. And you were over the moon. So, someone comes to see you, acts all odd, and you don't ask any questions. Someone who's hand in hand with Sigismund. Someone like Ulrich Vavak. I don't believe you. You must have had a normal conversation, seeing as you're old friends. And he had to have told you something. I think he wanted to tell you something. He had to say something. Something like your letter of safe conduct. How can I persuade him to give me one? Aren't you missing something? A letter from Master Ulrich Vavak von Neuhaus to the worthy Master Buresh. Our family rents the mines, so I came to learn about the business. Likewise. Fuck that.
You mean thievery? You mean alchemy?
We know each other, don't we? I've seen you at Nabokov. I can give you the figurine if you want. I could keep my mouth closed. But it's going to cost you something. Could you, repeat that, but a bit more briefly? Then let's get rid of Vavak. He must have some weakness, right? But he must have told you why he wanted to do that. Admit it. You know the real reason. You must have had backing in the highest places. And no one is higher than the Royal Master of the Mint. Well, I had to defend myself. My. That word keeps coming out of your mouth over and over. No one is supposed to care you were willing to kill, eh? Mine. Can you say anything else? Don't you care that Mikush is dead because of you? Maybe he was hoping his uncle would share with him. I could give you the figurine. You better pray that to be the case. I've got the feeling that it's your fault. It's because of you Mikush disappeared. You mercilessly tortured Mikush in the camp, and now you slit your own cousin's throat for her mother to watch. Mikush died because of you, you arse. Don't you realise what you've done? He felt the family owed it to him. In any case, you should apologise. You put them through hell. You can't buy me, Buresh. You have my word. I won't blackmail you. You got what you wanted. But torturing Mikush will cause him to suffer for the rest of his life. Don't try putting the blame on your lackeys. You and you alone are responsible for Mikush's death. Margaret, Ambrose forgives you, but his brother must get what is rightfully his. I've been tasked with getting a barrel of black powder. They say it can collapse a mine in an instant. Should I pretend to be someone else again? Should I kill him? Being sorry won't help. You're a snake in the grass. You deserve punishment. Besides Chenyek, there's also a woman in the tavern they call Rat. All the foremen are dead, except for Samko. All the foremen are dead, except for Paul. All the foremen are dead, except for Frank. You'll be the one screaming. I see that killing for you comes almost as easily as breathing. How much do you make doing this? How much do you make doing this? How much will you pay me? How much will you pay me? How many corves did you mine on, say, the Feast of St. Petronilla? So how many corves did you mine, say, on the Feast of St. Petronilla? If the blame falls on you, everything you've built, all your wealth, goes up in flames. You don't want that. If I have to, I'll beat it out of you. If I had met you under different circumstances, I might feel a bit sorry for you. When did you last see Mikush? Maybe he had his reasons. Who's Hanka? Where can I find this drat? Where's this crossroads? Where should I look when I'm there? Where can I find the hermit? Where can I find this drat? Where can I find that broken sword? Where can I find Ambrose's broken sword? Where were you supposed to take Mikush? Where might Hanka be now? Where did you take him? I want the exact location. Where should I hang the brace? Get to the point. About the evidence. I need to have a good reason to get violent. I'm a student. I'm writing about the life of miners. I'm his nephew. I'm supposed to take a look around the place, and he can pray for us. Henry, I have a letter from Sir Christian. Unless you want to piss me off, you'll tell me the truth. Now, if you were such good friends, you must know more than you're telling me. If Hank is your mate you've known for years, then you must know his family. Could you make it even more brief? It would take weeks to make that kind of steel. The wedding will be a distant memory by then. You threaten me? What do you expect? So talk then. You're damn lucky I came in time to help Mikush. Things might have ended up much worse. What's the story with your inheritance? It's in your own best interest to cooperate with me. It's your noble duty to help me. Crystal clear. So how do you rest? Are deaths in the mine common? You make me want to puke. I'm sorry, but your misfortune gives you no right to harm others. What strange goings on. What was Messeles like before all this? Was it a big village? What was his plan? Who's this Hanka woman? What do you mean, upset? How do you hope to make it? It'll take weeks to make a sword like that. Something like what? How did you get out of Messeles alive? How did you join up with the bandits? How did you even manage to flee Nabakov Fortress after the battle? How do you mine ore? How is the ore mined? How did Svatosh become so wealthy? What did your parents say when you returned from your studies? What should I wear? What do you mean, odd? How long have you known Hanka? Since you're such good friends. It's not my fault. It all happened so fast. Before I could bat an eye, those guards of yours jumped me. You see, I was in Messeles, and I happened to find that fortune. Here it is. I want to hear it, Kozlik. Just as I thought. Can I find it using the map? What can you do? I found your fucking inheritance in Messeles. If it's so important to you, just take it. That's horrible. Well, I reckon we cleared everything up, eh? And I'm supposed to believe that, eh? Hanka joined up with some bandits. You said yourself he wouldn't dare going anywhere near the village. Hanka said you didn't care about them. That you left them to starve to death. I reckon that was no great loss. I'd like to know more about Messeles. I hope she'll know what this is about. I got into a chest with books containing records of all the bribes and payments. Vavak's entire spiderweb. I got them from the chest in the coiner's room. All the payments and bribes are there. Vavak's entire web of deceit. Enough already. Farewell, Drat. Enough talk. Enough talk. Well, you know, the guild and I went to the silver mines and blew them sky high. I can. Now talk. Great, I get it. If I need help, you know very well what I want from you. I know well what you went through. All right. I won't tell anyone. You have committed a grave sin, but if you show remorse, God will forgive you. All right, I'll go have a talk with Drat then. Thanks. All right, I suppose. What? What the hell are you talking about? What were you about to say, Mikesh? What were you looking for under the conciliatory cross? What did Hanka promise you for bringing Mikesh to him? What about that buried fortune of his? Did he ever mention it again? What happened at the crossroads? I want the truth. What did your father have to say about it? What did he do with such a large inheritance? Who is he, anyway? What are you doing with the stolen silver? What should I know about the smelting works? What should I know about this Buresh before I talk to him? What else should I know about the smelting works before I go? Maybe because I fought against them? What will you do now? I reckon you didn't come to the Devil's Den just for the beer, did you? What are you going to do now? What are we going to do now? Poor Mikush and his family. Did he want to ask him about the inheritance? He wanted me to take all the sausages and leave the king a few heads of lettuce in their place. I think Chenyek has gone completely mad. He intends to cave in the local mines. Did you really think I'd let you go just like that? I'm afraid not. You were way off the mark. I want proof that Mint Master Vavak is involved in this whole scheme. Are you trying to offer me something? I get it. You're alone and desperate. It's sad not to have someone by your side. I get that. He's his only son. Chenyek kept it. The leader of the gang is named Chenyek. He told me to break into Sigismund's food stores outside the city. Chenyek told me about a gang of thieves that once prowled the city. You've been making excuses and talking out your arse this whole time. I've had enough. Got it? Was there anything peculiar about Mesiles? Was it because of his family issues? You said you were prepared. So someone warned you. She was your sister. She was kind to you, and you killed her. She was kind to you, and you slit her throat. It was his property. He had the right to decide who would inherit it. I'll take it as a down payment for prolonging your life. Now talk. Oh, God. Who are you two? Unfortunately, very few of us were so lucky. My ma and pa stayed behind. I'm afraid not. Maybe later. You won't leave here before receiving punishment. No matter what you've done, I must admit, I feel sorry for you. It'd be best not to say anything. You can't know what went on inside his head. I don't think he even had to talk you into it. Admit it. You told him about it. But believe me, there is someone out there for everyone. It's God's will. But in return, you'll get me invited to Samin's wedding. But I don't understand why. I won't dirty my hands with you. Get out of here and never come back. But you need evidence to make such an accusation, right? But if he did anything to Mikush, you're both in trouble. But Chenyek doesn't want the sausages for himself. I'm supposed to feed the city's poor with them. But the circumstances were different. Well, if you're haunted by Mikush's ghost, don't come running to me. Ah, I see. You want to blackmail Vavak, and you deserve punishment. I condemn you to death. And did he pay back the money he borrowed? But not a wolf in sight. And do you know what happened to them? And you're responsible for it. Be ashamed. Your family? What happened to them? And you're proud of yourself. And the bandits? How did you join up with them? And did you tell him about the buried fortune Mikush talked about in the tavern? Minted by coiners who are held here like prisoners. I talked to them, so you had to take it out on them, eh? Shit rolls downhill. And before that, the herbalists. You and your mate wanted to kill us. Does it really matter? Besides, those bastards had the deaths of our men on their hands. And forget about that inheritance. Got it? And for what? Without Svatova, you won't even see a single groschen of that inheritance. And if Mikush is his uncle, maybe he wanted to come to an agreement with him. And just outside the village isn't exactly the best place to deal with things like that. And what did you do? What about the murders? Did you really kill two brothers of the Order? And what about your family? What happened to them? And what about your thirst for knowledge? So what happened after that? And what about Loisa? And then what happened? And what happened next? And what happened then? What happened next? You don't mean... And visit the baths. That's important. Get out of my sight before I change my mind. I've thought it over now. I'm not letting you leave. Welded Spanish steel? There's nothing better for a sword. If you felt aggrieved, you should have found another way. Violence solves nothing. That's all just a load of bollocks. You've committed a terrible crime against your own family. You have blood on your hands. I'm really sorry to hear that, Martha. Thanks. You're a skillful and determined fighter yourself. They taught you well in the monastery. See now? I'm sure you'll find your way in life. I better get going now, before someone catches me here. You're handy with a sword, and it'd be a waste for you to spend the rest of your days in a habit. Sorry to hear that, but could you get to the point? But that doesn't mean we can't change anything. Look, forget about your troublemaking father. So, tell me what you know about Peter. So stop whinging and put your affairs in order. My name is Henry, and I'm in the service of the Lord of Lipa. Oh, Sakra.
I'll have to keep looking. Good luck, and goodbye, sir. We don't get to pick our family. Glad to be of assistance. Now just tell me where Peter is. It's no skin off your nose, is it? I'm here on behalf of his brother, Jan. He came with the ransom to get him back. I need to find Knight Peter. Now, humility serves any knight well. But you strike me more like a monk, Hinek. Your destiny is in your own hands. Have you changed your mind? I found a bite to eat for you. Enjoy. I'm not going to smuggle food in here for you. Don't be like them. Do good. I happen to have something to eat with me. Doesn't matter now. I've already found him. I have to find him. What did they do with the body? He must have introduced himself to you. I could help you get out of here if you want. Folk will forget over time. Where is he now? Where are you headed, Hinek? Where do they want to take him? You mean he's dead? Yeah, right. The wolf must have his sheep. I'll see what I can get. Listen, I don't have time for this now. Are you Sir Peter of Sukadleski? That was a good fight. Thanks, Hinek. That's not good news. There's murder everywhere these days. How about you and me sparring with swords? It'll take your mind off things. And I'd be interested in the tricks you learned in your order. What's going to happen to you? May your father and brother rest in peace. And now you can rebuild your family's fortunes. It seems to me that you're ashamed of your name. Oh, I see. You belong to a knightly order. If it was Peter of Sukadleski, I'm in serious trouble. You really don't remember his name? I'll soon beat it out of you again. That won't be necessary. It'd be hard to sing without your teeth anyway. There's no hurry. Once I beat you, you can disappear wherever you want. Thanks for the fight. Thanks. At least I was worth something to you. Zizka really went all out. Could it be von Bergov's man too? The other one too? But why doesn't he have a cross? Another of von Bergov's men? But this one has a cross. Could it be von Bergov's man? They wouldn't bother erecting crosses for von Bergov's men. I think I heard about you in a fight club. This one is probably one of Zizka's. That sounds like quite a wild youth. Oh, so was I. Bloody hell. Everything hurts. Probably one of Zizka's men. They told me I'd find the strongest competitor here. If it's not you, then I must be looking for some ghost. So I wasn't far from the truth with those ghosts. There. That's that. So these must have been our scouts. I'll challenge you to a duel. Shall we fight? I was told I'd find the best fighter far and wide here. I don't suppose that's you. Aye, you did. I'd like to learn something new. Well, first things first, I'm Henry. From Skalitz. Based on the shield, he must have been one of von Bergov's men. Well, it's true someone sent me here. But it wasn't God. Have you seen anything suspicious? You mean people come here to make trouble? Can I try again sometime? Do you expect the same from me? Judging by the trail of blood, they must have hauled them here from the village. Any idea where I should take a look? I wonder if this has something to do with that injured lad. Don't be hard on yourself. You're no pushover either. All right. I challenge you to a fight. Man to man. How does a city gravedigger like you become the best fighter in the area? Like Willow said. All right then. I'm looking for a poacher in this area. All right? All right. Thanks. Another grave. But this one has a cross. Another of von Bergov's men. Poor fella. He's not lying in consecrated ground. But at least they gave him a cross. Do you still go and fight people just for fun once in a while? That was just a warm-up. I went easy on you. But I'm glad you're an ordinary mortal. From what I heard, it sounded like I was going to be fighting a bogeyman. And what exactly can you do? I'm considering it. Fuck him. I actually feel sorry for him. He's all alone, with nothing. That's a bigger punishment than if I were to kill him. To hell with the hand cannons. Don't you want to get on the road and sing to the convoy? That sounds good.